Like, how do you feel generally speaking about January 6th?
It's funny.
It's funny. Okay.
It was an act of... I feel like whenever I call it treason, they're like, technically it's not treason. Treason has to do with being in war. But it was the least patriotic thing a human can do. He tried to keep himself in power illegally, immorally. Everything bad about a president can't happen that day. He watched people violently break into the Capitol building and stood down. And now he lies about it and says, oh, it's really Pelosi's fault or whatever that bullshit is.
Wait, that's true, though.
No, it's not. See, that's one of the problems with... No, that is not true, actually. He says it all the time, but it didn't happen. Go Google it. Go fact check it.
Listen,
right. He didn't ask her.
DC is a federal district. DC is a federal district. Who's the head of the federal government? The commander-in-chief.
Did she say no or not?
Just Google
the conversation never happened.
National Guard. Just Google who was in charge of the National Guard.
So the conversation didn't happen.
Well,
that whole thing is false. And so hold on. This is one of my frustrations with Trump. He tells, I'll make it up, a lie a minute, right? And then a lot of his listeners say, aha, yeah, but I know which ones are lies and which ones aren't. And here we have Dick actually believing Nancy Pelosi turned down the National Guard. People don't
not National
know.
Guard. She turned down something. I don't know who it was.
Don't know which ones are truth and which one are lies. It's sometimes hard to tell. And he'll stick with a lie again and again and again. So when you hear it enough, you're like, maybe it is true. Maybe there's something truthy about it. If I tell you I caught a 2.5-foot fish, you might think that fish was at least 2 foot. If Trump tells you he caught a 2.5-foot fish, he never went fishing.
I've never heard an innocent. I want to ask you guys this question. I've never heard an innocent explanation for this. So we have a firm timeline that nobody, not even Trump, disputes of what happened that day. We know that Trump gave his speech at the Ellipse and he went back to the White House at 1:20 and he was in the White House dining room at 1:25. We know this. Dozens, hundreds of witnesses attested to this. We know that he sat in the White House dining room and watched on live television cops brutalized and mutilated. Literally mutilated. There were dozens of cops were mutilated that day.
Wait, when?
How are they mutilated?
On January 6th.
How are they mutilated?
They take years?
No.
I'm going to continue what I'm saying. So at 4:17, nearly 3 hours later, is when he finally asked them to go home.
Cops were mutilated.
They were literally mutilated. People stole their batons from them and beat them with their own batons. You had people crushed in a doorway. Because people, his Trump supporters were violently.
Didn't see the footage?
How did you not see this footage?
It's so everywhere.
I understand information silos. You can laugh all you want. You can laugh all you want. You can laugh all you want.
I don't know.
We know
it's the word, and I'm just.
It's the word mutilated is ridiculous.
Because when we ask, you start freaking out. Like this will undermine your little speech. Like they're
if you back off mutilated and make it attack.
There were lacerations. There were broken bones. A guy named Brian Sicknick had a stroke. He died the next day. The coroner's report, the chief medical examiner.
Did Trump cause the stroke with like a stroke gun?
The coroner's report. The chief medical examiner said all the events of what happened that day contributed to his condition. So we know that Donald Trump watched it live and waited 3 hours to ask them to leave. How do you explain that?
Well, first of all, cops
got a stroke because he got too excited, and that's our fault?
Do you know more than a chief medical examiner?
I mean, if he's saying a cop shouldn't have had a stroke for being a cop, I guess. A cop
I'm a doctor.
To work
the stroke was caused by
he gets too stressed out and has a stroke, and what's his job then?
You know, the whole thing about the January 6th stuff for me, I always hear about like hours of tape that they won't give up, and I hear about that question they asked how many FBI agents were in the crowd, and they're like, we don't discuss agents personnel usage and placement. And it's like, whoa, wait a minute. Well, how many? I don't think of it as cope. I just want to know why there's any stink around this. And then I see video, and I don't think that's cope, of them being like ushered in some cases. I also see video of people breaking windows. And on top of all that, the other thing I don't care for, and Woody will say fuck around and find out. And touche, I guess she did fuck around and she did find out. But that crazy woman who tried to climb through the barricade. If you watch the video, there's like 2 or 3 SWAT guys behind her, and she's trying to climb through this like reinforced glass like window that's within the center of a doorway, and it's like they kill her.
You're not addressing my question at all.
Because you're so
do you
agitated
explain-
about this narrative that you're trying to
How
get
do you
across.
explain?
It's nuts.
Well, just explain it to me. How do you explain Donald Trump watching cops get brutalized for 3 hours and before finally asking them to go home?
The cops?
Trump asked
Oh
them
my gosh.
3
Do you really
hours.
think he stop it, Dick?
Trump said go peacefully, no violence. And then he got banned from Twitter.
And then
So
he
couldn't
watched
say anything.
the violence unfold live on television for 3 hours. His family begged him to ask those protesters to leave. His staff begged him to ask those protesters to leave. And it took 3 hours. So how do you
Like with a
explain this?
bullhorn? What do you mean? He said go peacefully to whatever we're doing next. Don't do any violence.
You're
what,
not
what more do you what more do you want to pin
the
on him?
substance
Mutilated
of
police?
my question at all. You're not.
Do you
What
think
you're
it's-
asking is insane.
I-
What you're
I'm
asking is
telling
why
you.
did Trump wait 3 hours to stop violence? I don't know, man.
Why?
Does he have a magical anti-violence wand that he can wave?
Number one, he could have put out a message as soon as violence broke out, asking his supporters to leave. Number
They were
one. Number
fighting.
two-
They weren't
Number
tweeting.
number two, he could have.
They
he
had
could have
cops
called-
to mutilate.
he could
They're
have
not on their
called in-
phones.
He could have called in the National Guard immediately. He had complete authority to call in the National Guard immediately. That call had to come from Pence. He never even made that call. So
Hutch,
Pence
how
made
do
the
you
call?
explain that?
The reason that Trump didn't do anything for 3 hours is he was hoping the insurrection would work.
Well,
How would it
yeah.
work?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, yeah.
How would it work?
He was trying to pressure Pence to reject those electors and send it back
Yes.
to the states so he could further litigate his claims that
He
had
wanted-
already been adjudicated and settled.
So
That's
using
what
the
happened
legal
that day.
system
He
was
needed
his
Pence to
plan?
see the writing was on the wall, and I'm surprised Pence stood by there because like there was probably how like telephone games work. I'm sure there was a moment where his Secret Service was told like they've taken the Capitol, and it's
he
like
didn't
wait
give a
what?
fuck. And
He was
didn't give a
happy.
fuck.
It's
The
what he
castle
wanted. He
has
told him to go
fallen.
down there
The
and
castle
fight.
has fallen.
He didn't give a fuck.
Well,
didn't
wait,
give a
Hutch,
fuck.
you're not right. He did care. He was happy. This was what he hoped for. He said march down to the Capitol and fight.
You
Right?
guys are
He-
in a cult together.
He said
Do you think Trump
to
wanted them
go.
to
Yeah, he said
storm
to
the
go
Capitol?
peacefully.
You don't
He also
answer
said to fight.
questions. You dodge questions. You
It's the
realize
Trump
that, right?
two-step.
Hutch, you're asking loaded questions. Like you say
loaded
what happened
question.
and then say,
I'm
well, how do you
asking you for an
explain what
innocent
I
explanation.
hallucinated
I'm
happened?
asking
What
you
you're
for
saying
an
is totally
innocent-
insane about cops getting fucking mutilated, dude. Like 3 cops out of natural
Bro.
fucking causes. You can grab your
Bro.
head like you're Jesse Pinkman
Give
over
me
and
the
over. It
innocent
doesn't make it right.
explanation. Give me the innocent explanation. Try.
Trump said go down. Trump said go down, and we're gonna have a big rally about freedom, and we're gonna.
And then he watched cops.
Hey,
get
you fucking
brutalized
interrupting
for 3
jackass! I'm trying to
hours.
fucking explain it to
You're
you.
not answering the question. You are not
Trump
answering the
said
question.
the beneficial-
You're not even trying to answer the question. You
The
understand that,
generous
right?
explanation is that he said, hey, everybody go down peacefully and assemble. And we're going to have another big rally. All we do is rallies. And things got out of hand because you got a bunch of agitators in the crowd. Some guys who are nuts, Antifa guys, and the FBI. And they're all trying to agitate everybody.
All right,
The FBI tried to kidnap Whitner, you smug fucks. What the fuck are you talking about?
Sure.
They don't do this shit.
Sure. I'm going to ask the question again. He watched it for 3 hours. Why did he wait 3 hours to ask them to leave?
Ask who to leave? Everybody?
You.
Hey,
dumb
everybody!
motherfucker.
Hey, everybody, leave!
You-
Hey, everybody, leave!
It's not that
What do you
you're
want him to
ideologically
do?
entrenched. You're just dumb. You're not answering this question, and I think it's obvious why.
What do you want him to do? What exactly did you want him to do?
Tell them to leave.
Where?
As soon.
Where?
What do you mean where? What kind of
Twitter.
a
Tell
question
them!
is this?
Who the fuck is them, Hutch, you jackass? Where would he
His
get his fucking
supporters.
tin can
His-
phone? How?
You dumb
Where? Say it
motherfucker.
where. Say where. Where? Tell them where.
He posted at 4:17. He asked them to leave, and they left. Do you realize that?
On Twitter?
Yes.
Yes.
So you think Trump saying on Twitter, hey, everybody leave, and they all just go, well, we're out of here. See ya.
It literally
We're going.
happened. It literally happened. I would.
I guess if it happened at the same time, then one must have caused the other. How do you get this far without no? I guess that's your whole platform, right?
Okay.
Correlation is causation.
Okay.
It happened at the same time, so it must have caused it. They didn't just get tired and go home. Trump, oh, hey everybody, Trump said to go. We got to go. Let me get this lectern. Let's get out of here. Okay. Is that what you think happened? Is that what you think happened?
It literally
And Trump
happened.
caused it. Trump caused it.
Yes. Why did he wait 3 hours? Have you tried to answer that question? Why?
Why did he wait 3 hours to tweet?
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know. He's probably figuring it out. What was it? What feed was he getting? Did he try to go there himself and stop it?
We know he was watching it live on TV. We know this for a fact.
So you wanted him live tweeting it?
I wanted him the second they started breaching the Capitol and attacking cops to tell them to go home. Yes.
Everybody? He doesn't think like cops have this under control?
Let's leave half of them in the Capitol. Yeah, let's just leave half of them. Of course.
Well, you guys have done that multiple times. You guys don't do protests in the fucking Capitol all the time. So it's not really that, it's not that strange for this big of a deal.
Okay.
Do you or do you not protest in the Capitol? Have liberals ever done that?
There's a slight difference between what we've seen in the past and what we saw on
you
January
did it.
6th.
That's the difference. You guys did it, so it's fine. Yeah.
There were people, for example, that protested the Kavanaugh hearings. They got arrested. They engaged in a form of civil disobedience. People take those risks and they break the law and they should be thrown in jail. Yes.
So your big problem with January 6th is that Trump didn't tweet it right away and say, go home. That's it.
He incited a mob to storm the Capitol in an effort to pressure Pence to not certify the results of those elections.
What a story.
It's not a story. It literally happened.
Oh, man. Look at all this stuff that he did. I know because I can read his fucking mind.
And then, I don't know.
Trump, this is Trump's elaborate plan. By the way, he's a jackass and he's an idiot and he doesn't know what he's doing. But here's his elaborate scheme to somehow pressure people into using the legislative systems back in their home states. Wow, what a fucking monster.
Yes.
Thank God he didn't get away with using the system.
Yes. You still have not even tried to touch the question of why
he didn't tweet right away. I don't fucking know. Because he thought it would make it worse. Because he thought other people were because he thought the Capitol Police should be there doing their job.
You're saying he thought he would make it worse by asking them to leave?
Maybe. I don't know. I don't pretend to know what's in Trump's head. He said gather peacefully. What more do you want?
Okay. Did that happen?
I mean, for the most part, yeah. Most people, the people staying in the red velvet rope, walking around the Capitol, were doing it peacefully. Yes. Okay, what?
I'm not, like, you're not answering the question at all.
I said I don't know why Trump didn't immediately tweet, hey, everybody disperse, everybody leave. Don't you think that'd be kind of weird?
Just try to give an innocent explanation. Try.
I just did. He's getting information and he doesn't know what to do. He figured the Capitol Police would take care of it. He figured that the fucking locks on the door would work.
No. You're speculating when we don't need to. We know he was watching it live on TV for 3 hours.
So you're saying why didn't Trump stop Ashley Babbitt from climbing in that window? Is that what you're asking? Like he should have been right there. No, I'm the hand of God. Don't do what you're about to do.
Why did he not ask them to leave?
I don't know. Because he thought the Capitol Police would figure it out. Maybe he was trying to do other things.
Okay.
No. I understand that the only reasonable explanation is that he was trying to stage a fucking coup using Cracker Barrel grandmas, right? That's the only reasonable explanation. All right, everybody, get in there and walk through the velvet ropes and go in Nancy Pelosi's office and kick your feet up. That'll really strike fear into their hearts, right? Maybe the answer's on the floor, Hutch. Okay. Sure. Is that Am I your? Do you see your dad when you answer me like that? What you have this smug, like sarcastic attitude with them.
I would encourage everybody who's listening to this right now. Me too. I would encourage everybody who's listening to this right now. The New York Times compiled a 40-minute compilation of videos that was assembled from footage from hundreds of people that day, and it documents in detail the hours of brutal violence. It was not just
mutilated.
It was not just QAnon grandma walking around the Capitol. You know that it's not true.
I mean, there's tons of people there. I'm sure there's a bunch of assholes too. The FBI's there. I don't like them.
Why would you focus on the grandma who was walking around the Capitol and not the people who were taking American flags and beating cops with them? That you guys are the guys that are the ones that normally say the thing
cops weren't fucking beaten,
et cetera, et cetera. And now all of you think that these cops were like fucking deep state in on some Fed conspiracy.
Why were the doors open?
No, not the cops. Not the cops for sure. They got their asses whooped. I think there was FBI in that crowd, essentially entrapping people by being like, yeah, come on, do it. If you've ever been in like a group fight of teenagers, there's one guy who's like, yeah, you should go get him. You fuck him up. You're a legend of the docks.
Why would the FBI incite a mob?
To do their job of arresting people. That's the FBI's job is to arrest terrorists. So they're going to cause terrorism. I mean, this is basic stuff. They do it all the time.
Well,
Yeah.
that's all
this
fascinating.
feels a lot
That's
like that
certainly-
time when
that's
they
certainly
said
a
it
take.
wasn't really Trump supporters there. It was all Antifa, right?
Mhm.
Oh, we would never
Yeah.
do the January 6th thing. That was Antifa. It's grasping at straws to not take responsibility for this.
Who, me? I didn't
I
do
wasn't
it.
there.
Yes.
The people that were
God
there.
damn it.
I was
Now
at
stop implying I was.
BLM, and there were Antifa guys there.
All right.
100%
Credit to you.
doing
That was
bad shit.
funny. I didn't mean to say you personally, but I'm obviously talking about the
was,
protesters
though.
that were there. And they're trying to say that wasn't Trump's people. Those were Antifa people. But we all know that's stupid, right? We do.
I mean, I'm sure it was both being bad guys. Like, I don't
Oh,
know.
yeah.
It's just
Yeah.
violent
Bad on
people.
both sides.
Is Antifa
Yeah.
here with us now?
Okay.
Yes. They're all
Okay.
over.
All right.
What do you?
I'm just
I've
checking.
been,
Do
I've
you
been
see
violently
Antifa
assaulted by
on this
Antifa
call?
guys. What are you talking about? A self-identifying Antifa guy threw me into a concrete bunker in front of Netflix.
I was
I would
seeing
rather-
people say
I-
Antifa shot Trump, whatever it was, last weekend, and I'm like, my gosh, everything's Antifa. Antifa's everywhere. It's the go-to boogeyman for the
Used to be
right.
Al Qaeda.
I would
That was a
rather
good
you
time.
just say, the left poses, I believe the left poses such a serious threat that I'm okay with Donald Trump taking whatever steps he felt was necessary to stay in power. I would just much rather you just be honest about it instead of trying to come up with these bullshit excuses.
See, this is like
for his
this is why
egregious
everything you say
behavior
is
that
so
day.
loaded. It's like I want you to say, and then you give your insane opinion that I don't think, and then you act like a smug prick when I don't agree with it.
There's
Like I
no-
just
there
wish you
is
would
no
say you
innocent
want to kill liberals. Why
explanation.
won't you admit it?
I'm not saying you want to kill liberals. I'm saying that people broadly on the right view the left as this deranged mob of people that want to mutilate and sexually abuse kids and destroy democracy, replace capitalism with communism, replace God with Satan. And they're ready for someone like Trump to come in who openly floated suspending the Constitution. You know, like he just openly said it. And so I just don't understand this idea that you have to like jump through hoops. Just fucking say, you know what? I'm ready for a king. I am ready for this American democratic project to end, and I'm ready for a strong man to come in and protect the country from these godless liberals. We all know that's what you think.
This really
is not
plays
that
to
you
your
say it out in
audience
the
who
open.
sees all conservatives as one person. But this might shock you, but we're all individuals who think
Sure.
that Trump had different reasons for doing what he did. A lot of us don't think that election was valid. A lot of us think
Based
that
on nothing. Based on nothing. On
Well,
nothing
no,
but
But
there
wait,
was
vibes.
this goes into the question that Trump was trying to get to. Like, why did Trump wait 3 hours? And I think Dick is like, I'm okay with it because I think that election was shady.
Yeah.
No, absolutely not. I don't know what Trump tried to do in those 3 hours to stop it.
Nothing.
And
What do you mean you don't,
know?
What do you mean you don't know? We have a historical record of what happened that day. He tweeted 2 times and said remain peaceful during a riot, and then 3 hours finally asked them to leave. We know this. This is not like, well, I don't know. Well, go back and look at what happened. This is
Yeah,
not
I mean,
up
it's
in the
such
air.
a weird thing to focus on when the J6 thing didn't do anything. It was just it was mostly people walking
They had to
around.
evacuate the Senate chambers. They had to delay the certification of the They literally had to stop what they were doing and
Holy
evacuate
shit, a whole
senators.
day? Oh my
What do you-
God. Did they still manage to spend all of our money in that day? I hope so.
What bothers me is their goal wasn't to delay it for a day. Their goal was to stop this, what is it called, ratification of the votes of the Electoral College and slip in the fake Electoral College that Trump had handpicked who would ignore the will of the voters and choose him instead. That was the
Not
move.
all of them, though, right? You don't think everyone there that day had that in mind, do you?
No, but I
Right.
think they were following Trump's instructions. I think
And
I just
Trump's
wanted to
instructions
say-
were to be peaceful.
he said both things. This is the Trump two-step. You're not on the show every week, but it's a thing I say a lot where I give these examples of Trump who says one thing and the other, and people say, "Oh, but wait, he said the other." But
I
he
put it
said
together.
both. He
Yeah.
said good. Yeah. I'm sorry. But Trump did say you're going to lose your country if you don't fight, and he also said, "But peaceful." And now
Well,
both
yeah.
sides get to hear what they want.
but
Well,
you can't say
I think-
fight means violent, though. Like that's like political rhetoric.
I hear you. All right. And I ask myself if I would make that same argument if it was my guy. But he's made a lot of
Yeah.
violent requests, and
It's the
seems
same as the
hard
fucking
to ignore.
bullseye shit. Like
Yeah.
they try to they're trying to pin. The way I see fight politically is the same way I see bullseye. I remember when they did it to Sarah Palin. I know now they're doing it to Biden, where they're like, "Oh, he said put a bullseye on him," and it's like, yeah, that's
Stupid.
rhetoric, meaning we need to
here-
target this person and try and shut him down. The same way fight means
Sure.
go there, rally, do what you need, like fucking cheer and rah rah shish boom bah your shit, but do it peacefully.
Well, here's
He
an
likes
interesting
them in
question.
there
That's a reasonable
delaying them.
take.
There was a
Here's an
procedure
interesting
where he
question,
was
okay?
about to be officially the loser of the election. And I think he really liked that it wasn't happening. I think he liked that they were in there preventing Congress from doing his job.
Well, let me just ask you guys a question. If it was true that Joe Biden and the Democratic Party apparatus engaged in massive fraud all over the country and literally stole the election as Trump was alleging, would January 6th have been justified?
More than January 6th.
If they actually
I say-
did, yeah, 100%.
Exactly.
No, it's still a crime.
Exactly. They would have been justified. If Biden actually did this coup, it would have been justified. And what did
But that's
Trump
a
do with-
hindsight thing.
Yeah, but
you know?
what would have been
Well,
justified? Doing a parade? Illegal parading?
No, I'm saying it would have been justified. And what did
What would have
Trump
been
do?
justified?
The thing that
Invading
happened.
the Capitol, trying to do a coup.
Yeah.
We would applaud it if it happened in
That
like a
wasn't
Central
a
American
a
country.
coup, though. It's just
I
a
mean, it
bunch
doesn't
of old
seem
people
like a
walking around.
But this is the
genuine
context.
It doesn't
This is
seem
the
like
context.
nobody brought guns.
Yeah.
Nobody was
That's
fucking
not true.
being
That's
like
not true.
shooting.
There were multiple
trying-
people. That's not true. There were multiple people. That
How many
were arrested
people were
gun
shot
charges
on
that day.
January
Somebody-
6th?
Yeah,
Other than
people.
Ashley Babbitt, how many
Babbitt
people?
got
Were,
1,000.
hold on, how many people other than Ashley Babbitt were shot on January 6th?
Nobody. But you said there was no guns that
okay.
day. But
Who were they
there
going to shoot, Taylor? They were all on
Okay,
the same
so I guess
side.
the FBI had guns.
Hold on. What happened that day is Donald Trump went to that ellipse and he gave that preliminary speech to his rally to his supporters, and he told them they stole this election. There was massive fraud. Mike Pence needs to do the right thing and save the country from the people that are stealing. So he implanted this thought in their minds that was based on nothing, absolutely nothing. No court case validated anything he was saying. He was
Not until
purposefully
after.
choosing. Not ever.
Yeah,
And
after
so
it
he
did.
implanted this thing in their head, and then what did they do? They went and they fought like hell for their country. So if you can't say that he bears at least some responsibility, me and Woody would probably argue it's like 99% his fault. But if you can't acknowledge that some of the
You
responsibility
guys give
that
1%? Wow, that's generous of you two.
would that have happened if he didn't ask his supporters to come to January 6th that day?
Right. I mean, the short answer, it was because of that. I mean, I was hearing about January 6th and the plans for this on my Facebook feed from the crazies I engaged with at the time. It was an open thing.
Then why aren't there more Capitol Police there?
There were interesting revelations.
Why
that came
weren't
out
there
in
more Secret Service at the rally?
Exactly.
I think
It's run by a woman.
might be the same.
There
thing.
is an-
Apparently, Secret Service would have just watched and been like, all these weird Corinthian columns. We can't climb up these. No.
There is an answer to this. There were people in the administration, and there were people in the, I think, what do you call the military Joint Chiefs of Staff? There were people in the sort of like defense apparatus that were concerned about the optics of a military presence there during a rally. And that obviously was stupid. But we have an answer to that question. It's not because of whatever it is you guys are alleging. They just
No,
somebody made
Capitol
a
Police,
fucked up-
not military.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. I think. I think it goes both ways. I think
So
the
they didn't want
concern-
military presence, and then they put up barbed walls right after, and they're fine with
Well,
that?
they could, again, Donald Trump literally could have called in the National Guard within 5 minutes of the violence. And
Well,
and
why
just
is it his
chose
job,
not to.
though? He's not doing, I mean,
Why is it? Why is he's the commander in chief, bro? What do you mean?
the commander-in-chief of the Army. The Army doesn't fight Americans, bro. Did you forget that?
The National Guard, you absolutely can deploy the National Guard to quell an insurrection.
And you expect him to have done that in like a couple minutes after people are... An insurrection isn't a bunch of Cracker Barrel grandmas going through
thought it
open
was.
doors. Yes, it is. An insurrection is like a fucking militia storming shit. Not a bunch of feds opening the door for a
At this
parade.
point, listen, like information silos exist, and at this point, I'm just fully convinced that you have somehow just I don't know how you've somehow managed to avoid the fucking hours of footage
that
of the
you're
violent
saying from
clashes.
inside your fucking silo. No, I get it completely. It's amazing that this plan totally worked. They stormed the Capitol, and yet he immediately wasn't president. What a dumb plan.
I don't know what you're saying. Like sometimes like
No
insurrections
shit.
fail. Sometimes insurrections fail. They don't work.
Do you
it's like
wait,
a
Hutch?
Swiss
Do you
watch.
really?
Failed coup.
Hold on, I'm interested. Like Hutch, do you really think all these largely Facebook boomers showing up unarmed and most of them, the vast majority, parading around like retards with their sunglasses profile pics on Twitter? Like, do you think that was a sincere, honest to God coup?
Your memory of that day is
Here comes the
spotty,
bullshit.
I will say. You keep talking about QAnon grandma and people walking around and putting their foot up.
Do you
just
think what I
ignore-
just described, which is realistic, is
It's
a
not-
honest to God coup, or do you think a coup is more like what we see in the Khmer Rouge and things like that?
I think what is more likely that happened that day is you had Trump supporters show up and were whipped up by his speech at the Ellipse. They took him at his word that the country was being stolen. And a lot of them, I would assume most of them, got caught up in the moment. But I think you're making the mistake of isolating the events of January 6th and ignoring the previous 2 months where Trump was behind the scenes pressuring election officials, state legislatures in several states to disenfranchise millions of voters. That's what he did. This is not
again,
disputed.
do you think that a bunch of largely boomers showing up, the most armed populace on earth, by the way, by density, the most armed populace on earth, showed up without guns and largely marched around like retards? Do you think that was like an honest to God coup, the way you'd see a coup in France?
First of all, when you say largely marched around with retards, did you see the footage of the brutality that day?
Yeah. I saw
So it's more
footage
than
of people fighting, and I also saw footage of hundreds of people being opened like it was a fucking Disney Epcot exhibit.
If you were watching what happened that day, you would understand that the police had lines, and they had these individual lines, and the lines kept being broken. They kept being pushed back closer and closer and closer to the point where they were totally overwhelmed and they had to fall back into the Capitol. They had nowhere near the amount of staff. You can't hear me. They had nowhere near the amount of law enforcement officers that was needed in that moment to quell the riots. And so they had to fall back. There was nothing else. They were totally overrun. But I just conceded to you a moment ago. I don't think most of the people that did that day showed up thinking like, oh, I'm going to try to like stop the certification. I think they got caught up in the moment. I think they believed Trump when he said that Biden stole the election. And I think they took steps in that moment that they felt was necessary to stop him from certifying the election. Otherwise, the libs are going to steal the country and blah, blah, blah. But the context here is also 2 months of Donald Trump phone calls like his call to Georgia. I need you to find me 11,837 votes, which is one more. That's just one part of this equation. I mean, he assembled false slates of electors. He had no legal right to do that whatsoever. But conservatives always will defer to this thing that happened in 1960 where Hawaii, the Democratic Party in Hawaii presented an alternative slate of electors. They leave out the fact that was during an ongoing recount and they were ordered to do that by a judge. None of these false slates of electors that were happening in the swing states all over the country were ordered to do this. They just took it upon themselves to do this. So there was a plan.
Oh, the humanity.
Books himself. This is several more pages to tack on. But I think it's going to change the election. Well, not change it, but I think it's going to affect it. I think Trump is going to win so hard. They keep going on about we're within the margin of error in the national polls. We're ahead in the national polls. It's not a popular vote, though. Like, we know it's the Electoral College. Mm-hmm. And if you bounce around the state polls, you'll see that Trump is within 1 or 2 points of Virginia. Trump is within 1 or 2 points in Minnesota. And everywhere else, he's ahead. Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, I think I saw him losing in some and winning in some. But North Carolina, Georgia, Florida,
if he wins in Minnesota, he wins. Like, I never would have thought.
I don't think he's going to win in Minnesota.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so.
I don't know which polling I should trust the most. Historically, 538 is my favorite. And historically, they do a really good job. I know everyone's going to talk about 2016, but if you look at more than just one election, 538 was outstanding. However, it's been sold to Disney. And 538 has Biden winning right now. And I'm like, what do I do with this shit? That just doesn't vibe right to me. Mm-hmm. I guess he's looking at it. Scroll up to the big part, the part you look at. There's... Well, what am I looking at? 538?
Yeah, this is 538. I was going to say, Woody.
Scroll up. I just looked at it seconds ago. He's like, motherfucker, go to the election forecast. I'm not making it up. They have them winning right now.
You might want to check your phone and see if it's taking you to a specific page or a specific. Maybe they change like which voters are being polled, because I look at it. Link. I look at it every single day too, and it's the best he's gotten is 1.9. I've seen Trump ahead by like 2.5.
This is 538's high level prediction. Scroll up so you can. Zach, you're killing me. They have Biden winning 53 times out of 100. And
that's crazy.
I'm like, exactly. Like, I'm not saying Biden's favored. I'm saying I struggle to trust 538.
I think they're over polling somewhere to like make their own numbers, make their algorithm say he wins or something, because
it feels that way. And I'm sorry, I said it already, but Nate Silver doesn't run this anymore. So the good track record that they've established, I don't know how much weight that should carry.
The way I use it is I look at that first page briefly that Zach was where it says Trump's ahead by 2 points. And then I go state by state. And the state I always want to know about is Pennsylvania. I go to Pennsylvania and check it every morning to see if there's a brand new poll that represents either some of Biden's interviews or eventually soon will the assassination attempt. Pennsylvania, Trump's ahead. And like every poll I look at, and has been for days, and so, like 5 or 6 points in some polls.
Right now, 538 has Pennsylvania as Biden winning 54 times out of 100 in PA.
So crazy.
Right? And
what are they basing it on? Like, go to the most recent poll in Pennsylvania, though, of like registered and likely voters, and it's like,
yeah. I don't know how they arrived at that, because when I go to their most recent polls, Trump is winning 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in a row.
See what I mean? Like
yeah, I do. So
I appreciate your number, and I'm like, oh, how'd they get there? But then I go to this page, and it's like, how did they get there?
right. That's Georgia. Yeah, I don't think the blue team's counting on Georgia this time.
They're hoping for it for sure. But it's weird. It seems like the blue wall that used to exist,
The Rust Belt.
I used to think Ohio was always a thing, and Florida was always a thing, and suddenly those are like gimmies for the red team, it seems.
Yeah, they've gone from battleground states to solid red, it would seem.
Yeah, so I think Trump's going to win in a fucking landslide these days, because this thing has got the red team fucking solidified. They are excited. They are rejuvenated, and the left is like, but he's a registered Republican. Doesn't anyone care? 2025, Project 2025. And then you just hear like the fucking Urukai chanting in unison, 10,000 strong. Fight. Like, I watched that whole boring ass propaganda that the Republican National Convention is. Man, I'm gonna tell you, you gotta be a real fucking red team, jerk my dick off watching Trump kind of boomer to enjoy watching the RNC. They wheeled out every minority group, and like I watched like an hour or two of it last night because I thought Trump was going to speak. He made an appearance. Like, I don't think he was supposed to, but he showed up after he named his vice president, and he and the VP and his son and Tucker Carlson all sat and watched like a couple hours of guests. One of them was like an El Salvadorian immigrant who came in, quote unquote, the right way and worked hard. And she sounded like the maid from Family Guy.
Consuela.
She was Consuela, and her English was all right, but her accent was so strong that you could tell the crowd. And she was trying to crack jokes.
What? I'm curious. Who was the that slut walk chick with the OnlyFans page? What was that about?
I have seen a lot of stills of someone with a face tattoo talking. Is that
that's Amber Rose. So that's Amber Rose. She's she's one of those figures who's like very in the black hip hop community, but Kanye's ex-wife. But what, she's got. I think her head says /Bash or something like that. That might be her kids' names or some shit. But she was great.
Her kids' names are Slash and Bash.
Slacisha and Bashir, probably some nonsense. They make it up as they go along over there on the West Coast. That's what I mean. But yeah, she came out and frankly spoke well. She was like, I remember finding out my dad was a Trump supporter and being like, he's a racist. My dad saying, you know what? You go educate yourself about Donald Trump and then come back and tell me when you find the racist stuff. He's like, and I looked and I looked. After a while, I started liking this Trump guy and I didn't find any racist stuff. And each person it seemed the message, and it's a brilliant message, by the way. The message for day one seemed to be, we didn't used to believe. We used to be like you. We look like you and we used to think like you, but we caught on. We're tired of having an invalid in the White House and pretending like the guy whose policies we don't care for is a Nazi, a racist, a pedophile, and any other nonsense that can be made up and thrown at him. You know what? It doesn't stick. Then they brought out a union leader. The Teamsters leader came out. Yeah.
So this is a tactic that both sides do. And the idea is that you give permission to people to change their minds. So I see the left do it, and they'll have like a military guy in his fatigues saying like, yeah, everyone used to be Republican, but I looked at the actual policies and I'm Democrat now. And here I'm seeing, it's funny that like slut walk is the counterpoint like that. How do we get Democrats on board? Well, let's find this slut walk chick. Slut walk, by the way, is not me insulting her. That's her Instagram handle. It's her like brand. And Amber Rose slut walk. That's how you find her Instagram page. And
fuck yeah.
and now that's how they give Democrats permission to switch over to the red team. And I'm like, oh, okay, I see it. Like I'm not upset about it. It's more like someone took my bishop. You know, like, all right, I see it. That's your move.
The race bait open. I know this one. I saw a Trump rally one time where there's a black, you got the microphone guy and he goes over and talks to the black guy who's a counter protester. And he's like, why don't you go over there? He's like, they don't want me over there. And he's like, you sure? Let's go ask him. And they go over there. He's like, he wants to know if he could come and join y'all. Would he be welcome? And all these rednecks are like, come on, brother. Race don't mean shit. And this white lady's hugging him, and he's like, I can get used to this. It's like, there's no way this is real.
There's no way.
Is this one of Black Rock videos? Yeah.
So did they not lean in to the assassination stuff at all?
He didn't speak.
Yeah. So my way of watching the conventions has always been this, much more mild than Kyle's this year. I like to watch the VP because it's kind of that person's introduction to the national stage. If you're a politics junkie, then you know him. But this is going to be his introduction to most of America. And then Trump, whoever the candidate is, Trump or Biden, also doing his big speech. That'll be interesting to see too. So those are the only two I'm ever interested in. But Kyle's going hard this year.
I'm interested in like the strategy, and even with the VP pick, I think it compounds what I was talking about earlier, how the strategy is, we used to think like you. We used to think Trump was this, that, and the other, but go to trumptruth.org and you'll find out what we found out, and you'll switch sides too. Because the VP candidate was one of those never Trumpers, calling them every name in the book. And I'm sure that's going to be part of what he says. I used to think like you. I used to be, now I'm here on the front lines, shoulder to shoulder with him. That's going to be their move. And I really wish Trump would continue to play dirty and be like, Joe Biden and the Democrats said they were going to put me in the bullseye. Well, I've got one thing to say. You come at the king, you best not miss.
You might be inviting trouble.
And then steam and the smoke starts rolling into the room, and 50 Cent gets ejected from the floor out of one of those pods like Psy from Gangnam Style, and he starts singing Mini Men. By the way, 50 Cent apparently is a Trumper now, and he will be performing at the RNC. And God willing, he'll play Many Men Wish Death on Me, because that is going to be hilarious.
I want to go to the convention, and when the balloons drop, bring a pin and just pop, 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 see if Trump ducks for cover.
Man, I need to be on that Trump, like whisper in his ear and tell him what to do, team, because...
dude, like, you would be...
do you remember that time when the balloon popped and Reagan said, missed me so quickly that it was hilarious? Sir, I'm going to pop a balloon about 7 minutes into your speech. Please be on the ball, sir. Don't be a Sleepy Joe. What if that's what they say around the Joe. What if they get like a behind the scenes of the Trump campaign, and there were signs like that everywhere, like next to the clock? Don't be a Sleepy Joe. Have some coffee.
Dude, you would really be good as a political consultant. I don't know how you get your foot in the door, but I think you have a knack for it.
I just need to start mean tweeting. That'll do it.
Yes.
I think it's all wrapped up though. I saw Biden do his Lester Holt interview, and he's like, "Why don't y'all talk about the 28 times he lied?" And it's like,
yeah, how'd that hit you?
That hit me as like, so we spent the last decade doing that. Now we're gonna give you a week. We're actually, so we're here for the mental decline. We're here because your brains have maybe gone to shit.
It had
1/3 of Democrats think the Trump assassination is a conspiracy theory, that it's not real, that it's set up.
That's wild.
Fake.
I was looking at it just for the political impact. I mean, so you're saying, hey, Trump has this thing locked up, and I'm not ready to disagree. But it has occurred to me, like, the second beneficiary from this is Biden. It has changed the national conversation from his debate performance. It seemed like that was sticking for weeks and weeks and was never going anywhere.
Well, he had that Oval Office address where we solve these problems at the battle box. At the battle box. Everybody knows it. It's the right way. We got to find a way to make America, make America, well, not great again, because that's what he's wanting to do. We don't want that. Make it more gooder. We're going to make America more gooder once more.
I saw that. I saw that clip. I was hoping he said it so bad. That would have been so funny.
He was close enough.
Close.
He's not able to make a convincing case, not for himself anyway. He needs to hope that Trump makes it for him, and I don't think just hiding in the basement will get it done this time. So I don't really see how he's going to do it.
I want that VP debate now. Now that our guy is a a Yale law graduate or whatever the fuck. Seems like he's pretty well spoken. So I would love to see Kamala, who is like asleep to the top, fake and fraud.
That's her technique for winning the debate. She's going to get the other guy to throw it by boning him beforehand.
By fucking him? I'm not sure. Him off. That's how she got her first. That's how she got her first political job. So
that's like how CNN would cover it. They'd be like, Kamala Harris bravely jacks off JD Vance for America.
Blows Vance.
You know what, Kamala? I'm actually experiencing a little inflation right now.
Yeah, I think that if she were at the top of the ticket, which I personally handicap is less likely than I would have a week ago, that the DEI and sleeping her way to the top arguments would find a lot of traction.
That's the only way they can get access to all that money, though. If they were to, so I think it's going to be Biden all the way. But if they needed to replace Biden, it's got to be her, because her name's on the ticket. It was like the Biden Harris ticket, and so that $100 million or whatever it is hers to use if she's on the ticket, but not if she's not. And I also saw Elon Musk as soon as the assassination attempt happened, was like, I fully endorse Donald Trump.
Did you see the 45 million?
I'm going to fund a super PAC for $45 or $48 million a month or something like that. Oh my. And at the same time as that news, I'm flicking through my phone and it's like Biden suspends all ads. And I'm just like, yes, this is just what we need. You to stop working and us to get some help. Like it's just not going to spell good for them. It's one of those things that we'll see the effects in the polls, a month from now or something, from what happened 2 or 3 days ago. I feel like when Biden campaign stopped running ads and Elon Musk injected $100-200 million into the campaign.
I've followed sports teams before, and it's like, we're on the short list. We're in this conversation of who might win the chip this year. And then all of a sudden your best player gets a knee injury and someone else has a scandal and your fifth best player's out too. And you got a bunch of fucking bench warmers starting for you. That's how this election feels on the blue team now. Like, we were rolling along. Things were going in the right direction. Trump's in debt $5 million for raping that woman. Now he's in debt $100 million for keep talking shit about her. Now he's in debt $500 million fucking dollars that he doesn't seem to have because of his business fraud. And everything is coming up in our direction. And then, the freaking Trump stock thing hits and you can't make fun of his lack of liquidity anymore. Well, you know that it's coming, right? And And then just lately, it just seems like L after L after L till you're like, well, maybe next season will be better.
Yeah. Yeah. You can already
Maybe
see
we'll get a
that.
good draft pick.
Exactly. That's what we need. We need a new draft pick. We have an aging star, and it's not working out.
Yeah. Maybe you could trade him. We'll give you Lindsey Graham. A younger, gayer model. Okay, he's made
He
for
would
the
fit
21st
well in the
century.
Democratic Party. He needs to switch.
I'm coming out, y'all.
I was thinking that too.
Coming.
What if what if Lindsey Graham gave like a so over the top, like openly weeping eulogy for Richard Simmons with no other explanation?
He was the best of us all. We are all less beautiful without him in our world. You scum.
No, I think we'd have to like give the Democrats future considerations to even take Lindsey Graham. Like we'd have to throw in, we'd have to sweeten the pot.
I don't know what future considerations really mean.
I don't either.
I thought you were going to explain it to me. It always means like, and I don't know, good vibes. We're going to give you this guy $10 million and good vibes.
We'll hook you up with our hot dog guy. He's great. It's exactly what you've said, Woody. There was a time there where it felt like the news was all bad for Trump and all good for Biden. And then, it just switched. It's like somebody flicked a monkey's paw or found a lamp somewhere to rub and said, fuck them up. It's been one thing after another. And all I see is the left mean side of it, because I mostly use Reddit. I have to get off Reddit sometimes because I'm like, man, y'all posted that articles 4 times on 4 different subreddits, and it's all 4 made it the homepage. I know it's Project 2025, baby. I know. I saw over on my favorite YouTube channel, Police Activity. They have 28 minutes of unedited body cam footage of the officer who goes up onto the building where the Trump sniper was, and he like stands over the body and chats for half an hour. He talks to a Secret Service guy with like suit and tie. You get you get a clear view of how he got up there, like where the building is in relation to everything, what kind of shot it was. To even mention that roof is slanted is just poppycock. It's like, if anything, the slant makes it more comfortable, because if you can imagine lying flat and trying to shoot something over there, it's actually a little bit nice. It's like a reclining chair. It's like a beach chair for this guy to shoot.
He's a little elevated
on that. So we probably all heard that the reason people weren't on it was because of the slant. I don't know who said that. Was it the chick who got fired, who was at the top?
Yeah, I think it was the head of the Secret
Service chick. Yeah.
That was the initial reason for not. And if anybody listening to this wants to see some wild shit that, like, it doesn't matter what side of you are politically, go listen to that lady being interviewed by Congress, and how evasive and ignorant she plays, and how many times she perjures herself in the course of like a few hours. It is wild. Dude. It is wild. And to see, like, I hate to see when Marjorie Taylor Greene gets up there, because she starts talking about conspiracy. She's like, is there a conspiracy to kill Donald Trump that you're the head of? And it's like, shut up, firecracker. Like, it's one of these laureates we have up here, because they do this for a living. But she got absolutely decimated up there.
And on both sides.
And it looked bad. They were like, what is your problem, more or less? Like, what are you thinking right now? Do you think these cameras aren't turned on? Do you think that I'm not an important, powerful person? You are under some mistaken ideas, man. This is ridiculous.
She probably felt untouchable. She's like, I haven't even lost my job yet. And I just
my opinion's on the other side, which doesn't mean I'm right, but I'm on the. She probably thinks I'm already fired. She's like, can't I just quit yesterday? Why do I have to go through that? Like, I get it. I'm gone. Like, so fuck this whole thing.
I get them trying to get more information out of her, because it's like,
I understand their motivations.
Yeah.
I can also see why she was like, I can't recall. I don't know. Kyle said she perjured herself, and he's probably right. I only saw some highlights, but the highlights I saw were all like, I don't know. I'd have to look into that. We'll hold people accountable, but unspecifically, shit like that.
It's like if you're obstinate about it, it just makes it look like there is more behind the scenes. Regarding
it was a lot of little things. Like, did you phone the agents who tackled President Trump to the ground and stood between him and bullets the night of? No, they were still working. How about the next day? Yes, I believe the next day. Are you sure? Because it's 72 hours. You are under oath. You sure you called them the next day? It could have been 72 hours. It was 72 hours later that you called them. And it's like, why aren't you on this, lady? This seems like something you'd be good at. It's not, I don't know how directly responsible she is to all the shit happening. You would think if she didn't give, she would be the one to approve more agents or the distribution of agents and maybe even policy. So you could blame her there. But whoever was running the show on the day is where's that guy? We need to find him. I don't care what color or race or sex he is. She is probably a white guy. I'm picturing a mean white guy. Well, the same one in those.
Not mean enough, clearly.
You ever see those home security commercials in the middle of the day, and it's always a white burglar?
Yeah. I live in fear of a Polish guy barreling through my window.
God, is that a white?
Where is your electric television? Please,
be a white rhino or
Did he get
something
Italian?
like that.
Yeah, he's Swedish or something.
That's what. Yeah.
Or Italian.
It's like he was a little Mario in there. I thought.
Yes.
Whoever's running the show on the day is the person who's also responsible for like maybe that lady put the team out there and she set the rules, but this other person was coaching on the day of. Whoever that was, they need to be held responsible too. Like it seems like such incompetence that it really is easy to look at it and see conspiracy when it's someone as controversial as Trump.
Yeah, it's a Z.
So I've heard, maybe we said it, that there were people inside that building, but not on top of it. Is that part true?
Dude, it's so much worse than that. I don't think I'm wrong about this, but I skimmed through the 28-minute video. So the guy's standing over the dead body on the roof, and he's talking to another agent, and that agent points over to the building right next to them. They're connected by a little walkway that's maybe 8 feet, and there's windows in it that look out toward the grounds that where all this shit happened. And they're like, that guy in there, he's the one who saw him earlier and sent us the pictures of him from like an hour and a half ago. He was the suspicious guy that we lost. And it's like, what the fuck? If that guy would just look out the window, he could shoot this guy with his pistol. Like, he's like a level below them or half a level below them and laying out on this roof, and they're just right there in that window, like a sniper team is. And I don't mean the one on the peaked roof behind Trump. I mean like right next to him, like 20 yards tops.
It's it's almost hard to think it's just sheerly incompetence, because like it would take a level of incompetence that's so staggering to see someone on the roof for a half hour plus.
No. That's not true. So
there were people in the crowd pointing it out way earlier, and
but not a half an hour. That'd be crazy town. One of the crowd would have beaten him up in half an hour. So the timeline is a little sketchy, but it's something like up to 2 hours before, when the crowd wasn't even gathered, the kid was flying a drone over the place doing recon. They found the drone. They've got video from the drone. They know he was doing it. Then like an hour and a half before Trump takes the stage, he's photographed and videotaped walking around kind of casing the joint, looking for where he's going to go, I'm sure. And I think that's when the Secret Services like overheard in that police activity video kind of mentioning, this is the kid we took a photo of earlier. I've also seen him in like a person from the crowd just, in the background. It's like, holy shit, that's him with the gray shirt walking over there. And so that's like an hour and a half before. But once he crawls on the roof, everything happens very quickly. Like 3 minutes from the time he gets up there to the time Trump gets shot or something like that.
Yeah, but they'd been keeping an eye on him for hours at that point.
They had lost him for over an hour and a half since the last time they had like seen him. He'd probably gone back to his car to get his gun or get ready or get all of his shit together. Just speculating there. But there is that video where there's about 90 seconds of this person with his iPhone sees the sniper and is worried about the sniper. He's right there. He's right there. Gun. And it's like 90 seconds of this. It reminds me of that goddamn Uber driver whose passenger's getting pinated in the back with knives and he won't step on it. It's like, come on, we got to do something now. But there's no way to get anybody's attention. Certainly not the snipers up on roofs or whatever. And the guy starts shooting. He shoots like 7 or 8 times. Something like that.
So I originally thought that the protection team was too small. But if there's a lot of people like inside the building fucking about, people not paying attention to the person of interest, etc., I almost wonder if they weren't too small, if they were just too complacent. If they sat there and didn't work very hard that day, assuming that a guy like Trump doesn't have people who dislike him, then that's a bad assumption.
And again, that's.
Oh, sorry.
No, please go.
That's kind of what I was gonna say. Is like I don't know where I fall. Like, there's things where I'm like, that's a few too many coincidences. But then there's also like, you're a Secret Service guy. You know, you did your time and whatever you had to do to get to get up to this point. You walk around for like 5 years and nobody ever takes a swipe at the president. Nobody even gets close to it. You're getting to the point where you're seeing people who look suspicious, and you're like, I better keep an eye on him just to see that
Trump
guy.
Rally,
like,
they're all suspicious looking.
Exactly. They're all traitors, from what I've been told. But like 2024 election, fucking we got another one of these things we got to go to. Pennsylvania this time. Fucking whatever. All right, bro. Whatever. Fucking dude. I'd rather be at my daughter's birthday party right now. Whatever. Who cares? Yeah. And then it just kind of like snowballs into, oh no, that roof's gonna be fine. Who's gonna fucking take a shot at him anyway? You know.
I think you might be onto something. There's a term for it. I forget it, but it happens to TSA agents where, the people who check on TSA and put a knife in the luggage or whatever, a gun in the luggage is a better example, and it gets past them. Why did it get past them? Because for the last 37,000 pieces of luggage, there was no gun in there. And they just learned that if you just wave it through, nothing happens. There's no one's putting guns in the luggage until someone tries to slip one by, and they succeed most of the time. And that's what's up. Too many. I think for dogs, when they train the dogs, they give them something to actually find every once in a while. Because if you don't,
they forget how to do it.
Yeah, they forget that ever saying yes is a thing.
Yeah, I mean, that does make sense. And I would also, like, if it's a big group of people, I could see them psychologically thinking the same with the TSA, where it's like, it's not that big a deal if I'm not hard scoping these bags or these people too much because there's 100 people here. Someone will catch it. Am I the only one who thinks that guy's suspicious? Oh, well, then maybe I'm.
It's not just that roof.
Maybe I'm the weirdo.
Yeah.
Like there's other roofs. Like there were several problems with the security on that place. If you saw the big map, there's a water tower over there. That's more like a 300 or 400 yard shot. That's from it way elevated. It's nobody was up there either. Nobody had that covered. The whole thing is just it's complacency.
Dude, if the guy missed from that roof, he would have been a mile high from that fucking water tower.
It's complacency.
Although I guess he didn't actually miss. It's because Trump turned his head. So
every time someone's attempted to, as far as I know, like God, haven't they almost succeeded more or less? If you think about it, going back, like the attempts,
we don't know all the fails. How
many successes?
No, I'm not talking
JFK, Lincoln, and what?
How do we not know all the fails? Are we talking about the fail where they got the guy on the way there or something?
Roosevelt,
and they didn't brag about it.
Reagan.
There's been several.
Reagan.
He's a fail though.
Yeah, there's been more than a few that have just been dumb luck like that.
Yeah, but I wouldn't call that like the Reagan things. It isn't really even I mean, he got him. He got him. The problem was he was using a small caliber gun and he didn't know what he was doing. Right, he was just a crazed person, but he was able to get through any and all security there was. Every time someone's tried, they've done it.
As far as
different ways to define success.
Again, you said that, but like, what's the scenario where we don't know? When did the Secret Service jump in front of a bullet and keep it secret?
Honestly, I think you're right in that is the Secret Service as ineffective as the TSA? Seemingly, if what you're saying is true, and just intuitively it seems true the way you're
lately they are.
Yeah, lately that was the biggest Z team of all time. Like that looked like a TSA group.
As far as I know, the Secret Service handles like counterfeit money and harassing music artists who say the wrong thing. I'm pretty sure that's like 99.9%.
Is counterfeit money that big of a deal?
Massive.
Are they putting all of their eggs in that basket? Maybe.
Who handles counterfeit money?
The Secret Service.
Oh yeah, I know they do crypto too.
It was one of the first presidents that assigned them to that too. There was like I forget why, but there was a reason. He was like, "Nah, I want you guys to be the ones
I can foresee you guys sucking at preventing us from getting assassinated, so we need to give you something else to do, so you're not a total waste of time.
Abraham Lincoln installed the Secret Service, so maybe that means that he did it because the South was printing fake U.S. dollars to fuck with the U.S. economy and create inflation. That would have been genius if the South was doing that, by the way. Think about that one.
The South was on their own money at the time. I don't think they were...
But he's saying they were ruining the money supply for the North, like as an economic attack.
Oh, I didn't know they did that. I thought they were all
guessing.
about
I'm guessing.
Confederate
I'm
bucks.
just guessing based on the timeline of when he joined in, why you would need some sort of anti-counterfeit money force installed during the 1860s.
Like I hate how lame the Secret Service is in my eyes now. I always thought they were so cool, and like they were like I thought it would be like, you know, that Asian guy that's American and he's a fucking NASA astronaut,
NASA Navy doctor, surgeon.
This guy is maxed out in every stat, and I figured that guy would be like, oh, that's the kind of Secret Service guy. A guy who looks at a situation like that, immediately analyzes who the threat is. Oh, it's the guy with the gun, and then they analyze. But
I like the idea of the person being protected bullying the Secret Service, like just surprising them with a bike ride, and they just start running, getting exhausted, having to swap out runners because they can't keep up with the presidential bicyclists.
There were too many overweight Secret Service that day. Did anyone notice? I know Woody noticed that.
Frumpy, like lesbian looking, fucking like beat cop type chicks.
Yeah.
Only the Shane Gillis sister one jumped out at me as bad. When the president was first sort of, I'll call it tackled, but don't hold me to that.
Yeah.
Most of those guys seem like Secret Service central casting to me.
They prefer the term enveloped. And yeah, they all seemed fine. Even the girl with the ponytail was all over him, putting her body on the line.
But small.
She's a little small. I think you want maybe a bigger body, but who fucking cares? She was over there doing another thing, and she sprinted over and jumped on him. That was awesome. Shane Gillis' sister is like cowering in fear and then can't holster her gun. Dude, they have so much footage of her trying to holster her gun. It's like, why did you have it out that much? She got it out 3 different times in 2 different locations. It was crazy.
I heard that footage was altered to make her look bad, and I'm like, okay, let me see the unaltered footage. Let me see what's up. Like, now I don't know what to believe.
Yeah, no, dude. I saw her in 2 different locations with her fucking gun out, and she can't. And they part of.
I'm not defending her. We're talking about an overweight woman. I'm not an ally.
The fat was in the way. She had to reach over with her left hand, and I'm not even joking. So there was fat in the way of her holster. It's a problem that fat people have when they wear holsters. You got to push your fat rolls out of the way so that you can get the gun out or back in, especially. And if you haven't practiced it, and look, I never practiced that. I always thought holsters and drawing was stupid as shit. I thought that was stupid as shit. I'd miss it too if I tried to stick a gun in a holster.
You know what they should have to do? All these Secret Service people who failed that day, they should have to have failure tattooed on their face, boogie style, so that everyone knows you're the one who failed to stop.
And the women can't grow a beard.
And they can't grow the beard. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. I need a little cover-up makeup. If you want a good movie about the Secret Service that'll make you feel like they're badasses, it's Clint Eastwood in a movie called In the Line of Fire. He plays like an over-the-hill, too old
It'd be unbelievable
agent.
Now that I know the truth. Now that I know they're apparently futzing around, Mr. Magooing about, going, that guy with a gun on the roof must be a goober. Must be like
Clint
Dwight Schrute looking at fucking Michael in the woods through a scope. Just doing it for a better view. Yeah, the safety's on.
Eating those fucking mushrooms. I have tinted my pants. Yeah, that's a good fucking episode.
It is funny.
Yeah, the whole thing. I maybe 50 years. I'll say this: if that person had been successful and killed Trump, this would have been one of those conspiracy theories, and it would have lived on, just like JFK. It would be bigger than JFK as far as like the movies and the documentaries and the studies and the microscopic, but you don't know about the water tower shooter, do you? You don't remember the glint in the woods. What about the popping noises heard on the eastern lawn? Yeah, there'd be all these little tidbits, and it would be studied over and poured over. Woody, I'm talking about if Trump had died, how crazy the investigation and the legacy of that event would be, because we have I think it's Zapruder film. It's fucking probably a Pollock or something. That was just a guy who happened to be there with a camera that was better than most people had back then. And it's pretty good. He's got the camera on Kennedy when he gets shot. If you've ever seen JFK, which is a tremendous fucking movie, you want to see JFK, it's great. Highly recommend it. You see his head get blown off, basically. But it's still that old 60s, bumpy, stabilized, I don't know, a small millimeter film, 8mm film or something. Trump was in HD on fucking CNN live. There were 15,000 people there or some shit watching live. Everybody was watching that guy's face right there in front of you. They're zoomed in on it in 4K. If he had died, it would have been, it would be bigger than JFK, the way they poured over the conspiracy theories. And who set it up? I think it was the Iranians. They made a plot just before. I think it was the mob. No, it was that the Duke of Belgium. He never let it go when Trump bumped him out of that photograph. His wife saw that and she left him right after for the mailman.
I'm not going to be disrespected. They will once again know that Belgium is the real country and not just a silly little vassal state of the United States. We have tens of military members who executed that guy because she.
She thought she had her taser. She was trying to tase him.
Yeah. And they're like, they look so similar. They have such similar weight. They feel the same in your hand as a gun.
I said, lady.
It'd be different if they were wildly different tools on different sides of your belt that had different weights.
I'm telling you, like you saw Shane Gillis
colors.
You saw Shane Gillis' sister trying to get her pistol back in her holster. I'm telling you,
dude. Shane Gillis' sister. I saw some still of Vance, Trump's VP,
when he was on the airfield,
and I saw. I don't know. But it looks like that bitch is back in the lineup. How do you not lose your job after that? How's she?
What? She couldn't holster up nice and clean. That bothered you? That's a fireable offense.
If you're in that situation,
put her life on the line.
No,
what
she didn't.
Bigot.
She was standing right by the Tahoe.
I think it was my favorite part was that she tried to reholster, couldn't, and then brought it back out.
Yeah.
Nobody saw that.
Did anybody notice? Okay, I'm probably fine. This probably won't be a global.
I bet nobody's looking.
Nobody's just looking.
It's worse than that. There's a second video. All right, so when they left there, they all got in the same convoy and took Trump to the local medical center, wherever that was. She gets out and gets her gun out there and has the same shit happen. Like there's a whole other video of her in front of, at the emergency room, how you pull under that awning. And there's like a brick little everything. Yeah, they're there. I'm sure they just took Trump into the emergency room. I wish there was footage of that. That's what I wanted to see. I wanted to see the ER receive Donald Trump. That would have been fun. And I gotta say, why did he heal like the Terminator?
Because it's an ear.
What happened? Because look. I think he got shot. I think a bullet hit his ear. I don't think that there was any. Woody and I were when this is right after it happened. We were like, maybe there's a theory out there that glass from the teleprompter, and if you don't know, modern teleprompters are just a sheet of glass that the words are lasered upon. Yeah, and we thought, maybe the bullet hits that. Glass sprays his face a little bit. Maybe that was it. Maybe it wasn't a direct impact. But then you see the Times photo where you see the vapor trail of the bullet going past his head. That's pretty undeniable. I don't know if that's the bullet that struck his ear or just a different bullet that went by his head. But, the way he bled, you could see his ear was mangled a little bit. But then,
FBI director said that it was a ricochet, not that it was a fragment.
Which to me makes zero sense.
Okay, I'm listening. It got really political. A lot of people felt that was kind of stealing valor in some way from a gunshot victim.
So, I don't understand what it would be ricocheting off of, considering he was on an elevated platform. You'd have to miss by 30 degrees and then bounce perfectly toward the target. You might have been that's a very odd thing, considering he was the thing that was foremost.
The thing that it hit first would be discovered, right? I assume they looked at this crime scene very carefully. I mean, former president got shot, presidential candidate got shot. If there's a bullet hole in a handrail somewhere, they'd see that, right?
Yeah, they'd find that.
Yeah.
The only way you could even declare that you thought it was something like that is if you pulled a shattered jacket chunk out of his ear or out of his collar. then you'd be like, oh, look at this spalling. Look at this chunk of like destroyed bullet that flicked at him. But no, nothing like that happened because the trajectory's all wrong, like you said. And like, it isn't a cartoon. Bullets bounce, but it didn't go past Trump, hit a piece of metal, they come back at Trump, and like, honest. Yeah. And if that happened, that's even cooler.
and if you real, like, if it was
a real nick because he was fine.
I would guess that it hit like that. You know, like that fleshy part on the outside of the cartilage out here.
Yeah.
Because anything ear is going to cause a lot of blood. Just like if you might not think it, but if like somebody wraps you on the top of the head with something, there's a ton of blood vessels in your scalp. Like you're going to bleed like crazy. And all up here, there's nothing. So like
where the lumps you get on your head, get a hematoma? Like you can get a golf ball size lump on your head from a good knot.
Yeah. And so like, I think that it just caught that fleshy part. Didn't tear off any cartilage, because if it tore off cartilage, I feel like that would take longer to heal unless he's just got some wild doctors. Yeah, and so it makes sense. He just got hit in like
so barely. It barely fucking touched his ass. I'm sure he's like, damn, I wish it hit me a little more.
Did you guys see the video that I made recreating it?
No.
I haven't seen.
So
that,
I did a recreation both of that shot, what it would have looked like from the shooter's angle with the equipment he used, and also we recreated the Secret Service return shot on the shooter, like just blew the fucking ballistic head open. But we genuinely did a Donald Trump like ballistic head and shot the ear at 100,000 frames per second with ballistic high speed, and showed what it would look like with the 5.56 like nicking through the ear like that. The only thing, it looked way more dramatic than it was because it was ballistic gel, obviously, but with cartilage of the ear like that, I don't think there'd be, like, you got to remember the 5.56 is like 0.22 inches. Like, it's not big, and it's not going to have any expansion if it's going through like a tiny flap of cartilage or a tiny little flap of skin. So, like, honestly, that's not a hard injury to recover from and have like
it rubbed him though.
Oh, the way you're saying it, you make it sound like a 1/4-inch bullet went through his ear. That's not what happened. He was just barely touched by it.
It's hard to say. Like, it really, like, it's, unless I would love to have like an actual, like, the surgeon like come out, hey, this is exactly where it hit. Here's a diagram of the ear. Here's the path of the bullet. That would be really helpful.
I'll tell you what I told him. Stuck on Band-Aid, brand, because Band-Aid stuck on me. I think it just rubbed against him. I'm not trying to take his
he was grazed
I'm not trying to lessen what happened to him at all, but like, holy shit, it barely touched him. To me, it speaks more to the evangelical talking points that say the hand of God itself moved Trump's chin to the right a little bit and made him dodge that. He literally dodged it Neo style. Has there ever been a better bullet dodge? Because you see that graphic of like where the shooter was lined up right before Trump did the herky jerky, and like
he went to go like look at a graph.
It would have like popped him like right, like brain matter on the stage. Like,
yeah, everyone gave the guy a hard time for being a bad shot, but he was a moving target.
Yeah, Trump dodges bullets.
Also, you're using a 5.56 with zero magnification. You're using.
I was going to ask, what optic did he have?
It looked like from the shitty resolution photo that we saw, it looked like he had a zero magnification red dot that was mounted too far forward on, get this, it was a DPMS AR-15 that his dad bought a long time ago.
What does that mean?
Like, it's a shitty brand. You're looking at like 3 MOA. So basically that plus the optic, you're at 150 yards, 130 yards. Your best case scenario is like a 4.5-inch, 5-inch variable on your target.
What is MOA?
Like, MOA is minute of angle. So basically that means 1 inch at 100 yards, 2 inches at 200 yards, that sort of thing. So if you're looking at 3 MOA at 150 yards, I think that's 4.5 MOA, if I'm not mistaken.
It's a way of measuring the accuracy of the gun. It means that it's going to shoot a 3-inch group at that. If it's shooting 3 OMA,
a perfect shooter would get a 3-inch group.
The rifle in a vise. So then you've got to add on the optic and how imprecise that is. If it's even set perfectly, and certainly not set for 100, and then a kid on a hot roof.
Yeah.
To add to
who's
what
just
Brandon
been
said,
discovered by
I read about the optic, and the article said the same thing Brandon did, which was an unmagnified red dot.
So it's literally just like looking through a piece of glass that has a red dot on it, like no zoom capability whatsoever. So like that's a
low budget assassin.
Yeah.
The deep state, they could have done better. They went cheap. Trump brand never goes cheap.
They sent at me the gayest loser in their arsenal, people. Can you believe it? Bunch of losers. He's out there like, try again, pussies.
Why do you send me your hardest battles? You're my gayest loser.
Son,
I'm glad he didn't do that. Like, he didn't show like a picture of the kid and like riff on it. Like, imagine if that was the next fight.
I would have
Look
liked
at this
that.
kid.
No,
Look at this fucking loser. Look at
this loser. This is a guy that got no pussy. I know, folks. I know it's embarrassing. No pussy for this. Died with no pussy. Can you imagine?
We call him No Pussy Cook.
Nope, the no pussy shooter.
I saw him after he'd been shot, is all bloody and
Did
stuff.
you?
And then on Police Activity, GOAT of police channels, there's a unedited 28-minute video of one of the cops up on the roof with the body and the rifle and everything. I was trying to get a good look at the rifle, but he never approaches it. He just stands. He's on one side of the body and the rifle's on the other, so you don't get a great look at it.
I'd love to get a screenshot of that at some point, because I was really hoping I was right with that optic being like awkwardly too far forward.
It's on. Yeah, there's
Where
like
presidents always shot with magic bullets, huh? Explain that to me.
It's because they're hiding something. It's because it's not what it appears, as always.
Could it be aliens? Are you saying it's aliens again? Taylor
Again?
believes in aliens.
Do I? I do. More than anything. More than anything, I believe in them.
All right, I believe in them then.
We know you do. You're all about it's because it's your greatest fear, being molested by an alien.
What is that new thing about the Democratic VP and like having to get his stomach pumped from horse cum?
What?
Well, I mean,
I've just seen
that.
Now, if that were
the latest dig
true,
against
I would have heard about it.
It's popped up on Twitter the last 2 days, and I can't tell if it's a troll or not.
I would imagine so, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I would imagine there's no way this guy drank
because
to get. How much of anything do you have to drink to get your stomach pumped?
Well, how much horse cum can a man have?
I mostly want to
more than a liter. I'll tell you that.
More than a little. What is like? It's not in between.
A liter doesn't do it. It just gives you a heartburn.
I think if we stay within the realm of reality, there is a story that I think he dressed his dog up in some sort of like flamboyantly gay outfit and took it to the Pride Parade.
Well, I mostly want to know where
maybe the dog's gay.
It was a gay dog. It's fine.
I don't imagine Biden doing a good job. Gavin Newsom. I don't know. Maybe I'm totally wrong.
I think Biden. I don't think Biden's my. If you ask me to pick my my second pick for who's going to be president, like most likely Trump. Who's second most likely? It's still not Biden.
Who
Interesting.
Who wins?
Look, it's people have been saying, like Rogan says it a lot.
Most likely thing is that Biden dies, and
Rogan's been saying this a lot. Where it's like, well, they can't run Biden. They can't run. Here's the reality. It was always going to be Trump versus Biden after 2020, but it's not going to not be Biden. It's going to be Biden. 100% it's going to be Biden. People just assume that he was going to be this one-term president. If you look at interviews really early on, he was saying, my intention is to run again, but I'm not going to, I'll tell you when the time comes. But he was saying the whole time, his intention is to run 2 terms. His age is obviously a liability. Like, and voters seem to have hardened in that position.
Yeah.
And that's a really tricky thing to disentangle, like decouple yourself from. Like, so that's going to be the big challenge for him. And, unfortunately, the only way to do that is to be aggressive and get him out there more, get people like show the public, like, yes, he stammers, yes, he stutters. But if you put him in a long form interview, he can get into like deep detail about like complicated geopolitical stuff. And he might stammer, but he's not dumb and he's not demented. But
I think he definitely is not entirely with it.
What makes you say that out of curiosity?
Seeing the way that he kind of hoovers around the stage, needs constant assistance and people walking up to guide him, makes gaffes, not understanding who he's discussing, where he's discussing about. He's just not with it. Like if it were anyone else but Trump, I feel like they would replace this guy and go with someone who's way more capable and that they were comfortable putting in front of the country more. Because like how many times have you seen him like about to answer a question and his like wife scurries over real quick and ushers him off?
I don't know. I've never seen that, but I haven't seen. I mean, I understand what you're saying. Optically, there's no question that he he has never been a skilled orator, but 10 years ago, he was way better on a microphone than he is now. There's no question that he's lost
an old man. He's like 82.
How do you reconcile, out of curiosity, and we don't need to get into like whether you like the policies, but how do you reconcile the fact that legislatively his record is really fucking impressive? Like the amount of bills that he was able to sign into law eclipsed Obama, certainly eclipsed Trump. Trump got the tax cuts. That was like his
Trump didn't get anything done. I would say I don't like
taxes for the businesses and the wealthy.
And that's it. What else did he do?
Biden got
Jerusalem fucking embassy.
Biden got chips. He got the PACT Act. He got the gun bill. He got the infrastructure bill. He got the Inflation Reduction Act. He got the, these, and a lot of these were bipartisan. So he was able to do what Trump said he was going to do. Trump said he was going to get in there and be like a deal maker. And he's just very abrasive and just not, like.
He was stymied a lot by his own party and whatnot. I still don't think
by himself. They offered him an infrastructure deal and he wouldn't take it.
Yeah.
He wanted.
They also wouldn't give him like border wall.
He wanted concessions.
Like, $5 billion for the border wall is too crazy.
He wouldn't pass a nationwide infrastructure bill unless they stopped the impeachment investigation. He made it about himself, and that's Trump. That's why I don't like him.
Well, how do you reconcile that? Just like, so is he?
No, Taylor, I don't like the legislative moves he's making. And I don't like the changes in the country since he took over.
No, yeah, of course.
So the blame on him. Like it's like the COVID shit really sent us down a spiral of printing infinite money and the normal people, the middle class of the country ending up footing the bill for this. And meanwhile, we're funding foreign wars again, seemingly multiple, constantly. Like I dislike what he's doing.
2.5.
No. Setting aside because you're a libertarian type. You're like conservative. So obviously the policies you're not going to be a fan of. But that's not the question though. The question is, how do you reconcile him being a demented old man with him having, by modern standards, a wildly successful legislative slate that he got passed?
I don't think that Biden himself is that impactful in his administration. I don't think he's waking up in the morning and beating the pavement, taking care of things. I think it's largely his cabinet and the fact that he has a majority of Democrats, so he can really kind of get this done.
Well, for example, there was a Political article, and McCarthy reportedly, he was like publicly saying, "Oh, Trump is this demented old guy," or whatever. In private, he was reportedly saying when he had meetings with Biden, he was surprisingly sharp, and he was very active during this negotiations process. The immigration, the border wall bill, reportedly, he was very active in him personally.
Hearsay.
Yeah, I mean, it is all hearsay. Like you're going to hear what
I've
that
seen.
Person wants you to
I
hear.
can only judge his confidence based on what I see with my own eyes. I don't believe in. Look, if you listen to Trump propaganda, it's like Kim Jong-un type shit.
Yeah, he weighs
right?
230 and he's 6'5".
Oh my God. Okay. Like calm down. We get it. You got an ego and you're a liar.
And you're fat. You can't run away from that. You're fat.
My tie's long. Yeah. My tie is long. I can't be fat.
Biden is not fat. I'll give him that over Trump.
Biden is a svelte guy. You know why, Taylor? Because you
got to fall off bikes sometimes. And what do you do when you fall off a bike? You get right back on it.
Sometimes if I don't read my speech as good, they don't bring me my soup.
Just for me, like my priorities as a voter, obviously I favor different policies than you, but like the question that I ask is like, if I, when I'm evaluating if I want to support a candidate, is like, how effective were they in pursuing their agenda? And when I look at his agenda, I'm like truly, he got a remarkable amount of, and even if you want to say like, okay, well, that's because of his cabinet. I mean, I disagree. I think he was reportedly very directly involved with a lot of these negotiations.
I don't see the guy.
It doesn't matter to me why he's successful, only that he's successful, right?
That's kind of
presidents have had different management styles. Like I've heard Clinton, for example, forget the policies and the man, but just the style. Clinton was very hands-on. He was trying to negotiate peace between the Palestinians and the Israelis, and just block by block, he's in there saying, well, what do you think of the street? And should this go here? And whatever. That's who Clinton was. He was in the dirt. He had his hands dirty. Reagan, on the other hand, he was much more of a, he managed the other managers who put their, policies forward and didn't, day by day talk about which streets should do what or the details of stuff. He just put people in place to make it all happen. I don't know which one's better. They can both be successful.
Yeah. If there's a wildly competent politician who does a good job of like enforcing legislation that I don't like I don't want that guy in.
Well, sure.
Like the same way, like it's kind of like the discussion we're having is like we're fans of different sports teams almost to make it try
Hitler
and
was
be
great
like,
at
well,
what
why do
he
you not
did.
appreciate how good the Blackhawks are at this? And it's like, because I don't like what the Blackhawks when they win, like when the Blues.
Well, no,
win.
I'm just challenging. I'm pushing back against the idea that he's not competent because it's like it's hard to reconcile.
Well, I mean, you might argue
legislative.
that Trump was standing there doing nothing because it's conservative. We're happy with the way things are. I saw him tearing down lots of EPA regulations. We like that shit. When I hear when he says drill, baby, drill,
he had a legislative agenda,
and he achieved basically none of it.
He got the
was infrastructure week every week
for that wall.
Infrastructure week was a running joke.
Yeah,
when Trump was president.
Well, and the first thing he tried to do was repeal and replace Obamacare, and that was and ultimately failed. And so I don't know, like, do you guys feel like the Republican Party is better off now than they were before 2016? When I look at 2014, you got McConnell's got that iron grip in the Senate, and Paul Ryan's got that iron grip in the House. They had their shit together. Paul
Ryan would only take that job if every single Republican in the House voted for him unanimously, and they did. Right? Compare that to today.
The Republicans are fucking losers because they don't do anything that their constituents want. They're like, what do you want? A secure border? More money to Israel, my friends. Like they're just losers. Like,
what do you think about Marjorie Taylor Greene?
They suck.
Marjorie Taylor Greene represents the an area right above me. I live in Atlanta, and man, when I saw her at the State of the Union wearing that hat with the shirt and shit on, I was thinking to myself later, and I was telling somebody while Biden was speaking. I think we were doing the show. I was like, yeah, Marjorie Taylor Greene had the hat on. I'm sure she's not wearing it now. The president is speaking. And like that's, I've got at least that much respect. I'd lose my hat if the president's speaking. I don't care who it is. And well, maybe I care. If it's only Yizmi Blade, I've got some questions and about what happened to this universe, how he became president, but it's not. It's Biden. And then I look and she's got it on. And then she yells. She yells again because she yelled last year. She was the one, her and Boebert. Yeah, from Colorado.
She is a powerhouse when it comes to fundraising. I don't know if you knew this, but Marjorie Taylor Greene is one of the best fundraisers in the Republican Party.
Can you pull that back up, please?
She looks so much like Ron Perlman. I can't get over it.
That's her servant there next to her, that black lady.
But you know who else was a incredible fundraiser for the party? McCarthy. And the Trump wing pushed him out. So when I look at the Republican Party right now, I try to be as unbiased as I can in my evaluation. But if Bernie Sanders had won in 2016, and then the Democratic Party had a run that was similar to what the Republican trajectory is currently, I would be pissed. I would be like, this guy's fucked the party. Like,
well stated. Yeah. Trump
has
ruined
a lot of people.
And now his takeover of the RNC is going to hurt them. They're losing donors. Like billionaire donors are like, I'm not here to fund Trump's lifestyle. I'm not donating to the party until this changes.
They're not holding it to fund his lifestyle. They're like holding donations to get legislation they want.
So look,
no, they're going to spend that money on his legal bills, like his legal liability in posting bond in New York.
It's like best case scenario.
Sure
if you think Trump will only use it to pay his legal expenses, then you're giving him a lot of credit.
Barron needs new pants. Come on.
Barron probably grows out of his shoes all the time.
That motherfucker, bro. He's like Ben Simmons.
What if Trump gave him some sort of super soldier serum? Because if you remember, I remember the night they won. I watched it recently, 2016 or whatever it was.
He was tiny.
He's a normal skinny fucking kid. He looks a lot, suspiciously, in fact, a lot like Steve Rogers in Captain America, the #1, right? When he's all skinny and he's in the alley getting his ass beat before Bucky comes and saves him. I submit that Donald Trump gave his son the super soldier
There's a non-zero chance you're right.
Yeah.
And he created a superhuman, the first of his kind, and a program to mirror, in fact, Xi Jinping's program to create Super Chinaman.
Yep.
He used Jackie Chan's DNA and he mixed it with a Nephilim DNA sample that they collected
he's almost
in
as
Mongolia.
Tall as Trump in this. I assume this is 2016.
Either that or he's jumping.
Nephilim DNA mixed with that of a man.
It's possible that Trump wins in 2024. It's the Senate is going to be really hard for the Democrats to defend. So it's possible that Trump wins, Republicans likely take back the Senate, but Democrats take back the House. And then you have this split government. And then typically with the way that pendulums work, I mean, obviously like Republicans bucked the trend in the 2022 midterms, but then 2026 midterms.
Third term.
Yeah. Well,
no, he doesn't. There will be no third term. The second just doesn't stop.
I think it's a lot of people that are like, I think some of the hand wringing. I think some of the hand wringing about like the end of democracy is a little cringe.
That's really embarrassing.
Like, okay, it made sense. Like the threat was a lot bigger when he was like exiting in 2021 because he actually had power. If he serves out his second term, there will be a campaign and an election, and you know, if he doesn't want to leave in 2028 or 2029, rather, he will be escorted out of the White House.
What if he argues
who want that job?
What if he makes the same argument that FDR made, that his hair is fucking sick and that he should keep being president for a while longer? You try to pass
the constitutional amendment, you could try to do that. It's really fucking hard to do that, but
it would be tough. I agree with you, Hutch, that hand wringing is frustrating to see because it's like, all right, now we're just in La La Land. Now we're just in pretend world, like fretting over stuff that not even the people being worried about it actually are.
I mean, I think he's bad for a lot of reasons, but I don't think it's at all possible that he's going to stay for a third term. Like and
he'll be like,
it's possible.
If he wins, won't he be like 83 by the time it's over?
How old was the Queen when she passed away last year?
Like 104, but she didn't.
Wait, was she
just hanging out? I think she's actually 99.
No, right? Like 90, low 90s. I thought.
No. Betty White was 99. She was so close to 100, and then she didn't make it, which sucks. I'd rather die at like 87 than go to 99, not even make it.
She was 96. She died.
96. Still a good run.
Good.
I don't think I'd like, or maybe I would. I bet like 92-year-old me would be like, man, I'm glad I'm still alive. But when you see someone who's like 96 years old, it's like, my goodness, what quality of life do you have? Everything
there aren't
has
many
to hurt
spry.
Constantly.
I saw a picture of Jackie Chan today. He looked like shit. That's why I used him as my CCP super soldier DNA. I listened into the debate, and it's their opening. I call it the opening remarks. Trump, I thought was good. I'm gonna be honest. He was talking about like when I was president, the economy was rocking and rolling. We're doing this, we're doing that, then everything falls apart. Also, I solved COVID. People don't know this about me. And then they cut to Biden, and it's raspy old man Biden. I swear.
Oh no, is it?
He's got this thing going on. Look, he was saying he was on. Oh, and then he almost coughed and like had to catch himself within the first 10 seconds. And then I switched over to here, but it's definitely old man Biden tonight. Not that I'm sure he'll make good points, but I didn't sense that State of the Union energy from him. And he has that raspy thing in his voice that comes and goes.
I was watching it was a podcast. They were Republicans, but they were like never Trumpers. They weren't his friends. And they're like, someone tell Joe Biden not to do the whisper thing. Like it's not working. And they're like, yeah, it's hard to let go of a thing that used to work. He's like, it doesn't work anymore. He's too old. It sounds like he's doing the whisper thing. And that's
nonstop.
He needs to be the Ellie Biden from the State of the Union.
That's I need 1970s Clint Eastwood, not 1999 Clint Eastwood. It's too. That's what I'm getting.
Yeah. And I'm like, you're 96 years old. What do you get a limp over here?
Yeah.
Cut me a break.
I got. What he should be doing is debating in front of the country.
Well, I'm glad you said that. I don't want to do a bunch of debate talk, but like
at least it's relevant right now. I'm getting blown up.
My phone is blowing up. Like everyone I know is messaging me, and like my Democrat lesbian friend is like, this is Biden is being humiliated. That's awful.
Yeah, I have friends who are like we never talk about politics. A couple of them from California, like a couple New York, like not Trump guys, and they're like, "This is fucking elder abuse." He's like forgetting what he's talking about. Like,
I had to tell them all, no spoilers, stop, because I really don't want it. So, one little tidbit: I listened to like earlier. There was I found a moment, and I listened to it like a minute, and it happened to be Biden saying something. Biden froze. Like he had a senior fucking moment for what I'm gonna look. If I was his wife, I would have said 3 seconds. He was frozen, but it felt more like 5. And then he said, "We beat Medicaid." And then his time, and that was the moment his time ended. And Trump goes, "You sure did. You beat it to death." And it was that fast. It was that fast. And that he didn't. There's no applause. It was
no crowd.
Everybody was afraid, and he was on a roll from there, like laying out his, Trump jargon about how great his economy was and how bad this guy's is, and how he lets in killers and rapists and murderers, and how he puts them up, and how it just on a roll.
There's no audience for applause, but Chiz agrees with you. He's like, debate time. Biden's coming off nervous as hell, and then Chiz, who roots for the Democrats now anyway, I don't know if always, he's like, this is bad. For who? Biden. Even with him talking like an old man out to pasture, which is bad enough, Trump is arguing his points better by a lot. Painted Biden is in favor of late-term abortions killing babies. Oh, that's what Trump said. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I haven't seen it, but I don't see anybody saying Biden's doing
excited.
Good.
I'm very excited to watch it tonight. Now I'm pumped. Now I'm pumped. Can't wait to watch it. It's and before we it started, it's exactly what I said. Biden has to drop the ball and Trump has to run with it, or it's lights out for Trump. And this could be when you see the polls switch back 3 or 4 points in the Trump direction tomorrow and in the week to come, when the memes start fucking dropping, because there's going to be a lot of wide-eyed Biden gifs, I promise.
Man, going just off social media right now, this is going beyond horribly for Biden.
Oh,
yeah, I haven't heard anyone.
I saw a 20-second. There was a 20-second clip I just saw of Biden doing, where he just like trails off and like stops talking for like seconds, and he was doing like the end of his sentence was like something like that, and Trump, they're like, Mr. President Trump, and Trump's like, I didn't understand what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he did either.
Well, are you joking, or did he say that?
That's what it says. That's what
see, again.
But my friends who are like excited about Trump doing his bombastic thing are texting and being like, Trump is super calm, like he's not doing his Trump thing, which isn't as fun. But
I heard it was the key to winning. A lot of people were like, I said it at the start of the night, like if he stays hinged, that's one of the, I don't know if that's a term, but Trump not getting unhinged is one of his keys to victory. It sounds like he's doing it. I don't know.
Yeah.
Sounds like he's being
at this point. You just got to hope, if you're a Trump guy, you're like, all right, Mr. President, don't forget the low blow. Don't sweep the leg. Right. Say, at least all my children are still alive. Everybody's like, oh, you hear Jake Tapper, dear God.
Right. You don't want him to be a salesman that can't take yes for an answer.
Yeah. Don't be too cruel at this point. Like, the more pathetic Biden potentially looks, I'm not watching. I've seen 2 minutes of it, and what I saw was a Trump trouncing because he made a joke.
I'm gonna watch it.
He did remember when Hillary was like, "It's awful good that someone like you is not in office," and then it cuts to him, and he's like, "Because you'd be in jail." Like, he hit Biden just like that. With like that was, and it was right after a Biden senior moment where he just went quiet and looked confused.
I want to hear it. I like to be informed. I follow this stuff.
Yeah, I'm going to watch it.
It's going to be a hard watch for me.
I'm psyched. Yeah,
it sounds like watching some of this. Then
it's like oh, I heard your hockey team lost 9-0. You going to watch it? Well, yeah.
Well, I got to know what. We got to know how this happened so we can rebuild.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Right, well, that's not from tonight. Clearly, he was overseeing something at FEMA that day, so probably not that important.
Probably not that important.
There was another one on the right that was butthead that made me laugh.
Yeah, he should have had his nap today.
Biden said we have 1,000 trillionaires in America. That's good news.
I heard him say that. He corrected himself immediately, though. It didn't seem like a flub as much as it was.
Yeah.
He was, I got 1,000 trillionaires.
Where'd they get that money?
Yeah,
that Fed been printing?
He means billionaires. That's
of course he does. He corrected himself. It's still
it sounded like Richard didn't pick up. Anyway.
Yeah. No, I look forward to seeing it. Although I gotta say, like,
the scared old man face is such bad optics for running for
president.
I genuinely believed he was a gamer. He was a game day player. I said it stupidly 2 hours ago.
He's 81.
He looked good at 80.
His playing days. No, he did not.
They all look good at 80, Woody, but 81 is a bridge too far. As they
playing days are long behind him.
I think that was that Operation Market Garden where they try to do that landing.
I know that episode of Band of Brothers. I know that. That's a good one.
I think it was the name of the. Yeah. There's a movie in it that's got like every actor in it ever.
But yeah, I will not be watching any of the debate. I will get X's that summarize it later, where it'll be like,
those will be
check
good.
out this funny clip of Trump, going on one of his rants, or Biden forgetting what he's doing mid-sentence,
or mispronouncing a word or something. Yeah.
So we'll see. I don't like. It's just they should be like no holds barred, like verbal fights up there. Like, I want the debates to be like the way British people do Parliament, where it's like, oh, that's interesting you'd say that, mate, because you're a pedo. Isn't that true? Did you guys not know this? Oh, yeah, a real pedo. And the other one's like, mate, I say so. And it slaps him with the glove. Like, that's what I want. I want to see if these guys are capable of fighting in a way that isn't so carefully curated by whatever television network has rights to air it. Because that when I hear stuff like, well, we have to mute some mics, we have to, quick transition away from things at times and shut this person down in the middle of a point, like, that tells me like, okay, well, that's interesting. That can be used in a way that involves a lot of bias. Who's making the determinations for when these measures are taken? People like Jake Tapper.
So you're wrong on that part. I agree with you in the beginning. The measures, there's a clock that does that measuring. And what was the second one? When they shut down, the mics are muted when it's not your turn to talk. Boom.
Yeah.
I do like the idea. Like I've seen the British Parliament debates, like you're talking about, and they're fantastic. But in America, it's proven that they just scream over each other, and whoever doesn't stop talking wins the point, and it's shit.
I think it should be that, because they don't delve into anything deep enough anyway to solve it. It'll be Trump Trump will be like, I love Israel more, and Biden will be like, no, that's not true. I was Jewish for many years back in 1930. and then Trump will be like, you're a liar. Oh, I'm a Jew too. Do you know this? I'm Jewish. Like,
we've tried them talking at the same time. I'm ready to try something else, because the same time thing was terrible.
When you give too much power to moderators, you just get whatever they want to happen up there, which is going to
whatever
be
it's clocks. Like, I don't know why you think the moderators have all this power. They're timed responses, and then the mic's cut off.
Often you don't get enough time to respond in a real way. They'll be like, oh, talk about how...
But you're acting like the mods are determining when the mic's cut off.
They do.
The clock does.
Sometimes to me it feels like UFC
moderators
rules infractions
time limit,
where there are
the teams agreed to the time limit months ago.
But it's just stupid. Like, there's no way to actually have a meaningful discussion. Like, if we tried to solve any issue, even a tech issue, in like a 90-second back and forth response,
we'd be fucked.
No one is coming out of that with more knowledge or insight than they went into it. Like, it's just, okay, it's your turn to say whatever speaking points you were told by your handlers to say. Interesting. Very interesting. Now you say that. And so the time limit is almost a way to shut down any sort of actually engaging and genuine discourse, because it's just going, point to point to point to point, and nothing gets solved or discovered. And that's
I hear you. I just have less trust in each side of the politicians to make their points quickly and not just filibuster.
I'd put them in bubbles. I'd put them in bubbles like a fucking game show. I would put them in bubbles with cones of silence. I don't even want to be able to hear you yell loud enough to make his microphone pick up or some shit. Like, I genuinely want them to be silenced and have exact amount of times. That's how you would do it if you wanted to get.
I'm in the middle. I like what they're doing, which is you kind of embarrass yourself if you try to talk when it's not your turn. I hear you mumbling. I can barely make it out. You sound like a frustrated old man. Go ahead. And then the person who is able to wait for his turn looks better.
Yeah, I disagree. I would rather see it and have it feel a bit sincere and genuine. Like, I want to see them get heated and yell at each other a bit. That's good. That's more compelling and interesting. Like, seeing two people rattle off whatever their, pledges page on their donor site is not interesting. And you don't learn anything.
We tried that. Trump lost. I thought in my eyes, Trump seemed kind of alpha, but everybody hated him. He came off like an asshole and he crashed in the polls and lost the race. That's what happened in 2020.
Yeah, I mean that's a little harsh and revisionist. Like a lot of people,
it's a little pumped it up. Maybe I pumped it up a little, but that is what happened. People thought he was an asshole.
Well,
and practically everyone agrees he lost.
You're referencing a New York Times post poll, right? That was like D plus 20 or some shit. Like the same way the Fox News poll shows, oh, our guy won. Isn't this crazy? Like,
no, I'm referencing like what happened in the combination of polls, the legit ones, like the 538 who put them all together, the Real Clear Politics, the race to the whitehouse.com, all those people who look at the different polls and aggregate them to try to get a more accurate one. You look after that first debate, Trump did poorly.
Do we have you, Mr. Richard?
Yeah, I was like, fuck it. I'm taking the AirPods out. I'm going to go get the mic and everything.
Yeah, dude.
Beautiful voice.
Much better.
Yeah.
See, we need your smiling face in these trying political times.
Oh, yeah.
We were just solving all of America's issues.
Yes. We were talking about the debate format. We were going back and forth on whether they should be able to interrupt and scream over each other or be muted when it's not their turn.
I'm in favor of yelling and screaming and fighting and a little bit of organic panache from our elected officials. And Woody's like, no, I want it to be gay and boring and slow.
Is it boring though to cut the mic? I think that's. I feel like all of those guys just want to filibuster everybody.
Oh my god, Taylor, you just got 2v1'd over here. These are the things I said.
Don't cut his mic. Actually,
I love it.
Dude, that'd be so funny if every time a guest comes on and like they say something we disagree with, we're like, that cut his mic because Harry Potter is not better than Lord of the Rings, and I won't hear it. And we'll have a big portrait of Donnie J. Just like he would have wanted.
Donald Trump. Like there'll be a photo of Woody that'll be like about the size of a man's chest, and then there'll be like a giant photo of Donald Trump that's the size of a man. That's just right next to it, overshadowing him entirely. Yeah. And there'll be a bucket there for like campaign donations.
Yeah,
like as Woody would have wanted.
This funeral is brought to you by truth.com. Post about it on truth.org.
Yeah, I hope he's not actually injured, hurt,
I hope
or
not,
dead.
Because
all these bits are not going to go. They're not going to go over
none
well.
Of these are going to play if he's actually hurt. Well, I mean, he hasn't responded, and we're an hour and a half plus into the show right now.
Yeah,
so with his.
Is there a truth.com? I feel like if you go to truth.com, you're going to get
truther.com.
What was whatever the social media thing is.
Truth Hardware. I thought you'd be like truth.com and you go there and it's like trust no one.
No, I thought truth.com was Donald Trump's
his
like Twitter.
Twitter.
Yeah.
Oh, I have no idea. I don't know.
He had like a thing. He has like a thingy.
Truth Social. Thank you, Zach.
Yeah. Truth Social. But he's
and
also on Twitter now.
I think those like truths or whatever. That's what they're called, right? When you send out a truth on Truth Social.
It's so funny.
I'm pretty sure
I gotta retruth that.
Truth.com. Yeah. I was trying to take your information. All right, well, don't do that. Don't do that.
That's not we'll give them all your info, Zach, so we can see the inner workings of truth.com.
What were the truthers? I don't remember. That might have been like the anti
is that the 9/11?
That's it. I was getting it mixed up. Like there was politics used to be so much more mundane.
You're thinking of birthers. Truthers are were the 9/11 people right after 9/11.
Yeah, birthers are the Obama people. Do you remember the Swift boat controversy where they? Oh God, it's never. It doesn't matter. It's. Is
that a 9/11 or an Obama one?
I'm gonna be on a list, aren't I? Hold on.
It was attacking someone's military record, pretending like they didn't do what they did. It was after that horse-faced motherfucker from the Northeast. I can't leave. Not
John Kerry.
John Kerry. That's him. Yeah.
You just had to say horse-faced, and you got me there.
The Republicans dug up like all of his like military buddies who were in his boat, and got them all to shit talk him and like kind of tamp down any semblance of a military record that he was standing on.
Oh, I remember. He was saying like, I was on a boat in Vietnam riding around doing intense missions, and apparently other people were like, yeah, that's not what we fucking did. And
yeah,
I didn't follow it. I didn't care about politics whatsoever at the time.
I was young then. I was probably 16 or 18 or something like that. But I remember that well. Now it's like, this guy's a pedophile. It's like, so are you. This guy's 80. This guy's 79. You know who I kind of wish that they dig up is fucking Bernie Sanders. I'm surprised it feels like he stayed silent for all this. I wish he'd be like, I'm still quite cogent. Despite my age. Yeah.
Dude, that'd be so funny if once again he was like, I am going to be the representative for the Democratic Party in 2024. And then like at the last second again, he's like, I'm dropping out and I'm giving the money to Hillary Clinton. She's going to do a fantastic job with the nation.
I bet there are discussions within the Biden camp that like how many bombs can he have in a row? Because he's got multiple. He's got an interview this week with Stephanopoulos, and he's got I think it's with him, and he's also got another speaking engagement. Like, what if those go poorly? Like, what if there's more gaps and clips? Like, is there a point that they're actually going to convince him to, tell his delegates not to vote for him or pull out, whatever, what have you? Because
I thought the Biden team today, or someone on there was like, maybe it was Joe himself, was like, I'm running for president again. I'm not stopping.
I mean, you got to go with like rah, full positive. You can't show any weakness or anything like that until you know for sure, like, so I don't trust anything they say. That was bad though.
You think Dr. Jill's going to let go of these reins? Hell no.
I was watching, and in that first 3 or 4 minutes, Biden had that flub where he trailed off and got silent and wide-eyed, and then he said he lost his place entirely, and then he said something about beating Medicare, and then Trump had the quick, you did beat Medicaid, you beat it to death,
I don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. Frankly, I don't think he does either.
Dude, if there had been an audience for that, can you imagine the roars? That
would have gotten a big laugh.
You know what you'd have heard that you've never heard at one of these? Gasps. You would have heard gasps. Because I don't care how right-wing you are, when I was watching, I felt awkward and uncomfortable watching Biden. I felt like seeing an elder like sort of lose his dignity was happening, and I felt bad watching because there were parts of it where he really looked lost and like not there it was bad. It was, and Trump didn't do amazing. Trump was just Trump. They argued about their golf scores, and Biden
I saw that. That's absurd.
It got wild. He called him a felon. Only one person on the stage is a felon, and Trump's a few minutes later, Trump's like, "Your son's a felon." Son's a felon, motherfucker. And arguing about the golf scores. He's like, "You had a sex with a porn star while your wife was pregnant," and you could tell. He spent a week practicing and rehearsing at Camp David, right? Like while Trump was doing Logan Paul's podcast or something. He's doing the Paul Brothers podcast. Genuinely, that's what he was doing, and he was at Camp David with, I'm sure, like the best people he could find to help.
The most stressed out communication experts on the team.
You could tell there were moments where he had this memorized little phrase to throw out, but he couldn't quite bring it up. That's why I think if he had no practice and he could have just went off the cuff, he might have done better. But he was trying to remember what he'd been going over and over all that week, and it all got mixed up. And that's what was happening in that one answer, where he was like, what we've done as far as for the people and COVID with the preparedness and
yeah,
we beat Medicare.
I saw that one, the one clip where he's like, COVID and the recovery COVID, and by the way, and then he just stopped talking.
He stopped. Yeah, it was awful.
By the way, and then he just looks like that old man face of alarm, just constantly plastered on there.
At the end of the debate, they're like, okay, each candidate will be given 2 minutes to make their plea to America, their bid to America to be their next leader. Go. Nobody's going to interrupt you. It's basically, give me your 2-minute sales pitch. And Biden had dropped off again. He was bad at the beginning. He was better in the middle, I thought, on some points. But by the end, he was right back down there again. And he had long pauses. moments of complete confusion, and he had a difficult time getting his points across. It was bad, dude. It was really bad.
That's why the Democrats seem to be really spazzing right now, internally.
I thought Trump was going to lose a week ago, a week ago. I thought Trump was going to lose. I'd kind of been saying it to Woody. I'm like, I don't feel so good about my bet with you anymore. I think the home team's going to bring this one in. He's the incumbent. I don't know about Trump. He's pissed off a lot of people. This Roe v. Wade thing is such a fucking thorn in his side. It's not a good look. And then after the debates, and the way that CNN did no fact checking and never gave Trump a hard time on anything. To be fair, they didn't give Biden a hard time on anything either. And Biden had plenty of, inaccuracies, lies, whatever you want to call them. They were both wrong about a lot of the things they said, but they didn't do any fact checking. I was told I feel like it's that Office Space meme. I was told there'd be fact checking. CNN gave it to Trump. I don't know what happened.
Biden gave it to Trump. He couldn't have done a worse job.
I mean, it was so much worse than I could have imagined it being in the real world. We can come up with your fantasies or whatever about him shitting himself up there. But I tuned in for 2 minutes while we were doing this show last week, and it was those 2 minutes where he said Trump was like, yeah, you beat it to death. It was that moment. I was imagining it was going to be an hour and a half of that. It wasn't quite that, but it was a trouncing. I wonder what the polls are going to do.
Apparently,
and
they're already starting to reflect it, and Biden's gone down pretty significantly. But who knows? The polls have been totally wrong before.
Yeah, I don't think Trump lost anybody, but I think Biden did. That's kind of my takeaway from the whole debate, as far as a
lot of big Biden people, his biggest boosters on social media and on, a lot of Democrat talking heads are like, yeah, we got to get him out of here. He's a hero. And he should be given dignity in retirement. And it's he's so far past retirement age. This guy's 82.
I think Trump's ahead in New Hampshire. I think Trump's ahead in New Hampshire. That's one of those breaking points that you're seeing from this, maybe. And I wonder how many states are going to have Jill Stein and or RFK Jr. on their ballot. Holly, I can hear your rapper. It sounds delicious.
It's not happening here in Missouri. That's nobody says fucking front hole.
We'll see. Disney's gonna buy Missouri and make you gay.
They better not. Better not make us gay.
Well, then you better vote.
Yeah,
I hear next year is Pride year.
That's what I've been saying that to myself. Not enough of our year is about niche political causes. There needs to be more.
Taylor,
why just February for Black History? Let's give them a whole quarter. How about that?
Yeah,
a quarter of what?
They can have, I don't know,
just a quarter, 25 cents.
How about
not until Israel is defeated?
No, I think every month should be Israeli funding month. I guess it is. But that's what we need. We need more.
You gotta let one of these go. You can't hold on to all of these fucking personal. No. You gotta let one of them go. And it's Israel. Okay. Taylor, if you had to put money on it right now, who you voting on? Do you think it's Trump or a Biden most likely?
Who do I think is going to win?
What do you think? Yeah, skew it percentage wise. Like if you had 52, 48, what do you think the skew is?
Do I have to pick between Biden and Trump, or can I throw a
I would ask you to choose between Trump and Democrat.
Disregard
Trump and Democrat? Okay, I'm going to say 55% Democrat, 45% Trump.
Really? You think Trump's the underdog right now?
I do. Yeah, I think
significantly.
It's a lot of time to pass, and the Democrats can put someone else in. Because I'd rather Trump win. So maybe I'm just being pessimistic and not being realistic looking at it. But
Trump can run.
I'm the inverse of you in every way. I would rather the Democrats win, but I'm 55% Trump will.
Okay, but I wouldn't be blown away to see either one. It doesn't seem like anyone has a big lead here.
I think that Trump hasn't named his VP yet, and as long as he doesn't do anything stupid with his VP pick, I think it's lights out, because the VP debate comes up at some point, right? And Vivek Ramaswamy would wipe the fucking floor with Kamala. Or I keep getting corrected on how to pronounce her name, but I don't mean to disrespect when I call her Kamala. I just thought that was her fucking made up stupid name.
I think it is Kamala.
Kamala's the right Kamala, like the punctuation Kamala.
Camelot.
Anyway, I think Ramaswamy wipes the floor with her. She seems like a little slow to me. Like she can't keep.
Here's
up
what happens
either.
in Woody World: 1% chance of it being right. Kamala does well in the debate against Trump, and Buttigieg wipes out Vivek.
Well, Kamala doesn't debate Trump though. Who does she?
She
debate?
would if she was running for president. That's how.
Oh, you think they're going to pull Joe?
Ooh, she's too unpopular.
Why would they pick her?
Replacement.
Because she has the infrastructure in place. She gets all the money that was currently donated to the same campaign.
Does this involve
Ready
25th
to roll.
Amendment? Like pulling Joe out of office? And
No, I think he
president?
he announces he's not going to run again, and they let him gracefully be a one-term president.
Don't you think that him admitting that he can't continue to run is him admitting he can't fulfill his office right this moment?
Yeah, we already know.
You know what? There were people who make that argument, but you could easily say, I just don't see myself being ready for 4 more years. He wants to spend time with his family. Do some
Heading
crap.
out. You don't have much more left where you can remember which one's which, Joe. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, we're seemingly kind of past that point.
It looked bad, man.
You think Trump would end the war in Russia if he got elected?
Yes.
Hope so.
By what? Giving Russia everything they want?
It's like Ronald
Calling them up
Reagan
and being
said,
like,
you can
"Come on,
have peace
broski."
and you can have it today. All you need to do is surrender.
Yeah, hopefully he would slow down funding wars all over the planet. That'd be a good win. But I don't even have
freedom fighters.
He's like he's big Israel.
He loves Israel.
He's big
He does.
Israel.
As do we.
He's a huge fan.
He wouldn't pull funding out of that conflict.
I'm trying to point at Taylor. It's so hard with the perspective.
You're so far in the wrong direction.
That's not where you are on my screen?
No, you need to go towards your microphone.
Total opposite. You're pointing like off of the
I'm
sound.
pointing to
He's
where
right
I
there.
see you. I
He's
see
right
you
there.
there.
I got him here.
I see
That's
Harley.
me. No,
right?
that's me, dude.
What is
That's
over
you,
there?
Kyle.
That's me. Yo, Masad, if you're listening, dude, I don't know why he's
That's
pointing
what-
at me.
I'm one of you. It's just
It is hard. I can do Taylor. He's simple. Kyle's this way. It's really harder than you think.
This is
And there's Jesus Christ. I can't. All right.
yeah, but
Hard.
you like
I think right now, I think that it's
there's an incredible amount of people watching that would be like, how the hell did the Jews
President
do this?
Ramaswamy.
How did the
Zach-
Jews do this?
Zach timestamped the beginning of this
Taylor wants to censor
conversation
my words.
up till now. No, literally, like, well, this is the kind of thing that would get us like actually banned. So,
It's
like,
not.
dude,
I mean,
talking
I mean,
about
mute it, but
about
fine.
doing that to a president, I'm 100% serious.
Talking
Like,
about it hypothetically happening, I think that's just.
have
fine.
you seen
But
people on Twitter like having the fucking FBI
happened?
come to their house? Some
No, what's
Democrat staffer said something along the lines of what you guys just said, and had the FBI knocking on his door.
they
like
talked
we-
about a hypothetical scenario where one president?
Yeah, take
Yeah,
it out.
yeah,
I like
yeah,
coming to the
yes.
country. I got
Liter-
trips coming out.
literally,
Yeah, I
yes.
think that.
And this is a bit. So no, this whole section has
Yeah,
to be
keep
gone.
this
We
party
can't do
where
it.
I'm
Big
saying, yeah,
Taylor,
yeah. Also, think
Big Taylor silencing.
Big Taylor shutting down
All right.
conversation.
Can I
my
have the
God.
floor for a second? So we had to change topics. We were worried that this would get us in trouble with the law.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't understand some of the Supreme Court rulings, and I just don't care to. So sometimes the Chevron thing going down, I was like, I don't know if this is good or bad. And like it was funny, like you were like, it's good, and Taylor and Woody goes, it's bad, and I'm like, it's probably both. It's probably both.
I mean, I don't know. I'm no expert on it. It just seemed like, oh, this makes it harder for like unelected bureaucrats to unilaterally control
It takes-
decisions that should be,
it
made
throws
by
it to the
elected
judicial
people.
system, right? You know, it lets courts decide whether these issues that would normally be decided by something like the EPA.
Mhm. Yeah.
I don't know. I wonder what it does to ATF, because that's like the one that I've always thought has a lot of overreach. It seems like they can kind of write a rule that is as good as law, and so that doesn't seem appropriate to me.
No, it does not. Seems like a little workaround that some special interest groups could very easily take advantage of.
Trump's bump stock ban got knocked down.
Nice.
Like a couple weeks ago. Shame I had my father melt all of his.
Yeah, you just needed to hide them for like 3 years and you would have been good.
No. Well, see, I don't want to do anything approaching like breaking a law. You know what I mean? It's certainly not with that. So I told him when that ban came down, I was like, hey, ATF says you have 6 weeks to get rid of those fucking things that you've got over there. He had like 15 or something. He melted them.
And you melt it down. What are you left with when you melt it down?
Nothing. So these were plastic. They are it's the back of an AR-15, the stock. Mm-hmm. So it's mostly plastic that came in a bump stock kit, or at least the ones that he had.
But you can't like sell that to someone outside of you just melting it down just because 6 weeks, like get rid of it right away.
Just destroying them. Just destroying them. Yeah. I mean, you wouldn't want to sell them. I mean, you know, they were basically saying that this stock that let you fire the gun really fast made it a machine gun or was a machine gun, and they making anyone who had one a felon, essentially, if they wanted to prosecute you, which, you know, sometimes they do. So yeah, that got knocked down. And it seems to me that all of Trump's legal problems disappeared this week when the Supreme Court ruled that he had some immunity. Like when he signed that check to Stormy Daniels, that was an official act, Taylor. He did that at the Resolute desk.
Yeah, he was fucking her on official business.
That's literally what's caused all of this to stop. They're delaying the sentencing forever on all of those 43 felonies. Like we're just not, let's see what happens, because they just realized that their case doesn't have any legs to stand on now because the Supreme Court said he's immune for some reason for a lot of that stuff. And
there's a big scary spider behind you.
He's okay. And yeah, he's fine. He's a good guy.
My dumbass watches calls for Biden to step down 4 hours a day.
Dude, okay, and that's my new kick. If I'm being honest, I didn't want to go there this early in the show, but let me just tell you, I have never in my entire life, I've always enjoyed watching CNN and Fox News, even as a kid, for whatever reason. Like when I was in high school, I dug it. I liked cable news. I found it fun to watch. Okay. And so, but I always saw that there was the blue team and the red team, and you know, if something crazy happens, you can't defend, but like for the most part, there's the blue team and the red team. And then, oh my God, to see the entire media hammering Biden over this stuff. I saw in his interview where I think he said, I got to do gooder. He said, I have to do gooder or something than him to win the election and know that I tried my best. Yeah. And it was like the White House contacts ABC or CBS or whoever it is and says, hey, our stenographers actually had not gooder, but good as. Is that what you had? And they're like, no, we heard gooder. Weird. Could you make the correction to fix the incongruency there?
Mm-hmm.
No.
I saw the most baffled and confused sign language interpreter of my life. Like just hold on the thread trying to.
And worse than that, because somebody got fired over this thing they did this week. Biden calls into a black radio station where they've already passed the questions off in secret beforehand for the interview. He still bombs. He still sounds crazy. And they fire the radio host for giving the questions beforehand. And, you know, he got found out. It's been, and he's not done. He's going on for an interview with Lester Holt like this week. So he's doing another one of these.
It started an hour ago. I don't know how long it is.
Oh, yeah. No spoilers. No spoilers.
Yeah. Wait, tonight? Kyle, if he did it later tonight, it'd be past 8 p.m. and we got a sleepy president. Like
no, okay. Can I give you a spoiler?
Let's spoil it.
Spoil it.
Apparently, he calls Zelensky Putin. In this thing.
I mean, there's only two big guys over there. Mix them up, and they sound similar.
That might have been the NATO summit. I might be mixing it up with the thing, but he does do that. At this point, they're hard scope. You know, it's not even fair, right? You can hard scope a Trump thing and find things he says wrong or get whatever. But if you listen to all 90 minutes of it, it's basically coherent. He's up there riffing in the heat. Trump has lots of flaws, but his decline is not the same as Biden's. There is no both.
With it. Yeah.
Physically, it's so bad.
Different there too. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's
did you watch that 5-minute video I sent in the WhatsApp where the Parkinson's disease specialist?
I saw it independently of that already. So
you had seen it?
I think Megyn Kelly had it on her show. Like she played it in its entirety, where the doctor's like ranting. I guarantee it's Parkinson's. I stake my reputation. This is also Boogie's doctor.
Boogie's brother. He's wearing a lot of hats right now.
I saw that.
He said something that burned into my mind, which is like, I could diagnose this guy from across the mall. And I heard that and I was like, what? No, you can't. And then I thought about it. And I wrote this in the WhatsApp too. If you show me a guy swimming for 3 strokes, I can tell you how good a swimmer he is without any doubt. And I'm like, I bet Taylor can look at a guy's wrist shot and probably semi-accurately predict what level of hockey he played at just by looking at the wrist shot. Give him 2 shots and skate from blue line to blue line, and Taylor will tell you what this guy can offer. And like, if you have any like movement expertise, you can do that pretty quickly. I can do it with grappling a little bit. This guy, it completely makes sense that he could spot Parkinson's. He does this for a living. He's a medical doctor who specializes in Parkinson's. And he's like, it is clear as day by the way that he pivots, by the way that he drifts off at the end of his sentence, by the way that he takes that short shuffle gait, by the way that he walks without swinging his arms. He's like, he has no doubt. And he's a Democrat who's doing all this. And I was like, man, I believe him. I believe him. And I kind of feel like our government is doing, and I'm just echoing what he said, a thing that North Korea would do or that Russia would do, right? When Russia invaded Crimea, it just flat out denied that those were their soldiers. Like, oh, this little green man who like came in there and took over Crimea. We know nothing about it. Yeah, it could be anyone, right? Mm-hmm. I kind of feel like we're adjacent to that. You know, Parkinson's? That sounds wild. Why would you say that?
It's been a emperor has no clothes period for the past few years where for a lot of people have been like, this dude is not with it. This guy is clearly not at 100%. He's diminished severely.
They successfully hit him, and then he did well at the State of the Union.
That's what I was going to say, yeah.
I give myself a little sympathy for, pushing back against the Fox Newses who just kept saying he was losing it, when really he was hidden in a bunker.
No, what I saw is what you saw, Woody. So obviously... And I'm going back to State of the Union. This is where my mind was after watching the State of the Union, which 9 months ago now, maybe something like that. Maybe not even that.
Less, I think, but I'm not sure.
I thought, okay, Biden is an old man who needs a nap during the day and gets groggy in his worst times. And I bet if any third like aggravator got involved with old and sleepy, then he'd look a little loony. Like if you added cold medicine or you added like a day where he didn't get his nap. Like I can imagine, jet lag. Like, and I'm imagining him with a real presidential workload as it's been described to me my entire life as this crack of dawn, late nights all the time kind of thing that ages you 10 years and 4. So I'm just assuming he's doing that. I'm thinking, yeah, but today he got his fucking nap in. He's strong. His voice is strong. He looks strong.
Were you
yes,
really
this is
convinced that because I have
the State of the Union. Yeah, he was powerful. Like
many of us have been saying for years that it's been bananas to believe that he's like waking up early and working and like staying up late and working. Like he's been diminished and allowing surrogates to run the country for years. Like he's just been a figurehead who they parade out once in a while, and they hope he doesn't have a catastrophic failure where he falls all over himself or drifts away in mid-sentence. Like, I feel like it's been clear for a long time that he has not been running the show.
I don't know about that. I'm sure he's making. This last week or two has really caused me to need to reevaluate what I think, I suppose, because it's hard to tell. I thought that it was old man who's sleepy and groggy sometimes, but clearly when he needs to turn it on, like tonight at the State of the Union, he can do it. Therefore, I imagine when he needs to turn it on for a trade deal or a big board meeting or whatever you call it, when you get the Joint Chiefs of Staff together or a policy negotiation, he gets his naps in on those days too. And so in essence, he's there when they really need him. The rest of the time it's on autopilot. And I'm fine with that. But now I'm wondering, he seems like one of those old guys who has good days and bad days, and he's getting more bad days, rapidly having more bad days than good days here at the tail end of this presidency. And it's like, how long has it been like that? Like, how many awful days have there been? Have there been days where he didn't get out of bed? Have there been days where he completely couldn't follow a conversation, and so we just adjourned the meeting and held it, down the hallway with the chief of staff? Like, how bad has this been for how long?
Kyle, like, Biden finished his press conference.
What's the reaction on the?
I read two things. Anyway, AP and CNBC. I was trying for less biased, and apparently he flubbed one answer, and he called Kamala Vice President Trump. But outside of that, it was mostly forceful in what he was trying to do.
Okay,
based on what I read.
Is this the thing where he called Zelensky Putin?
That was a different thing, Taylor.
Okay, no. Holy shit, that's really good. No. If we found out that that's what was going on this whole time, that's going to be their biggest season ever. If the Biden presidency, the last few months have been an episode of Practical Jokers, it's like, welcome to the 26th season of Practical Jokers, the Biden presidency. That's right. We've been the three of us have been the pranksters behind some of the most humiliating, degrading, and debasing acts you've ever seen a president.
It shows you like Murr behind the scenes, like, say you're the first black female president. He's like, I'm the first black female president.
I want you to read out pause.
Pause. Get ice cream all over your face.
And I want this verbatim, Joe. Your legs. The in the summertime when the sun bleach my leg, and the hairs, they get blonde, very blonde, and the children in the pool, and he's like, do I have to, please? Please, no.
Dude, he's gonna wrap up his presidency. He's gonna take a mask off. It's gonna be Daniel Day-Lewis. He's gonna say it was the most challenging role he's ever played.
They focus on the leg thing because, but at that exact moment, I mean, like the next sentence, he says he's got all these black children jumping in his lap, and he says, I'm used to cockroaches. Like, I'm so close to exactly what he said. It was bizarre. It seemed like he was talking about black people being cockroaches or children. And I mean, it's a photo op, like propaganda piece anyway. He's surrounded by black children. I mean, they're like hanging off of him. What is? Oh, okay. That's horrific. All right, that's horrific. That's
my president.
I hate that so much. God, when you mix them together, you notice the skin tone actually got lighter, though.
Yeah,
probably.
Yo, Trump's in war mode. He's got his war paint on these days. He's gone for that like burnt orange. He's dark. When they let shadows cast on him, he's starting to look like very intense. It's like a football player or something.
You just don't understand bodybuilding. This is how we get ready before the big show.
He's glistening. The last time I saw him, he was very dark, and he's got a new hair guy. He's got a wartime hair guy. He's got that day-to-day hair person, which might be him. And but then like when it's game day, he's got that wartime guy who gets him looking right. I heard Melania's at the most recent thing, making an appearance after a while. So that's a good sign for the marriage. If any of you were concerned,
I wasn't concerned, but I also would believe 1,000%, and it's always been my assumption that Trump was a do his own hair style billionaire. Like there's no way that there's a hired person like every morning doing that and making it look as often silly as it looks. Like there's just no way. It's got to be him doing that thing where he's pushing it over and he's like, "Fool him again, Donald," and then he.
I think it is. I think it is that. I think he's got a guy. But what I'm saying is he's got a wartime guy. Like more recently, it's like he's got a different look about him. Last time I saw a picture of him, again, very burnt orange, auburn almost, and the hair was looking on point.
Auburn, like the university, like their
like their colors, like burnt orange, looking intense.
I saw a picture of Joe a little oranged up.
I saw that was the laugh of the conservative meme subreddit was, there was this meme 6 months ago or something was when it was first posted. And the idea was that Biden was going to start copying Trump. And it was a cartoonized Biden all oranged up. And then they're like, from fiction to fact, boys, look at this. And it's Biden all oranged up in that Stephanopoulos interview. And it's like, holy shit, they put the bronzer on him. I mean, They were his bronzer looks way better than Trump's, to be fair. He's got a professional. Somebody did a good job.
Had the raccoon eyes where you could tell.
It was the same person that did the makeup on Guardians of the Galaxy, I heard. Came in there. He's got those Hollywood connections. That? Yeah, George Clooney's guy came in there. George Clooney turning his back on Biden is wild. Some of the stuff that he said in that thing where, like, let's see. He goes on, I'm a lifelong Democrat, no apologies. I'm one of the biggest fundraisers. And then he names all of his accomplishments, pats himself on the back for a while. And he goes, but the one battle he cannot win is the fight against time. None of us can. It's devastating to say, but the Joe Biden I was with 3 weeks ago at the fundraiser was not the Joe big fucking deal Biden of 2010. He wasn't even the Joe Biden of 2020. He was the same man we all witnessed at the debate. Was he tired? Yeah. A cold? Maybe. But our party leaders need to stop telling us that 51 million people didn't see what we just saw. And he goes on and on about Trump and blah, blah, blah. But like, that's the meat and potatoes of it, if you ask me. And it's like, this is his biggest fundraiser. This is the guy who would love for Joe Biden to do well. Like, if he cares about anything, it's avoiding what I keep talking about, which is Trump's America. It's the Supreme Court, the entire Congress, and Trump being in charge right after you just told him that he's immune from anything he does. And then you prosecuted him before that. It's like it feels like they were poking the bear. When this was down the line, when like you didn't have to kiss his ass, you didn't have to be dishonest. I feel like they antagonized him. I really hope Trump doesn't ruin America next year. I don't think he will, but
he won't.
But you could see why a more vindictive person than we hope he is might.
It's easy to say like, nothing's going to happen. It never does until it does. Like, I remember when I was at the time, you guys were both pro-choice and I was like, Trump's pro-life. And you're both like, that won't change. That won't change at all. They always say that and they never get it done. But then it got done. Mm-hmm. The idea that if Trump wanted to stay in office, his next January 6th would be successful isn't wild to me.
I don't see that happening. Like
January 7th.
January 7th. The big sequel everyone's been anticipating. Yeah, I think it'll be similar to the first time, where big promises, big guarantees, and then not a lot delivered.
I remember how much he struggled the last time. Like, his staff turnover was like legendary. It seemed like he was constantly losing his chief of staff, his chief of defense, like top level secretaries. Next time, he won't be such a rookie. And he'll hire people who help him get done what he aspires to get done, who won't second guess him. There was like almost a shadowy wall in there that like the adults in the room that kept Trump from doing silly things. That won't be the case next time around.
Yeah.
Perhaps.
Or I mean, they also like impeded stuff that was popular with his base, like building a wall, just as the most basic example.
I would argue the Democrats did that, not his chief of staff.
They definitely contributed to it. Like they were no, I was saying the Democrats contribute. Like they fought hard against it.
They literally did it. No, on the other hand, Trump fucked that up because he could have had it, but he's like, no, I don't want your infrastructure and I don't want your wall money unless you also call off the special investigator Mueller. And they're like, we're not going to do that too. And he's like, well, then no deal, nothing. So he got nothing.
Yeah, he got his tax cuts passed and he did a bunch of stuff.
And that's it.
And that's and see, that's what like makes me kind of I think like all the hysteria about like he's going to be a fucking Hitler, whatever. It's like
I was watching the 2016 Republican primary debates. Okay. And it was when they had the full stage up there, like 9 or 12 candidates or something wild like that. And Trump was front and center. That they sort of, based on your polling, that's how they arranged you. And they asked about that Iranian general Soleimani or something like that. Mm-hmm. And again, primary days, and Trump's like, I take care of that problem. He's like, that's all you want to say? Because they're like, traditionally this person's been considered like, off limits, and yet we believe he's a sponsor of terrorism. He travels around the world, trains terrorists on how to attack the United States. What would you do? And he's like, I take care of that problem. You don't want to expand on that? You don't have anything else to say on that? And then it like the video cuts to when he's president and he's making the press conference. He's like, tonight we killed the Iranian rogue general Soleimani. He
died like a dog.
Well, this is the guy that they hit with that Predator missile that has no explosives in it. It's just got blades. just got giant swords that come out of each side, and so they shot it. They blew it. It's so fucking cool. They slice and dice the person.
Just one guy, like fucking Lockheed Martin. They're like, what? What's the purpose? Dude, I was like, it's gonna get used. It's gonna get used. Just another couple million. I'll figure out the blades. They're not sharp enough. They're plenty sharp. It's not working.
Seriously? Why ninja stars, dude?
It's fucking cool, man. I watched Blade last night. You're gonna love this. Watch this.
Has it got all your favorite television characters painted
Zach,
on? Like you're just. Can
you show us that missile?
Really a pet project.
I think it's like it's a Hellfire missile or something like that. That's got just search sword missile or bladed missile or bladed assassination missile.
Dude, if I'm going for a high stakes assassination, I am not putting my eggs in the blade bomb basket. I'm going traditional.
I don't think it's failed yet.
Well, okay, 1 for 1 maybe. Or have we cut anybody else up? Good.
Yeah, there was another like ISIS guy or something that was on his balcony. I think we sliced and diced him too. Look at this shit.
Okay, are the blades even necessary?
What's cool
if you take the blades off that thing and
we need a different picture. Find one that shows like an image of it, not an an animated.
I pictured it opening in midair and all the ninja stars spreading out across the ground.
No, it's more like a hunter's arrow that has blades that stick out all around a central like point.
How big is this?
I don't know. I don't know how long the blades are or anything.
I was picturing it being like the size
4 or
of
5
a whole person.
Yeah, it is.
I pictured it way longer, like 30 feet long.
Oh, you mean you don't have to even put a payload on a 30 foot long.
I wish we could find it like
ram that into somebody. They're dead.
Maybe the aftermath.
There we
you
go.
Can find the aftermath. That's because that'll show like hopefully it won't be.
That
like,
might be a little gory. I don't know.
Oh yeah, make sure it's not gory. Use your judgment. Don't show me like Soleimani's brains or anything or whatever that guy's name was.
Sotomayor.
Yeah. So
that's
I'm just fucking with you.
Yeah, and this guy's standing behind it. He's trying to make it look cool and bigger. I bet it's not. I bet it's a standard 7 foot.
Are you shit talking our cool ass ninja missile that cuts people into little pieces, Taylor?
No.
Look at that American hero over there somewhere getting ready to.
It is pretty cool. That's hard. I bet Russia doesn't have one of these.
Oh, they don't have one of those.
No. China's looking at it all jealous. They're going to steal it and make a shitty one.
They hate it when we take like I remember a story about Xi Jinping being mad about Kung Fu Panda. Like, what the fuck? We missed this?
I thought that movie was enormous in China.
That's the point. It's an American-made movie about a Kung Fu Panda, 2 very Chinese attributes. It'd be like if you made it'd be like if there's a Chinese movie called Baseball Cowboy. And it made $2 billion, and it was just a bunch of guys. Oh, my name, I'm Cowboy.
I'm Johnny Basebar.
We'd be like, what the fuck? What did we do? But we made Kung Fu Panda and Jack Black.
That's a funny cowboy.
Made us all fall in love with 2 of their most significant cultural iconic things.
Dude, I would love if China made a movie called Baseball Cowboy and it killed here. They have a tenuous grasp of the rules of the game. I'm here, Rod a Dinger.
I'm Chung-Yi and I hit dingers.
I'm Chung-Yi and I hit like that fat that
Big
chunky
Al
Italian kid. Yeah, Big Al. I'm Big Al and I hit dingers. He's almost Biden-esque there, but yeah, I think we need, if anything, more cool bladed bombs.
He's gonna step aside. Like I
hope so. God, I hope so.
He reached the final boss, the Elden Beast of the Democratic Party apparatus. Obama leaked to the press today that he privately is pushing for Biden to drop out, and so I would be shocked.
I think. Can I add to that? Well, that makes the list this: Obama, Schiff, Pelosi, and Schumer are calling for him to step down.
And Raskin.
Okay, and Raskin. I didn't know that one.
Yeah,
that's like all the heads in the.
Yeah,
in
but
the
did you hear Biden big dicked it? And he's like, I don't even know who you people are.
I already stole
That
one
sounds like
election.
Trump.
I'm gonna steal this one.
I never met that guy.
Well, it's pretty fascinating palace intrigue because like the friendship that he has with Obama is not really a friendship. Like Obama famously sort of convinced him to not get in the race in 2016, and Obama
I'm glad you brought it up.
What's
That's
up?
in my notes. That
okay, yeah.
That is why he won't leave. That is what he wanted. It's over here written. That is why Biden is not going to drop out, in my opinion, because the last time he listened to Barack Obama, he didn't run because his son was dead. 2016, Hillary runs, she loses, Trump takes over. We get the Trump presidency, and I'm sure we can all imagine how, regardless of how we feel about it, Biden feels so much worse about it and everything that happened during. He hates Trump way more than any of us. He has to. He knows him. So but I think now he's looking at Obama and he's like, if he's cogent, he might start telling that story about his legs in the pool in the water.
Dude, Biden is absolutely
he's not saying yes.
going to drop out. Like Biden himself hasn't been making decisions for.
We got to start putting some bets on this then, because I think he's staying. I know a guy, a robot in our Discord. He's got $1,000 that Biden will be the nominee. It only pays back $500. $1,000 to win $500. He made the bet weeks ago, and I'm sure he's going to lose that now.
He's going to lose that money.
I think he's solid.
No, it's totally untenable for him to stay in the race now. Like, it's obvious that Democratic leadership behind the scenes were trying to privately nudge him. He wasn't budging, and now they're all leaking to the press. They're doing it publicly, and it's impossible for him to, like, the ads write themselves right now. The Trump campaign and all the Trump supporting super PACs or whatever, they're all crafting ads saying he's lost the faith of his own Congress and his own party. And
I thought you were going to say, Trump took a bullet. This is him right now.
Well, they're going to do that.
Got the Kung Flu. He's somewhere hiding out in Delaware. But in the background, you hear beep.
Well, they're already doing
you show him in a hospital bed all decrepit.
But they the main bosses of the Democratic Party they've forced the issue.
They realized they couldn't effectively hide his condition anymore, and now it's just beyond the pale, and so they need him to step down. Like, all of these people now who are calling for him to step down have known he's been a senile old man for years, not pulling any levers, just waking up and eating ice cream and letting the people around him make decisions.
Oh, I've got another thought. I bet he'd intended to pardon his son, and that is so important to the wife and so important to him that they can't. I bet that's part of it. I bet that's part of it. I don't think he's going anywhere. And Zach, what do you want to bet? $10? I'll do $10 with you, $5, whatever you want. Like, we'll do that. Bet I say Biden stays in this race. He's running it through. We'll just do even money if that's fine with you. 10 is fine. Deal.
Yeah,
Biden's staying. He's the nominee.
Why would he
leave?
Think Why would Jill give it up? Yeah, I mean, what does he care? If they're going to win, it'll be by stealing and cheating anyway. So what would it matter if people are going to vote for him or not? They flew a bunch of illegals into all the towns that were they were at risk of losing, so they could harvest their ballots and vote.
They airdropped them in like Red fucking Dawn.
Harvest
Brown Dawn.
Harvest what ballots?
They just get the ballot and write the new illegal on there. There's your name. Here's some goofy signature. There you go.
I don't know how you do
Count it up. Count it up, boys.
The election that Biden won was not enthusiasm for Biden. He has never had a cult of personality like Obama or Clinton or JFK or whatever. He was seen as this, like, or Trump for that matter. It was, people were way more engaged with politics because they were spending way more time indoors and spending way more time on social media. And there was a huge influx of voters that were disgusted with Trump. That's what happened. So he's just like, it's just not it's not the same. It's a totally different dynamic now, which is why he needs, in my opinion, he needs to step aside.
I think it was well put.
Well, he also needs to step aside, not just because of the polling, because he's a senile old man and he has been for years. And it's wild to see the pivot from the media, who just until a week ago was calling people conspiracy theorists for pointing out that this guy can't find his way up an airplane flight of stairs, and he's walking around with Mr. fucking Burns hands. And then suddenly it's like the media says one thing about it, and everyone's like, "Oh, okay, we've been given permission to talk about this." Yeah, he's the senile old man. We gotta get him out.
Who here thinks Biden has a degenerative neural disorder of some kind, a Parkinson's-esque thing?
100%.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
okay.
Obvious.
You don't touch.
I have not seen evidence. I mean, I'm not a Parkinson's expert. I mean, he's a 81-year-old man, and for all intents and purposes, he's aging like a normal 81-year-old man. The problem is, there's a lot of people like Taylor that think he's literally senile. Whatever. I mean, my opinion aside, there's just a lot of people that think that, and a lot of people have concerns that he can't serve a second term. And
my grandparents are about 81. and they are not senile, and so they don't behave like Biden does. They can hold conversations with you. They don't get randomly angry when it gets to be nighttime. They don't get sundowning, which is a sign of dementia, where they become irritable and extremely tired. Like I think Woody was talking about a Parkinson's expert who finally, got on the news, and they were like, "Hey, it's okay to notice this now." And he's like, "Oh, okay, good. Yeah, this guy has fucking Parkinson's."
I saw about a 10-minute video from a Parkinson's expert, so now I am also a Parkinson's expert.
Same.
Doctor. And Woody saw that video, and so now I am a Parkinson's expert.
Doctor.
But no, actually, I could send you the video, Hutch. It was incredibly influential on me. I know, right? But if you saw it, I think you'd be like, "Oh, listen, this guy."
I'm open-minded to stuff. I'm not a neurological expert, and I've been around somebody in close proximity who had full-on dementia. It looked nothing like this. I mean, just nothing like it. So but I also have a friend who works in hospice, and he says he sees Parkinson's all the time, and he says when he looks at Biden, he thinks Parkinson's. So I'm open. I'm just like
one of the things this guy talked about was not just the mental stuff, which is what we're focused on in this conversation, the physical stuff.
His physical gait,
the way that he shuffles, the way that he walks without swinging his hands, the way that he turns. If I were to ask you, that's actually true. If I were to say, "Hey, Hutch," you'd probably turn your upper body and look at me quickly. If I said, "Hey, Joe," he'd pivot his whole body and shift towards me.
Yeah.
And one of the things he said, I don't know why it hit me so hard, is he's like, "I could diagnose this guy from across the mall." Now, I am an expert in swimming. If I see a guy take 2 strokes, I can tell you his level of swim competence and experience. And I had this experience where I had a plantar fasciitis. It's a problem with my foot. I went to an orthopedic surgeon. He had me walk like 3 strides, and he could see what was up. Like, he instantly understood. I thought my gait was fairly normal, but to him, it stuck out like a sore thumb. So to see a subject matter expert look at how this guy moves and say it couldn't be more obvious, I was like, "Oh, damn."
Well, he is clearly diminished.
A Democrat.
Substantially since 2020. I mean, if you want to blow your mind even more, go back to 2012 debate with Paul Ryan. It's just he did not stutter at all. He was very cogent.
Yeah, and I thought Paul Ryan won that when I watched it, and I may have been really biased at the time, but I was like incensed that they had given it to Joe Biden. I was like, "What are you talking about?" I don't even remember the substance of it. But as far as his dementia, like, I just think they do that thing where they take things out of context, these little blurbs where someone gets a name wrong. Sometimes they used to do that, and I'd roll my eyes, be like, "Come on, like, focus on his actual flaws. Don't just cut this thing and make it look like he said the wrong thing. He was telling a joke, or he was riffing, or he was quoting, and you make it seem like he's saying the thing. I hate that." And at first I thought that was happening to Joe Biden mostly, and it was kind of funny. And like, yeah, he is an old guy with a stutter. He does have a speech impediment. But the thing is, he keeps calling people the wrong names that are his close group. It'd be like me getting you guys names wrong right now. And I've got notes in my hands that have your names on them. He keeps getting them wrong, and he'll be like, "You caught me at a bad time. Next week, I'm talking to Lester Holt, and I'll be able to tell names again. Gooder. He said gooder."
And the scrutiny since the debate has been so much more intense. So I'll tell you, from the perspective of someone who's been a tireless Biden soldier on the front lines of the digital fucking political arena, because I do like his policies. I do like his administration's decisions, which is just all that matters to me. I got to tell you, from my perspective, I'm like the big black man at the end of the Green Mile. I'm just tired. So every time he gets in front of time he gets in front of a microphone now, to setting aside his policies, which again, I like, it's just anxiety inducing every time he speaks now. And so I'm ready to, I realize it's a risky thing to have Kamala take over, but
I'm glad you're like that guy at Green Mile, except you're injecting poison into America instead of taking it out.
All right, let's go back a notch.
True.
One notch.
So true, Dan. So true.
Wouldn't you guys say that all the dementia stuff aside, this is more about just people that are ideologically entrenched? If your guy was speaking the way the same way that Biden was speaking, you would still vote for him because you would like their policies. You would like the administration. Blah 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 blah.
The moment Trump stops being funny,
you would vote for Joe Biden.
The moment Trump stops being funny, when the joke, when the crowd starts laughing at him instead of with him, that's the moment it breaks for me. And that's when he goes
hold on, Dick, you would vote for Joe Biden over Donald Trump?
No, I just wouldn't vote. I never voted before Trump. I wouldn't vote again. I fucking hate Republicans. I hate Trump's entire
Maybe
staff.
you're not
I
the
hate,
best person to ask.
JD Vance.
Maybe
yeah, we're all kind of
asked then. Those headlines that your producer linked are pretty, yeah.
That was me.
Oh, was that you?
Yeah. So for the audience, the headlines are: people close to Biden say he appears to accept he may leave the race. Expectations rising among the Democrats that Biden will reconsider, meaning leave. End of Biden's candidacy approaches. Many senior Biden officials believe he must drop out as he becomes increasingly isolated.
You know what I see there, Woody? Loud pops heard at Trump rally. Trump has to be assisted after falling. Loud bangs heard outside.
That's not what you see in that link?
No, what I'm telling you is cut from the same cloth of like journalists.
Fake.
I think that this is part of a. I think this is fake news. I think this is being printed to further pressure Biden. They're like, sir, they're already saying that you're considering it, even if you're not. Like that's the public sentiment. They think people. I need him to stay in. I already bet it.
I mean, I had people in my.
I'll say anything.
I had people in my own audience like push back a lot. That did not like me saying, but as soon as was it last week? As soon as I think it was last Wednesday. As soon as Pelosi said what she said, which was subtle but very calculated. Like we're talking about somebody who's very careful about what kind of language she uses.
Is that what she said? You mean wait till after NATO?
She said on a morning show that just happened to be Biden's favorite morning show, which was Morning Joe. So she decided to appear on that show. And then when they asked her, what do you think Biden should do? She said, well, whatever he decides to do, blah, 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 blah. But the issue was he had already said, I'm staying in the race. So when she did that, that was her saying to him, this is not over. This discussion is ongoing. And as soon as she did that, I was like, okay. I didn't believe that he was going to drop out before, but
by the way, what? It even if you're like the further, not you in particular, but like the audience at large or anyone listening, even if you're the furthest to the left and you don't want to believe like 538 or Real Clear Politics or me, fucking expert me, and my take on how the election is going to play out, go to Nancy Pelosi, who must have the best inside polling that money can buy and the highest levels of access to it. And what is she saying to the president? You can't win. You're going to lose the House and the Senate.
Yes,
you can't win. That's her take. And who knows better than her? Who's more of a realist? Maybe she's even getting inside of a sunny outlook on things, and they're telling them she's gonna.
It's not even just about the polling either. It's about his like. Does anybody at this point have faith that he can reassure voters who were concerned after his debate performance? No. Like
what the problem is, Hutch. When he went to reassure people like me, I wasn't reassured.
Nope.
Like it was like, all right, that was a bad day. I had a bad 90 minutes. This is the real me. And I'm like, that's not better. And then he did it again and again. Yes.
It was not it was not good. I did not like it.
It was shocking to behold.
The last interview was
we should
good.
We should
every time he would do it, he went like Stephanopoulos. Just one
Kyle,
more thing.
Do you want to do that? What do you?
I couldn't hear your words, Taylor.
I was saying we should do a election night episode, even if all the results don't.
Yeah, I said that last week
in time. I think that would be a lot of fun. We should do it.
I would do it.
We could just do PKA. We could do like PKN early. Yeah. We could do PKN on Monday that week, and then PKA stream it and do our little comments, our little jokes.
Yeah, I'm down. That'd be really fun. Yeah, or record the episode during whatever we do. But it would be fun to have those like live results.
That'd be
a little bit of the show. You get those live reactions. We had some shit talk on our bets. Woody and I had a bet. We did $100 that Trump would be the nominee for the Republican Party, and $100 that Trump would also be the president of the United States. And we made this bet a year ago,
something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll bet you. How about I need a bet to get in on it? How about I bet either of you $100 that no matter who gets elected, they will breathlessly support Israel.
I was wrong. I really thought on the other day that Biden was going to stay in this thing and going to be there all the way. He had been so forceful about it. For one thing, it almost reminds me of the George Bush "read my lips, no new taxes," and then like a few moments later.
That's your example of like I knew it wouldn't change. because we did
No.
get taxes.
No, well, no, it's my example of someone like saying I'm going to do a thing like very forcefully and clearly, and like literally saying read my lips, and then a week later it's like, well, actually, turns out that I'm not capable of running for president again. I'm good to run the place now, though. Don't worry about me. Wait, where have you been for 5 days? Don't worry about me. Someone sent a signed piece of paper that said, dude, we would be if our uncle or something like sent us a letter like that. If someone just showed up and was like, hey, your uncle's selling the place, just so you know, he signed here. We'd be like, I'm going to need to see him. I don't know you. Yeah. I'm going to need to hear from Uncle Bernie.
Wait,
Uncle Bernie, are you selling
81? Yeah, I need to see little.
You're telling me my Uncle Bernie, who's 81, is selling his house, and all I have to go on is this piece of paper signed by him. I don't know. I'm gonna need to see Uncle Bernie and hear from him about all this.
You got to get a look at Joe. I mean, he's just. I think he came out today, right? He was Burns handing around an airplane tarmac.
Was
I
think.
I don't think he's been seen for 5 days.
I'm definitely not saying you're wrong. I was AFK all day.
Oh, okay. May have been an older video. I thought it was from today, but either way, I don't.
He did have dark hair.
He had dark hair. Not in the video I saw. He had white old man hair.
He had hair. This is a step up. He barely has hair.
Yeah, but the thing about it, Kyle, is you've got a number of big against the odds predictions up in the air right now, and so losing this little minor one, not a big deal. You could still get the Trump call from like a year ago. A year plus ago, I think, is when you made.
Oh yeah. Oh, I've got the Trump call down. Like the fact that they're just gonna choose Kamala to be the candidate, coronate her, if you will. It's all over. Like it's all over. There's no way. It
is all over. Trump is getting butt fucked. He hasn't let a poll.
Butt fucking is it?
Yeah, I'll double you. How confident are you? Let's make it 200.
We can make it 200 because if you look on the like. What are these polls? Because I saw the Reddit headline.
2 more came out today.
I saw the Reddit headline like Kamala's leading in the national polls, and then I go right back to 538, and it's in so many pages of him.
That's interesting because on 538 they literally just like turned it off and said that they're not going to do it again until after the nomination. Did it change?
What off?
Well, I'll go.
They turned polling off.
It says forecast suspended on 538.
Why did they do that?
Because they don't have a nominee for the Democratic Party.
Oh, I thought it was almost like foregone conclusion.
It is, but that's what the words say on 538.
Oh, she's the worst though. She's so much worse.
Dude, she is crushing it. She did a rally and they had to reschedule the rally to not reschedule, but move it to a place that could handle the bigger crowd. The crowd is going nuts, like a 2016 Trump crowd. She has this line that she keeps repeating about how, when she was a prosecutor, she took on these for-profit colleges that ripped off their students, and Donald Trump paid $25 million in fines for his rip-off for-profit college. When she was a prosecutor, she took on people who cheated the system for their own benefit. Donald Trump has 34 felony convictions for cheating the system for his own benefit. When she was a prosecutor, she took on, she specialized in sexual abusers, and Donald Trump has $100 million worth of fines for his sexual abuse convictions. She says, I know people like Donald Trump, and I've beaten people like Donald Trump before. And the crowd goes fucking ballistic. She's killing it. The internet's filled with coconuts because of her silly little coconuts thing. I don't know what. It's like they turned a negative to a positive because that coconut thing is objectively silly.
Don't even know what you're talking about. You really
you will. You're going to see coconut merch. You're going to see coconuts fucking everywhere. It means Kamala, and she is crushing it. And
rally. From like 4-6 hours
don't know
ago.
Where it was, yeah.
I mean, it's a pretty full high school gymnasium. Saying this is like on par with
mic drop.
Actually,
Trump's not
2016 Trump
right
was 2016 Trump was like fucking Metallica.
This week he filled a sports stadium.
Listen, I'm telling the story. Stop it. It's all the way I want to.
Dude, they're trying so hard to make Kamala cool.
Did she flex on? Did she flex on all the marijuana prosecutions?
Trump. She's winning in every national poll right now. At least the new ones. If you drag out the ones that lasted like 2 weeks or the ones from before, she like was really the person, because people were divided. Some wanted Kamala. Half dozens of us wanted Buttigieg. Some people wanted Cooper. Some people wanted Kelly. I forget the other names.
Whitmer, Newsom.
Whitmer's a big one. Newsom's a big one. Yeah.
I'd rather have The Rock than some of those people.
Now, oh my gosh, dude, it's fucking Kamala crazy on the internet, and Donald Trump. Oh, he's hilarious to watch right now with his boomer Karen energy, complaining. I'd like to see a manager. I want refunds on all the effort I put into Dark Brandon.
He's in his own universe.
Yeah,
right?
you're in your own world on this.
You guys are in your own world. The Reuters poll. What Reuters is not like?
Well, you're fired up about it. That's all that matters.
Reuters is the like premier unbiased news organization, right? No one calls them biased except for fucking idiots.
Who?
And they said Kamala's leading in the polls right now. So I'm loving it. There's a whole new coat of paint on the Democrat. It has been no fun to be Team Blue for like 3 weeks. I'm trying to think. It started the debates, right? The debates, Trump had a much better debate than Biden did. And then it was just all Trump all the time for 3 weeks, probably peaking at when he got his ear pierced by the fellow Republican, grabbed his high heels and ran off stage. But
let's see.
Then the best thing, like the first piece of good news for the Democratic team was when Trump took the stage and he had this meandering ramble, 90 minutes of debate.
And all those independent Democrats heard that and they were like, and then the Republicans heard it and they were like, I'm voting for a woman.
That was the first piece of good news that the Democrats had, Trump taking the stage.
You say that, but think about what you're saying. Why would that help the Democrats if Donald Trump has a bad speech? Who from the right is going to say it was anyone who's tuned in and watching 90 minutes of an RNC speech with Donald Trump? They're not looking to be swayed. They're members of the cult. They're in the choir. They're like, that was a long one. Can you believe
when Trump gets the opportunity? This is like a State of the Union for a candidate, right? This is his opportunity to get some eyeballs on him. Democrats are watching him. I did. Republicans are watching him for sure. The idea that the only people watching him are unpersuadable.
It was 90 minutes.
Is off target. It was boring. It was the longest fucking speech in the history of any nomination for since the 60s ever. I don't know. It was terrible. It was long and it was meandering and it had all the energy of the Beach Boys singing California Girls for the 3,000th time. And it was all his same like complaints about elections being stolen and other random bullshit filled with lies, the standard Trump lies he always tells that aren't supposed to be lies, right? They're kind of like jokes, I think. Yeah, so Trump didn't do himself any favors at the RNC. And you can't find anyone who says he did. It has finally been fun.
Well, I'm glad you guys won. I'm happy for you.
I'm glad we went to 200. I'm psyched.
Yeah, I think I'm still pretty confident here. It just doesn't.
Me too.
I think she's got. Are you mad at me or something?
No, I'm not mad at all. I swear.
You're being rude.
That's probably true. Sorry.
You're like jumping in on the tail of like my words with are you like you want to fight or something.
I said me too. I mean, you said I'm glad. I said me too. That's kind of hitting it back. It's not
okay.
Jumping.
Well, I know it's been rough for you guys for a while. I think that Kamala is a terrible candidate. I think there's a reason that she got trounced in that primary process back in whatever year it was when her and Tulsi and Joe were on stage and they're trying to see who's the most racist amongst those three. And Kamala's calling Joe a racist and Tulsi's calling Kamala a racist. And it's ridiculous. I don't think she's a good candidate. I see the framing from the left is that Donald is running from a debate with her or when they see that,
Lacey's done it.
Yeah. Or they made fun of, Trump's VP Vance because he said he was upset that he wasn't going to get to debate her. It's like, why are you making fun of him? He was going to debate her and now he's not. You were going to have this like really well-spoken guy talk to someone who has trouble with sentences and, talking to people. Every speech I've ever seen from her was pretty rough. I remember that Space Force addressal or whatever you want to call it. Like that was crazy.
Space affects us all.
I remember when she was talking there was a school bus behind her. I don't know who she was talking to. It's possible she was talking to like preschool kids. And if that's the case, then she nailed it.
No, that was MIT.
She's like, who doesn't love a big yellow school bus?
Dude, I think she's had some klutzy things. The coconut thing, which I'm sure you'll get exposed to soon, to me was lame. The montage of today unbeholden by
unburdened
tomorrow,
by today from yesterday's sorrows or some shit.
I get it. I don't like that one. I think she thinks it's clever, but I don't think you'll see her say it again. But today's thing, she's killed. People are taking snippets of it. They're going viral on the internet. Everyone's excited. Not everyone, of course.
She has bad cadence. Like the speeches I've watched from her cadence is very bad, and she puts the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable in the way she's speaking, and does a very insincere Hillary Clinton-esque panic laugh way too often. And so I agree that, dude, the Democrats have so many better people. And like Kamala, she just sucks. She doesn't inspire. There's a reason they kept her, under a blanket the past 4 years. She doesn't pull well with people.
She's been working on the border, Taylor. That was her.
I think what happens is the blue team is thirsty for someone, and they gave her Kamala, and they're excited. I agree that I don't know about the cadence thing. That's how I see Trump. Donald Trump is always doing this sing-songy, like wavy up and down cadence thing that I find unappealing, but some people love it. I can't ignore that. He's popular with less than half the nation, but almost half. But Kamala, I don't see the cadence thing. I do see the laugh thing. Trump's first nickname for her was Laughing Harris.
Laughing Kamala.
No, Laughing Harris. And I'm like, cackling Kamala was right there, right? And he went with Laughing Harris. I think you're losing your branding, dude. But are
they going to debate? Or
Trump has twice said he doesn't want to. He thinks ABC's not fair, that he wants to have it on Fox. Fox, for the record, spent almost $1 billion in fines for lies on Trump's benefit. So, like, that's
CNN gave the questions to Hillary, and Trump went into the lion's den,
and it's not on CNN. It's ABC.
CNN. I know, but I'm just saying, like these. Trump's had it the same way. Trump's been cheated through these things as well. And Trump did the last debate, like going into the lion's den in a format that we all sat here and we're like, oh my God, he's fucked. He's ruined. They're going to make him actually talk. They're not going to let him interrupt and joust. And he went in there and destroyed and won. And the most landslided, lopsided presidential debate in presidential history. And he's like, all right, won that one. And they're like, hey, you beat our guy so bad he died almost. So we've got a backup guy, though. Don't worry. And same rules, right? He's like, no. Now we'll come play at my house. Look, I like it. I don't think that it's him running away or being cowardice.
It's so weak. He wants to go to Fox News because he's scared of the rules he already agreed to. It looks like President Pussy Pants. Like I see that a lot from him, but he's just trying to out of this.
No,
debate.
remember,
I'm not sure they'll
former president.
Oh, I'm sorry, former
Poopy Pants. Yeah, your visceral hatred of him is so boundless that like I don't know if you can interpret anything he does without being very negative about it. Like
I hear you, but like to me, I'm seeing him for what he is, right? Like, dude, the Epstein phone logs didn't change anybody's mind. Like at this point, I keep saying it. Trump could out on Fifth Avenue, and his supporters would still back him.
A Russian child.
Trump was like, he's going to hand over Ukraine to Russia at this point, which I know Taylor likes, but it's against my moral code.
A lot of people do want us out of that war.
Yeah, I don't.
For sure.
I don't like a lot of things about Trump, but I do absolutely despise all the things about the other side. And a lot of the people who are so pretentiously like shoot him down and treat him like shit and call anyone who supports him a worthy of death loon who's a deplorable or whatever, like the way they painted his supporters with one brush. And you're going to have a hard time getting me on board with a marijuana prosecutor who sent 1,500 people to prison for marijuana crimes. And then when when they asked her if she smoked marijuana, she giggled and laughed about it. Someone who had someone sitting on death row and had evidence that clearly they were innocent and waited till her hand was forced to let them out of prison.
I get you. I don't like that marijuana prosecution thing, but I mean, marijuana prosecution was like going away under Obama, and Trump brought it back.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to consider that his strength.
It's what she does, though. It's her bread and butter. Like it was her thing. So it's a whole different scenario. And also, like, Trump's just, if anything, he's sticking with his ideals with any sort of marijuana policy he has. He's fucking straight edge over there. I mean, he's got his cold pills, but he doesn't drink and he doesn't smoke weed. You know he doesn't smoke weed. He's definitely not cool enough to smoke weed.
I think he doesn't smoke weed because he likes to look down on it, maybe. Like, that's my vibe for Trump. Like, or maybe he does. I think it's maybe just straight edge, like a health thing, perhaps. I don't know. It's hard to see him as a health nut, but there's a reason he doesn't smoke and drink, and I just have to bundle marijuana into the same sort of line of thinking.
Maybe,
which is not a hate thing at all.
Yeah, but anyway, I'm concerned about Joe. Where is Joe? I want to know how he's doing and how he's running the country right now and keeping us all safe. How is the federal government being led by
he's
now?
Not
right now.
Dude, yeah, he hasn't been running the country for years, dude. Everyone knows this now.
I'm thrilled with the way the country's being run. Like, I genuinely am. I saw Pete Buttigieg tweet. So there was that freaking CrowdStrike thing, and Delta Airlines was having trouble. Buttigieg gets on the air. We have received reports of continued disruptions and unacceptable customer service conditions at Delta. Delta must provide prompt refunds to consumers who choose not to take rebooking, free rebooking for those who do, and timely reimbursements for food and hotel stays to consumers affected by these delays and cancellations, as well as adequate customer service. No one should be stranded at an airport overnight or stuck on hold for hours waiting to talk to a customer service agent. If any airline fails to honor its customer service requirements, let us know. He gives a URL to contact the government. This didn't exist before the Biden administration. Because they would just give you, they'd be like, sorry, I got canceled, not my fault. Have a fuck off and bite me. And that was the end of it. Or maybe they give you like free miles at best, some future flight, to get you to take their thing again, probably that you have to upgrade. Now, consumer service has been fixed at airlines. Airlines are the people who pay for their mistakes. That's how the country's being run.
Although all the airlines were all shut down at once, that's the whole reason that refunds were a problem. So like none of the planes were moving, but don't worry, we'll get you a refund on time and it'll be cash.
It didn't used to be. It used to be the consumers got screwed.
Oh, I'm aware. I remember when Biden signed the order or whatever. It's only been a couple months. It feels like
this is like such it's a good thing, but it's the teeniest, tiniest little thing to like hang your hat on as far as like how the country's going.
I'm looking for big policy, large things.
I like his infrastructure to be able.
I like his infrastructure stuff. I like his infrastructure stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I heard he did something about the fucking lead in the pipes, which it's like, why do we have fucking lead in our pipes in this country? God damn you people! Like, okay, maybe one less Spirit bomber. Okay, one less. And we fix all the lead in the pipes.
What's a Spirit bomber?
Probably some absurdly expensive military thing.
What is the B-2 Spirit, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
One less $1 billion plane. I think those are $2 billion. Jesus, I think those are $2 billion planes. The new ones, what is it, a B-21 or something like that? Jesus fucking Christ, get the lead out of the pipes. So like, I like to hear stuff like that. But I really don't like that border thing. When Hutch was like, some people think that they're just like bringing brown people in to like, be Democratic voters. Like it's a big conspiracy. And it's like, they are bringing brown people in to be Democratic voters. Children. It's not a conspiracy theory. It's right before your eyes playing out, my friend.
What I don't like is that they had a bill to make it better, right? To get those asylum cases sorted out and to get them back on the other side of the border, and Trump stopped it. And
I read more about that, and it was like unpalatable what they were offering. It was like,
tell me what
you like the amount of people they were allowing in was thousands a day, and they were still not going to take any additional action until that number was exceeded. And it was like, as it was higher at sometimes than like the seasonal average. And so it was basically just saying things can continue on and we get what we want, and we'll still block you if you try and take action on this later. Like it wouldn't have delivered to him what he wanted, or to his voters what they wanted. Like people like me, we want the border shut down. We don't want 1,000 people to be able to enter a day. You have to deport illegals and shut the border. Like you're not a real country if you don't do stuff like this.
I'll tell you what gets me fired up. It's when I see those signs at the convention that say mass deportations now. And it's like, yes. I want you to hire 100,000 new people who are looking for them, who are digging them up, who are shipping them out. Put them in camps. Do we need to put them in camps first to organize them and put them in the camps?
Just put them on a bus down to fucking Mexico, and it's Mexico's problem. They've been facilitating so much of this for how many years? Fuck them for doing this.
I just have if they're here illegally, they should go. We should get them out. They should leave. And I'm just so for that. And it makes so much sense to me that when I hear Medicare for all, I'm like, fuck yeah, that sounds cool. Let's do it. All who though? What about those 11 million that just snuck in and the 20 million that were already here before that?
Oh, they already get free healthcare when they show up.
There's only like that's like 10% of our fucking population.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I was all excited early. I wasn't mad at you. I wasn't.
Oh no, I was just baiting you.
Oh, well, congratulations.
See, that's how you back down, liberal.
Okay.
We win again. First time in a while, but
wait, what did you win it?
You know what's funny about the pronunciation of Harris's first name? I know that it's Kamala because you like a comma punctuation point la, but Joe Biden says it the way I say it, and he's the one I've always listened to. I found a montage of Joe Biden saying her name like I say it next to her. And then look, not trying to get political here, but can you imagine being the vice president and the little bit too old president can't get your fucking name right on the stage in front of everybody when you're really trying to be all you could be up here and like look like a pro team? That would upset me. Like if me and you, what does he call if the three of us went somewhere, he calls her Kamala. No, Kamala. He says it Kamala.
Dude, honestly, I say that too.
Her name is a little bit like the they pronouns, they them pronouns. And by that I mean like it's kind of hard to get right. And some people get it right, some people get it wrong because it's an honest accident, and some people get it wrong because they're trying to other her, right? On Fox News, Donald Trump, they intentionally mispronounce her name, right? Donald Trump calls her Kamala, right? With a B slips in there.
Where's the B slip in? I didn't hear it.
It's near the end.
Kamala?
It's Kamabala, he writes. It's on Truth Social. Like it's not an accident.
He has like aphasia or something.
And he said it in no.
He's an asshole.
He says it in person. He says it at the rallies, and he types it on.
Oh, is he trying to
make her sound exotic and foreign,
like Kamala blah blah blah?
Like Barack Hussein Obama is what he's trying to do. He's doing a Barack Hussein Obama.
He's trying to other her, right? And like people who do pronouns incorrectly on purpose, that's an asshole behavior. But there are also a lot of people who do pronouns incorrectly by accident because it's hard.
Yeah.
And that's how I see it.
It's a ridiculous thing you're being asked to do.
Well, sometimes it is. Sometimes it's like, I mean, come on. Like how did you even know that's a sir?
Yeah.
Right.
The penis?
To me,
it's probably the penis.
If it's he and her, I get it right almost all the time. If it's they, I have a real hard time.
Harder to guess. But most sane people don't get offended when you screw it up the first time. Like the vast majority of the LGBT community, they're used to that. It's not a big deal. Like Kamala being called Kamala, whatever. But then there's assholes in that community that have a fucking meltdown, or people that claim to be gender fluid. And you're supposed to know just by looking and like judging on their body language and use the right pronoun at the right time. That's very
that's a totally sane way to live.
Yeah, but
I don't care about pronouns, but I think I just thought it was hilarious that Joe was because that's where because when I mispronounce her name, it's because that's how I've heard it, or at least that's how I hear it in my head.
At the DNC.
What I'm really doing is I spell it when I say words. I picture the letters in my head and I read them out loud. That's what I'm doing.
At the DNC right now, obviously, overwhelmingly, they're saying Kamala's name right, but they got it wrong 3 times. So like it's a thing that well-meaning
because it literally sounds better. Like when you see it, Kamala, that sounds more normal.
Like it's easier. It's certainly easier for American accents or English language.
It sounds more direct and more hard. Like Kamala. It sounds like a wrestling move or a judo.
Kamala.
But at this point, if you're mispronouncing it all the time on purpose, you're kind of an asshole, right?
I couldn't care less about the pronunciation of
but it's a way to other her. It's a way to I don't know, just not accept who she is.
Is it going to make Kamala Harris feel othered? Who cares? They called him Trump for years, and it was also mindset. It was also like
no one calls
retarded.
They call him orange. They make fun of his spray tan. It's mean.
And that's also like
who
cares?
They? Are we talking about the hosts on CNN, MSNBC, ABC,
literally,
CBS?
Yes. Yeah.
Drumpf, they call him. No,
yes.
John
that's
Oliver
more
calls him Drumpf.
It's like a Reddit thing.
I watch
like
6 times more than you do, and they don't call him Drumpf.
No, we're way past that now. I'm saying back like 2016 to 2020, that was a very common thing. And it's also a who gives a fuck. I don't care about Trump, a billionaire, having his name messed up a little bit. Like I don't care about that. That's ridiculous.
He cares about that a lot. Very vague.
If he does, then I don't care that he cares.
You see, I saw they were giving that kid a hard time because he cried at the DNC. I didn't watch any of the DNC, but I guess what happened is the Kamala's vice president's son got up there and spoke, and I guess this little puffy fellow has a learning disability.
A non-verbal autistic.
No. He didn't speak. He was in the crowd watching his father speak. He's non-verbal, and I guess he cried and said, "That's my dad," which is weird on the non-verbal thing. I don't know what his disability
what does that mean?
I think it means like non-conversational, and he has ADHD. He's somewhere on
it means he couldn't have a podcast.
Mental health spectrum.
It really sits there like a lump on the log.
He's neurodivergent in at least 2 ways.
ADHD is like that. That's so. Like that,
but obviously,
but like non-verbal, that's not an ADHD thing. It's clearly something different, right?
Anyway, the kid was all like cry face. He was ugly crying, and he was yelling, "That's my dad" or whatever, and they're giving a hard time on the internet.
You shouldn't give mentally challenged kids a hard time.
Yeah, I don't like that. But they didn't know. They didn't. Here's what I saw. I saw a Twitter interaction. I don't know the names, but apparently they're important people. But one guy was making fun of the kid, and the other person's like, "Hey, actually, he's got a learning disability, and also this, that, and the other." And he's like, "Oh shit, I'm sorry, I didn't know. Are we good?" And then it's like, "No, we're never going to be good now." It's like, why can't we? He didn't know.
Okay, if they were being bullies, and then they realized, and then they stopped.
And Coulter's full stop though. She don't.
That was the best one. That was so funny. She's like, she made fun of him for crying and be like, "I couldn't imagine having a relationship with a child like this that just cries and shows emotion." It's something like really.
Do you think She said, "Do you think Barron Trump cries?" Never.
Yes. And the number one most upvoted ratioed reply was like this quote from Wikipedia. She's been engaged so many times, but never married. It's like, man, your previous fiancés might have something to say about this. Or what was it? It was like, maybe this is why you can't even have children because you can't get a partner.
Do you know what Ann Coulter gets right that we can all agree on? BMI.
Yes, I nailed it.
100%. I like a nice thin woman.
They call her Scarecrow on the left. Look at it. Show us a flattering picture of Ann Coulter, please, Zach, because I would say
I don't think she's a beauty. But she's definitely thin, which is
so. I was introduced to her like online whenever Romney was running against Obama. She was big in the political scene at the time, and I thought she was pretty hot. You know, that was like 12 years ago, something like that.
Oh, maybe she was. I didn't. I don't remember.
Man, me and you got very different penises then.
She keeps the body fat in check, and I give people a pass for getting old. I mean, who doesn't?
Yeah, I mean, as you get older, it probably becomes easier to get fat.
Zach coming in clutch with the flattering picture. Thank you, Zach.
That picture's a decade old.
She looks like she's about to peck me.
Yeah, you don't have to believe she's, as Woody would agree, ugly people should have good BMIs also.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you're a weird kind of witchy woman, this is the kind of woman
I thought it was pretty easy not to make fun of Tim Waltz's kid, even if you didn't know he's neurodivergent, because he's under 18. I've always left those kids off limits.
It's weird when they do
funny,
that.
Though? Remember when Ted Cruz tried to kiss his daughter to like show his like, "Hey, we're a big family here. We love each other." They're outside of a bus. I think it's his bus, his tour bus, and doing one of them press stops. Ted Cruz here. And he goes like smooches like 12, 14-year-old daughter on like the cheek. And she reacted the same way my dog reacts when I try to kiss him. Just like recoiled.
That relationship's so toxic. I think the daughter's tried to kill herself 2 or 3 times. She even gets on social media to talk shit about her dad. She said she was bi and her dad was a monster that like wants to put down, like just talking mad shit about him. And she has talked about like she feels trapped in her home and she wants to leave and she's trying to kill herself.
Oh, are you sure that wasn't the Kellyanne Conway people?
No, Kellyanne Conway was the Bowling Green massacre. This something happened like Ted Cruz's daughter attempted suicide.
No, Kellyanne Conway and her husband. It was
Trump's campaign.
They had a big split. They had a big split publicly or something like that.
Yeah, they divorced.
And her daughter would have these like she'd go live and talk.
Yeah.
She'd live stream her fights with Kellyanne Conway, who was like on the news every night at that point. And I think it ended with like some underage nudes of the daughter online and a whole thing.
Wild.
Yeah, there was a big
hear about that.
The funny one.
I keep my ear to those.
Moms for Liberty lady. Moms for Liberty in Florida. The people that want book bans and get rid of gay books broadly, stuff like that. The president, the woman who founded Moms for Liberty, is married to the head or the chair of the Republican Party in Florida. And he got arrested and charged with entrapment and I think a variety of sex crimes because the two of them would stalk women to determine which is the prettiest women to have a three-way with. And this was a wholly different crime because he would take pictures of women in private places without their consent and like text them to his wife, like, hey, is this one good for a gangbang or whatever? So they were pretty frequently engaging in homosexual sex despite trying to get those books banned. But where this goes off the fucking rails, okay? There's nothing wrong with having a threesome now and then. This guy invited one of these women to come have a threesome with him and his wife. She shows up. The wife isn't there. It's just him, and he looks like he's one drink away from like liver cancer. Big fat beer belly, probably smells like whiskey. Not a pleasant looking guy. Woman shows up and says, I really wasn't here for this. I was going to like kind of deal with you. I really want to fuck your wife or whatever. And she tries to leave. He says no, and he like stops her and beats her and tries to force himself on her. And he gets hit with, I believe, a rape and an imprisonment charge as he had to step down from being the head of the Republican Party in Florida. His wife was originally getting no charges because she was just off. She wasn't there for this. Mm-hmm. But then investigators discovered that he sent her a shit ton of text messages of pictures of women that probably like not in public, not in places they would have consented to being filmed and stuff. So there's like this weird like wiretapping kind of charge or like spying thing going on. It was fucking wild. But
the
it was
pictures
hilarious.
were like covert nudes, or they were?
No, they weren't like covert nudes. It's like he would go to a bar or a club or like a convention and just like take pictures of women not paying attention. Hey, should I ask this one out? Do you like this one's ass? This one's got good titties, stuff like that.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that was illegal.
Well, if you're not, sometimes being in a private space, the rules change a little bit. It's different when you're on the street, like at a public event. So I'm not super sure about all that, but there was an additional charge with that. And the ironic thing is between these two people, they were fighting very hard to get immoral books banned, especially books about homosexual sex. And they're engaging in
Were they trying just to be good faith in it? Were they trying to ban those books outright or just keep them out of access of children?
I think that's one of those things where, like, if you look at what they say, they would probably say keep it out of access of children. But when you be real about what they would ask for, how hard they would push, or how wild things would get, it would be pretty obvious there would be a push to get rid of them. Like,
did they try to ban them off Amazon or out of children's libraries?
Out of libraries in general, out of colleges, out of schools. Right. It's kind of like how a Democrat would say, I don't believe in banning guns, but I think there should be stricter gun control. And if you capitulate to that, they'll roll it out to something very extreme that is essentially a gun ban. Basically, that same kind of attitude toward those books.
I don't think they would ban it for adults. There's like fucking a third of the Republican Party has to be gay.
Yeah.
Like they're all doing a bunch of nonsense behind the scenes. But I totally am in favor of not putting those books in front of kids.
This is 100%. One of those right-wing things I'm so on board with, because the left will be like, no, they hate gays so much. They don't want anyone to be gay. They don't want anyone to know what it is. It's like, no, we genuinely don't give books that instruct my 8-year-old how to suck a dick of his friend. Don't put those in his library. I want to teach him about sex myself because I'm his parent. And just like his religious teaching, I don't want the fucking 10 Commandments on his wall either. Where is it? Louisiana just did that?
Texas.
I don't want that either.
But I think it's misleading to pretend that the Republicans are only trying to keep it out of the eyes and arms of children, right? W tried to make it a constitutional amendment to have gay marriage illegal.
What year is it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. That wasn't that long ago. But
Obama
even more
wouldn't
recently,
Obama wouldn't.
Remember where the left was back then on gay marriage.
The left was further right than the Republicans now back then.
The left was not further right than the Republicans in W's time.
The left
W's time. I was thinking like the 60s.
The left in W's time were against gay marriage.
The left Obama was the one that let gays serve in the military. Clinton is the one that input don't ask, don't tell.
They said that abortion should be,
rare
legal and rare.
That's Obama's.
We're talking about gay people. I don't know.
Yeah, we can
we're just talking about issues on general and like touching points.
The idea that like a Democrat like Obama's social position.
You're arguing that Republicans are more for gay rights than Democrats.
No, I'm saying that I'm very clearly stating that Obama in 2008 was more right wing on things like abortion and gay marriage than the Republicans even are now, outside of a handful of them, like that Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Obama was thoroughly moderate.
Who's trying to get rid of gay marriage now?
Bro, in Texas, at the DNC, they had like some 12-year-old girl from Kentucky. They got raped by her stepdad that was forced to give birth. Obama wasn't on that train in 2008. Are you smoking crack?
Obama said that abortion should be legal and rare. And now the current Democratic position is like it should be a celebrated thing. He also said that abortion is something between really?
It is. He's right.
He is not right. No one's saying abortion should be a
yes, they are.
celebrated thing.
Absolutely, they are.
I mean, I'm sure you can find some wackadoo at a parade and fucking chaps that might say that, but that is not.
I've seen Democratic speakers take the stage and say, "It's great to be here in San Francisco, the city where I had my first abortion," and the crowd goes wild. You're like,
we're reading a story about a guy who was a surgeon, and his wife had a medical issue that was in his expertise, and he could have saved her. But if he'd done the surgery, he would have outed himself as like a former intellectual, and they both would have been put to death. And how like horrible that was. And anti-intellectualism is frightening to me. I'm terrified that's coming in America. I feel like we're waging wars on libraries and colleges right now, and public schools, and almost
bad
anything
books in there. All right, they're stocking the preschools with blowjob tutorials. That's all. Yeah. That's all. Some people don't like that.
That's almost like not a thing. Like 99% of that is not real. So I have a in-law who works in the library system, and they have people come and protest the library and send threats and angry letters and stuff about books that the library doesn't even carry. They'll get like death threats from people out of state for books that the library has never even purchased. And it's pretty horrible. Like the librarians are by and large trying to find new careers and quitting. There was one story, I don't ever know if it made the news, that somebody tried to check one of the librarians' kids out of school. Like they said they were an aunt, and they tried to check their kids to kidnap them over some of this book ban nonsense. It was fucking crazy.
Crazy is right. Yeah. Chasing ghosts, right? You know, like the critical race theory determined the governor of Virginia, and they don't even teach it in Virginia, but they campaigned on it so effectively, Republicans won.
It definitely does happen. A friend of mine who's on the school board locally showed me photos from books they were putting in libraries for kids, and it was troubling, like teaching oral sex, teaching like weird.
You want to live in a world where people give toothy blowjobs, it sounds like, and I'm not for it.
Yeah, I don't think
is this like a sex education book? Like, what age are we talking here? Because
his kids are young. Like, this would have been available in the same place that like kindergartners are finding Where's Waldo books.
Yeah, that's probably too extreme. Probably put that in the teenage section. But I do know they also started teaching that to some kids, because kids don't have a good idea of what's good touch and bad touch. So part of early sex education is teaching kids to know when they're being preyed on. So you have to teach them some of these more advanced techniques so that they know to report it.
Yeah, but like you could do that the way we always have, where it's like, hey, like I remember my parents giving me that talk, like my mom being like, if like anyone but your doctor or us like needs to see your private area, that's a huge no, and you need to tell us right away if that happens.
Tell me that
they said that did not involve me needing a book that showed like how to give head or anything like that. Be careful,
Kyle. Because dirty old men will kidnap you, and they'll take you away, and they'll lock you in
because you're desirable.
And they'll yeah. I remember being told, and I know this doesn't make any sense, but that they would take a cat's claws and scratch me to torture me. I remember because I genuinely, when I'm talking about like 4 or 5, I had this image of fearing being kidnapped by like bad men in public, and they're going to torture me with cats. They're going to have like cats scratch me, like
just angry cats just tearing into you.
In my
you're
mind,
like thrown into the back of a van, and you're like breathing a sigh of relief because there are no cats around.
I genuinely remember that but I remember it being like the cat's claws being raked from top to bottom down your back and like really scratching you up. And to me as a 4-year-old, it's like the worst imaginable thing.
It would be pretty
cat
terrible.
mauling by strangers. Don't let them kidnap me. No, sir. I'll be vigilant, but nobody tell me anything about a good touch or a bad touch. But still,
it was not a long conversation. It was like your doctor or us.
It was the kidnappers that we were afraid of. I don't think there was any danger sign that like somebody around you might be getting after you.
It was satanic panic era that they would roll up in a van that says free candy and snatch the kids. There was no conversation.
Was that real, Woody?
Yes, it happened to me.
Blades? Were there people afraid of the devil worshippers coming to get you?
Yes, that was super. People went to prison
there was
for
another
that. People
fucking
died
ghost
for
being
that.
chased back in the day. But yeah, I told you guys about this years ago, so maybe the story is new again. When I was 12, I first moved to Ocean City, and that was back when there were arcades. Like to play video games, you'd go to the arcade and pump in quarters. At the back, there were pool tables, and this dude taught me how to play pool. Having like an adult salary, it seemed like it was an endless amount of money where he paid for all the pool games, and he just seemed to enjoy my company. As a 12-year-old, I was pretty charming, I suppose. And so we'd play, and then eventually, and this was like the candy that would have worked on me. He said he had a brand new Bang & stereo system back at his apartment and that I should come see it. And I was like, that sounds amazing. He's like, speakers are as tall as you are. And I'm like, whoa, like this is, but, and I was right on the edge.
I can fit you in one of those.
I was like, maybe, because it better than candy to my 12-year-old head.
He told you it was a banging sound system, and yet you chose.
Like a lame-o. I was like, it doesn't. I don't think so.
He told you what you were going to do while you were listening to the sound.
I see what you're doing. Yeah, it took me.
Smart choice. You saved your bi curiosity for later.
I think it's probably for the best. It's like when Woody's like following his political stuff and he sees some crazy blue hair. He's like, oh, get out of here with your. Like, boys, wipe your ass.
That red-haired guy with the mustache and the dress at the White House press dinner or whatever. That's the one that I always see, and I'm like, whenever Republicans will always clap back when then weird, that'd be I wouldn't like that. And they show the picture of that red-haired guy with a mustache wearing a dress at the fucking White House.
Is that the guy that got caught like stealing women's luggage at the airport?
I don't know where he got his garb. I'm not suggesting he stole it from an airport, but he was it's crazy looking because he's not trying to be femme. It looks like a man wearing a dress. And I know that's what like bigots.
Do you know his job or his name?
I want to say about like person. Women.
He was some kind of government official, right? What was his?
Yeah, let me just search. Democrat,
like the Department of Transportation, bald hair, dresses,
Department of Energy hire.
That guy, he got arrested for felony. He, I think, stole luggage from airports, and they dropped him. Like he was pretty much immediately removed from his position. But yeah, seemed kind of like the guy who's like on this borderline between genius and crazy. Like his background is extraordinary, education, personal lifestyle. Mad scientist? I don't know.
This guy looks like a bit of a kook.
Does he?
You guys? Oh, that guy. I've seen him before. Yeah.
You know, I didn't see him there. With
grow a beard or don't.
No, this is like the bearded drag look.
Dude, just being that guy in the suit, having to sit there.
Hang on, before we cut away.
Normal.
That big lady in the background, is she on MSNBC or something?
I have no idea who the.
I just wanted to say she looks like she could headbutt me to death. Look at that fucking jawline. That's a big bitch.
Cast her for Amanda Waller in the next DC movie.
My boy Taylor can take her.
She looks like she plays rugby.
Take her down.
Yeah. W tried to make it a constitutional amendment to have gay marriage illegal.
What year is it?
Yes.
Yeah, right. That wasn't that long ago. But even more recently,
Obama wouldn't.
Remember where the left was back then on gay marriage.
The left was like further right than the Republicans now back then.
The left was not further right than the Republicans in W's time. Or
the left
W's time. I was thinking like the 60s.
The left in W's time were against gay marriage.
The left or the Obama was the one that let gays serve in the military. Clinton is the one that put don't ask, don't tell.
They said that abortion should be,
rare
and rare.
That's Obama's.
We're talking about gay people. I don't know.
Yeah, we can
we're just talking about issues on general and like touching points.
The idea that like a Democrat, like Obama's social position.
You're arguing that Republicans are more for gay rights than Democrats.
No, I'm saying that I'm very clearly stating that Obama in 2008 was more right wing on things like abortion and gay marriage than the Republicans even are now, outside of a handful of them, like that Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Obama was thoroughly moderate.
Who's trying to get rid of gay marriage now?
Bro, Bro, in Texas, at the DNC, they had like some 12-year-old girl from Kentucky. They got raped by her stepdad that was forced to give birth. Obama wasn't on that train in 2008. Are you smoking crack?
Obama said that abortion should be legal and rare. And now the current Democratic position is like it should be a celebrated thing. He also said that abortion is something between really?
It is. He's right.
He is not right. No one's saying abortion
celebrated
should
my
be a
ass.
Yes, they are.
celebrated thing.
Absolutely, they are.
I mean, I'm sure you can find some wackadoo at a parade and fucking chaps that might say that, but that is not.
I've seen Democratic speakers take the stage and say, "It's great to be here in San Francisco, the city where I had my first abortion," and the crowd goes wild. They're like, "Yeah, your first one right here."
I've literally never seen this.
Well, of course,
I'd love to see it. Show it to me.
Plant.
I feel like maybe you're taking some like wacko off to the side. I don't take Marjorie Taylor Greene and pretend that she's the mainstream of the Republican
she gets voted in every year. She's she represents a lot of.
She's the mainstream of Livonia, but I don't.
I mean, like her.
That's not their district. That's a different district.
All right, but like I look at Trump as the leader of the Republican Party, and right now I look at Harris or Biden as the leader of the Democratic Party, and they're not celebrating this stuff. They're not up there saying that abortion should be a really good thing. They're saying they should be rare and legal.
They certainly don't say it should be rare. Like that's just not a thing that's said among mainstream Democrats anymore.
That is the position of Democrats forever. And still
the words they use.
You think in 2024 the position of Democrats is that abortion is a thing that should be very rare?
Yeah, I do. And they're saying that unplanned pregnancies are always bad. People who have abortions and everything goes like right, it's still a traumatic event.
That's just not in line with what they speak and how they
probably speak differently because they're having to fight tooth and fucking nail to maintain that right, because the Republicans would happily make children that get raped by their parents give birth.
How about we allow abortions in that instance, but as a whole, we don't allow it? Would you be okay with that?
That would be a lot less bad, but that's not what's on the menu right now.
So you would be amicable, like you'd be agreeable to that, like getting rid of abortion in terms of convenience?
Did you know Planned Parenthood?
I always feel like arguing these corner cases are like, so both sides do this thing that frustrates me. The Republicans, and I'll get to the Democrats too, the Republicans pretend that people are having like abortions in the 9th month. Donald Trump literally goes up in his rallies and say they birth the babies, they take them out and they put a knife in their skull and do like a 9.5-month abortion. He says 2 weeks after they're born, they abort the kid. That's bullshit. The Democrats act like abortion is mostly in the case of rape, incest, and health of the mother. I think we should all just tell the truth and be like, mostly this is about people who got pregnant and don't want kids. And the question is, should we force parents who don't want their children to keep them? And Taylor phrases that as a convenience thing. But really, we're talking about kids who are going to be probably neglected and mistreated by their parents. They're not financially capable of having children. It's going to be an unsuccessful, broken home. Do you think those homes should have children?
I don't think that the alternative is killing the kids. I think that's wrong.
I have one thing. Do you know Planned Parenthood set up outside the DNC right now, giving free abortion pills and vasectomies out?
No,
they're giving out vasectomies.
Yes,
well,
because they celebrate
surgery right there outside the DNC, a vasectomy surgery. They're giving them out.
They celebrate abortion, and yes, it is true.
Planned Parenthood spends like 5% of its money on abortion services and 95% of it on free reproductive health care stuff for poor people.
No, that's not the money they spent. It's the procedures they perform. And they isolate a lot of those. They do, yes. And when they say that 5% of their procedures are abortions, what they're doing is they're counting a lot of little things as additional procedures. I saw that too, and I used to believe that.
Whoa, there's hold up,
this almost seems wild. Celebratory, right?
This whole website is about abortion. This is a bullshit source.
Oh, hang on,
there's a truck outside the DNC.
Hang on, I'll get another source.
Like every one of these things is like trashing the Democrats and abortion. If you
I'm gonna do my little searching too. I'm just imagining somebody set up a free vasectomy tip.
Oh, okay.
And it's funny, they try to phrase at the beginning, they're like, are they giving out free abortions at the DNC? Clinic. Donald Trump says so. Here's a fact check. We're giving out abortion pills and performing vasectomies in the parking lot.
Fact check just triggered. Bill Clinton went up there and he said in the last 16 years, America's made 51 million jobs. 50 under Democratic presidents and 1 under Republican.
Real quick.
And he's like, hold on. He's like, I had to fact check that 3 times and it's true. So I was like, all right, I need to fact check it. True.
In the last 20 years?
16.
16. Okay. Well, there's been 1 president that's Republican in that
I think we're counting Reagan, Bush,
and it happened during.
Maybe it's 20 then. I could check it out.
Yeah, because and that also happened during COVID, where we lost all the jobs. Certainly a realistic stat there, but we were talking about like the abortion being lauded as like a good thing, and Kyle just came up with a concrete example of it happening concurrently right now at the DNC. So are you saying that doesn't happen and that's not a position of theirs?
I don't think it's a celebratory thing. Even the article you linked, there was a guy talking about how he's already had 3 kids and he can't afford anymore. So getting a vasectomy made sense, but he couldn't even afford the vasectomy. So now the free vasectomy van is somehow a good offer for him. And I think that Democrats want
they're giving out abortion pills out front of the DNC.
Yes.
And you're saying that that's not advocating and celebrating that. And I say that's
advocating maintaining. You got a problem with day after pills? By the way, it was since 1989, 51 million jobs.
Because there's a movement right now to ban those pills completely so that nobody can get them anywhere, regardless of circumstances.
Well, let's not go that far.
This is like a DNC counterculture.
How about I get 2 or 3?
And I agree with Woody. If you read the book Freakonomics, which was written by some fantastic economists, they, I think, quite correctly posit that the crime wave of the 80s and early 90s, the RoboCop era craziness, was because abortion was illegal in the 50s, 60s, and some part of the 70s. So women were forced to have a bunch of children that they didn't want to have. They weren't financially prepared for. There was a bunch of kids that were neglected, abused, and not good for shit. And when that happens, crime rates in the society fucking skyrocket. I mean, like RoboCop was supposed to predict the future because crime rate was just going up like fucking infinitely. And then suddenly it stops and it curves back down. And that tracks almost exactly with when parents had abortion rights and would then abort kids that they couldn't afford or didn't want. With less unwanted kids, crime goes down.
Yeah, it's correlation. Wrong.
Correlation isn't causation, but interesting. Black women have 5 times as many abortions as men. And you're saying when there were no abortions, that we had a massive crime rate wave.
Well, it's racist and it's also wrong to abort.
Are you telling me abort racist?
Aborting any baby is wrong. Like you're killing.
What about Hitler baby?
Well, you don't know what he's going to be until
we know though. All right, it's got
Taylor's pro Hitler. Yep. That's what I'm getting from this.
Well, how about this? How about we let him in art school and shit works out?
All right, Taylor. What about an ectopic pregnancy?
Yeah, if it's for the life of the mother, 100%. Like you should.
What if the baby is horribly disfigured and deformed and will be born without eyes in their head, and they're going to live for about 48 hours and suffer unimaginable pain and then die no matter what the fuck you do?
Yeah, and I think that's a good example of a time where it might be necessary, or where it is necessary, because that baby's going to die outside the womb. And it would be a traumatic, horrible experience for that mother to have to give birth to a dead baby or a dying baby. But what you correctly pointed out earlier is these examples you're using are not representative of the overall issue. And so that's
I'll use a more real one then. Okay. Let's say there's a chick in college.
2 people have sex.
Two people have sex. Some woman in college. She's working on a science degree. Let's be real generous and progressive here. She gets fucking knocked up at a party. Okay. And she's like, fuck, I have a semester and a half left.
A girl in STEM, no one buys this bullshit.
I cannot go to college. I can't go to college and have this baby. I won't get my degree.
Oh my God, you gotta go to college? She has to kill her kid, I guess.
Well, no, you have to go work minimum wage jobs as a fucking wage slave for your whole life and struggle to take care of a kid that has no opportunities.
Dude, there are infinite programs.
She can abort the baby before it's fully formed, get her fucking degree, go be rich, and then in a couple of years become a good mom that can provide a family.
No, there shouldn't be abortion because it ruins her plans for a frat party. That's ridiculous.
Being the aborted baby and moving on to level
frat party.
You don't get to go to level 2.
Okay, well then, even if it's
for a pretty dishonest response.
Okay, I'll give an honest answer. Prioritizing your fictional career at that point over the life of a baby you just made is wrong.
That's an honest answer.
That's wrong, and it's immoral, and it's killing a child. So that's my position on that. Yeah, I think it's 100% wrong.
Bah, that kid doesn't even know he's a kid.
But it's also
imagine when he gets to level 2 in the game and he doesn't have any XP and he's sitting there like I don't know. I was killed at 4 fucking months in the womb.
Dude, he was fucking spawn camp.
I lost all my runes. And they're like, damn, those kids come back as dogs.
Dude, that's what they don't tell you. It's like in Sonic. Every time they get portion a bunch of rings.
Yeah. My favorite part about that discussion was at least it was like the real case, right? Like here's a girl in college who's just not prepared to have a kid right now. And, yes or no, she's not going to have a good life. This kid probably won't have, a good life. Now she's saddled with this single mother problem. And what's the right way to go?
Yeah, it's to let the
there are well-meaning people on both sides of that.
I'll tell you a real story from somebody I know. I'm not going to name their name because that's wrong. Friend of mine. I got him, man. I hope my wife, especially my wife, hope I'm not going too far off. This woman had a boyfriend in high school. They were not responsible. They grew up in a pissant town in the South that had 4,000 people, Bible thumping, no sex education, nothing going on. Everybody dumb as fuck, no jobs. You know the thing. Of course, she got knocked up her junior year. Well, her boyfriend was driving drunk and he flipped his truck and he fucking died. And there she is, pregnant with a baby, dead boyfriend, living in a small town with 0 jobs. Like half the people plus are on benefits here. You're going nowhere. She decides to abort this baby. And it was a horrible, traumatic experience that gave her real PTSD that she struggled with for years and damaged her reproductive. So it was harder.
I think a lot of mothers
she went on a fucking journey through life, a rough one with some ups and downs. But years later, met a very nice man, who's a friend of mine as well. And they eventually moved to a different place. They both got much higher paying jobs, one at a university, one at a dispensary, managing the dispensary, so a little bit better. They got a nice income. And she got pregnant again and gave birth to a beautiful little baby girl. And now that they've got money and they're stable, they're raising this girl. I've been there and visited. They're teaching her things. They're good parents. They're a little hippy dippy, you know the type, but wholesome. They're a part of their kids' lives. The kid's well adjusted. What do you think the outcome would have been if she had kept the baby of her dead boyfriend in the podunk town and went to work at the McDonald's to get just enough money to pay for diapers while staying at her mom's house?
I think you're making a lot of assumptions in that leading question you asked, and the only concrete thing other than the leading question is the only thing we can know 100% that's different is that baby's dead. That's the only thing.
That's true.
That baby was going to do great
and
things.
That is wrong.
Yeah. That was going to be the next Kamala Harris.
Absolutely, I agree with Kyle.
Could have been the next president.
With extraordinary improbability, you're talking lotteries here. And the problem with abortion isn't in that particular instance, killing the baby can be wrong in a moral framework. Let's say I agree with you.
Yeah,
but then you have to look at society as a whole, like all of America. And if everybody makes that choice,
why should that
it's like RoboCop again. There's a whole bunch of stupid people with parents that don't love them doing God knows what out there.
Why should that child be deprived life because of the financial who knows insecurity of a parent? Like the idea that, they wouldn't make as much money as they wanted and they wouldn't be able to do as much right away. So we better just kill the baby. Like that's ridiculous. And I used to be pro-choice. And I realized it was entirely out of my own selfish idea of convenience that if I ever knocked a girl up that I did not want to have a baby with, that I could just be like, I'm glad this is a thing. And then in recent years, it's been a thing of like, holy shit, how have I ever been okay with this? Like, this is so obviously wrong to make a decision that leads to a child and then to prioritize your own fiscal health over that of an actual living person.
That's how I feel about chocolate.
Mm-hmm. Chocolate's great. I love chocolate.
Chocolate's mostly farmed by those slave boys, though. Those literal slaves being forced to like pick the the chocolate beans or wherever chocolate comes from, and
it's one of God's great mysteries.
No one knows where chocolate comes from. Some say it comes out of the ground. But I still eat chocolate, and I don't care. I don't want you to eat chocolate though. So I'm also from that position of selfishness. I wish abortions call it $6,000. All right,
because
you'd have almost none.
More than that.
Yeah,
bullshit. They cost more than that.
What are you talking about?
No,
I've paid for
abortions. Depends on how late, of course, but abortions are expensive.
No, they are not.
I'm gonna Google this and see how wrong I am here.
Yeah,
so wrong. They're $400 or $500.
I line up with Drifter, and
they're like plasma TVs, cheaper every year.
And it comes from an idea of like I had
5 to 800
aspiring to be morally right in the same way that Taylor is aspiring to be morally right. Like, where do we have a better world, a better country, a better universe? One where these unwanted kids get put into what are likely subpar families. It's my take on it. But I can see how a well-meaning person would land in the same place Taylor does, which is like, look, a kid in a subpar family is better than a dead kid. Like,
the dead kid's like, I'd have taken vacations in Myrtle Beach and not Peru.
In equal sense to Woody, like
he's British.
Woody is not the kind of person that celebrates abortion as a wonderful thing. Like, you also are trying to come to a good conclusion in the way you see it, and so I don't see it as malicious or evil or anything like that. The way like someone who actively celebrates that I would see as evil, but.
And also, here's
I just really don't like it.
I still think that, like, especially in this country, like the whole idea is it doesn't really matter where you start. I grew up in one of them shitty towns too, and like regardless of the town, some people did well and became doctors and lawyers and scientists and shit, and some people did the other thing. So like starting from shitty beginnings can really toughen you up and make you a driven, hardworking individual.
That's the exception and not the rule.
That's true.
Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But those, the rules also get to live a life.
Right. But do you make your decisions based on exceptions? I guess sometimes you do.
I mean, you were kind of trying to earlier with the whole like incest and like deformed baby.
I was talking about because
of abortion.
About the morality. I'll agree with you. I don't think abortion should be celebrated. I don't think it's fun. I don't think people should like getting an abortion. I think when you do that, you have to come to terms with the fact that you ended a human life for some reason, some benefit to yourself or society that you think is worth it. But the reason I brought up those examples is because those are the examples that the current Republican Party is pushing for.
Well, don't word it that way.
Of states. I'll word it however the fuck I want.
You just admitted it's a human life that you're killing.
It is a human life that they're
Your
killing.
side doesn't admit that ever. That's like their no-no part. The no-no.
I'm not on a fucking side. I get stuck on the left-wing side because I'm not. If you're not like sucking Trump's dick right now, you might as well be a communist as far as the split in this country goes. But the reality is that the modern Republican Party in many states does not allow for exceptions of rape, incest, danger to the mother, deformed babies. Like all of that shit is just completely off the table. We're not even at a point where we're discussing Texas, where I live.
Really?
No, yeah, but like the point is that you're not being honest in your assessment of it, because if they made those niche cases that you're addressing totally fine, you still wouldn't be okay with that ruling, which is why I'm saying that it's not an honest assessment.
I would be more okay with it. I wouldn't be as concerned, because there's a difference between this pregnancy is going to kill both the child and the mother, and I'm not ready to be a mother. There's a difference there that I could, work with and live around and makes sense and has a moral framework. But that's not the fucking reality that I'm living in. Right now in Texas, just so you guys know, I'm a goddamn genetic freak, okay? I got my genes tested. I don't actually have any genetic disorders that I'm aware of, but I'm a recessive carrier for everything. Horrible, fucked up shit. The stuff I was talking about, the kids born with no skulls, I'm a carrier for that. My geneticist sat me down, looked me right in the eye, and told me, do not get your wife pregnant until you get her tested too, or make sure that these recessive genes will show up, because it will be horrible.
What?
And if I do that in the state of Texas and I'm unlucky and my wife is going to give birth to some Frankenstein baby that might kill her, I don't have other options. I have to send her to the hospital and wait for her to go fucking septic and be on life support to get a surgery that will then kill her and the baby that wasn't going to live anyway. That's the reality I'm living with here in Texas, and people in other states are dealing with that. We're not
Frankenstein was
we're
the
like
doctor, not the monster.
We're like way beyond talking like morality and like convenience here. We're not. I don't know. I'm rambling. I'm getting mad. It's
$6,000 that solves the
You're
whole
good.
thing. That way we can pop in, have one if we need to. No biggie. But you know, all the others can't, and there won't be so many. You know, and I like that. I like when the punishment for a crime is money.
I don't like it because it makes the families most capable of having the kid the one that doesn't have to.
And that to me makes sense. Because who should have the families but those most capable of having them?
No,
Wait,
anyone
what?
should be able to have a family.
Not
That is
everyone's
bullshit.
I know.
He's telling a silly thing, but
He's being a silly bitch.
That's what we do here.
Dude, there are
I
so
don't
many
care
people
about
that
the
should have
babies.
never had children.
I don't care about those dead babies. What are you talking about?
Yeah, Kyle truly does not give a
Yeah,
shit.
I'd hold a sign outside one of those places with a fetus on it, and then the next day I'd take my girlfriend there.
So Kyle, I have a question. When I had like the screws removed from my bones and such, they let me keep that hardware. Do you have any like dead fetus souvenirs from No?
No.
Oh, that's out of bounds.
What do you think that jack?
Oh no, it's not out of bounds.
is made of?
I didn't. No, they threw all the
They
toe
threw the whole
bones
baby
away.
away?
I wanted a
Yeah.
toe bone necklace, but they said no.
God, we got grim.
Well, anyway,
You got to wait till the 9th month to get those toe bones. That's when they calcify.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah.
I think we've really got to the bottom of it here and solved a lot of stuff.
It was pretty funny though when he started talking about the Haitian migrants eating dogs and cats. I mean,
I don't think that helped his case though. Like everyone is just make it. It's memeable now.
Are they?
No.
Probably not. If they were, it's like a very fringe case. There's like this town in Ohio that has like
Haiti
60,000.
have like a cannibalism roving gang problem within the last calendar year.
These are legal immigrants, by the way. Like these aren't illegal people.
Yeah, Haiti's just a mess. So there's like a lot of refugees coming in from Haiti, and I guess like 20,000 of them went to this town in Ohio with only 60,000 people in it. So a lot of.
If anything, that's the thing to bring up to harp on about immigration is he should have like not talked about dogs and cats and shit and been like, hey, this is a town that's being destroyed because they just dropped 20,000 people in there. They don't have resources to provide for them. Here's a million videos of people on the ground saying they're having trouble getting their benefits, saying that they're being, they can't afford their housing, that they're, having difficulties.
So I've done a bunch of like as much research as you can do in 2 days. I don't know, like 4 hours worth. And I saw a PBS special from like 2 years ago. So it wasn't like current political, and they were loving the Haitians, their work ethic, this, that, the other thing. I saw a town hall meeting on Our Conservative, the subreddit, where they were hating the Haitians. They were saying, like, this one woman said there was a person who didn't speak English in her front yard, harassing her, and a couple other things. Someone said they killed a goose, I mean to say. And so let's just a little of this, a little of that. I don't know what the truth is. It is a shrinking Rust Belt town. The population dropped from 80,000 to 60,000. And now there are legal immigrants coming and repopulating it. And they're working, they're contributing to the tax base, etc. The town is having some growth problems.
Contributing to the tax base?
Yes, they are contributing to the tax base. They're employed, they're buying homes, they're renting homes. They are putting strain on some of the like resources, like the police and the schools and stuff like that.
Yeah,
but I live in.
So if you were net taxpayers,
I'm still going. In the area of North Carolina that I live in, it also has like explosive growth. So they put strain on like people like me moving from up north. Put strain on the school systems, all the public utilities, etc.
I think you're
the water. There was a water problem. Not that welcome. Southerners don't like Yankees, and there's like the town I lived in particular was dependent on the town next to it for water, and there was like this big conflict that we could take showers or whatever. And this is what happens when a place has a lot of growth. It would be nice if the immigration maybe didn't let everyone go to the same place, because I have some empathy for how they changed the culture in that area. Like there's a state fair or something, and they're playing Creole music. I'm probably 80% right on this. I don't even know what that sounds like. But, when a town of 60,000 swells up and gets 20,000 immigrants, it changes it from the town you used to know. right? So wouldn't it be cool if they spread these people out and had them do, instead
like
of
they knew that would happen when they bring 20,000 people in from Haiti. Like they knew that would be a result. And like the idea that they're like pumping more money into that community than they're taking out via social services, I don't think is correct. Like,
well, I think you're making it up because I looked into it and like I see the city council say, talk about the extra tax revenue. These are not like,
well, there's more money coming in, but how much is going out is the real question,
Right. Well, like the schools, the class sizes got bigger, right? Stuff like that.
Can't put a value on what we've lost when that happens,
right?
I think the one real complaint that no one's denying is that they're coming in and they're not the best drivers, so they're getting into like a lot of accidents and stuff like that. I haven't seen anyone refute that point, but I imagine over time
complaints about people like going the wrong way on runaway roads. There was an accident in a minivan. This is like a while ago, maybe 4 or 5 years ago. They hit a bus and a kid died and a couple more were injured. So yeah, I don't know. They're driving like Haitians, I guess, and not assimilating. I wish they were more spread out so the load wasn't all on one town. But
I mean, they've interviewed people like on the ground and been like, "What are the impacts of this?" Like people, like normal people who live there who have no incentive to lie, and they're like, "Yeah, they're changing the whole town. I go to get benefits for my grandkids, and I'm waiting in line all day because it's 9-to-1 Haitians." They interviewed the guard at one of the social services offices, like, "What's the breakdown? Like, is it, between Springfielders and Haitians, like 50-50? What's the breakdown looking like?" And the guy clearly didn't want to answer. And he's like, "It's easily 9-to-1.
Yeah, I've seen interviews in both directions. I've seen interviews, like you mentioned, people on the street fussing. I saw the interview of a CEO of a manufacturing plant who's like,
"Oh, well, he's going to love it. His labor cost is down."
It wasn't that they were cheaper. It was that they were more reliable. But he's like, they're coming to work every day. They work all the time when they're here. He was pretty happy with
because they're cheaper, and he's probably getting subsidies for hiring immigrants.
Well, the thing about self-selected immigrants is they tend to like the people that get up and go and try to make a better life for themselves by moving from across the world to America are, regardless of what Trump says, often not the worst members of that society. The worst members just stay there and do nothing and become bums or drug addicts. The ones that look for a better life tend to be the upper crust. Like the Indians I worked with all had servants back home. And not most. I've never worked with an Indian that didn't come from a home with servants. And this is the kind of family that like tries to make a better life for themselves.
I think importing 20,000 Haitians into an Ohio town with 60,000 people is a huge negative for the people that live there.
So I agree. I like, so with H-1B visas, if you don't know how that works, they have to have a special skill set. They're a little loose on that. And they only are allowed to stay here on that visa if they keep their job. Like, we brought you in here to do this job in our country. It's less, I think, 7 years. And during that 7 years, hopefully they get a green card or something or go back.
Or an anchor baby.
Sure.
I don't think that works, but I don't know. In any case, I was trying to thought with the anchor baby thing. So what I'm saying is, like, there is a precedent for sort of an assigned sort of immigration. Like, oh, you're coming here because you can fill this job at this place and do this thing. Why don't we do that with more immigrants? Like, you know what? Springfield's full. If you want to come here from Haiti, you need to fill up some other particular job and have some particular role instead of like taking over a town and making it yours.
It's because like it's clearly an instance of something that the people there don't want it. And so why should it be done to them?
It's whenever I see some people on the ground being interviewed about it, it seems like lower class white people are the ones that have the biggest issue because they're probably used to paying $700 a month for rent. And then these guys come in and, they all split a house and, the price goes up to, $800, $900, $1,000. And, for a higher upper middle class white person, it's probably not that big of a deal. Oh, we get Haitian food. But for someone that's lower class, waiting in a longer line to get your government assistance or having to pay an extra $150 a month for rent, that's a massive blow. And
if there are legitimate complaints of Haitians moving to Springfield, Ohio, they were lost by former President Fuckface saying they're eating your cats and dogs. And now it's become a meme because he can't make articulate points like a normal person. He has to lie and exaggerate. And that's all people heard.
Well, yeah, I was cracking up during that just because he says that, and I know because I'm on Twitter what he's talking about. But like the average Fox News viewer or something probably has no idea what he's rambling on there. He just
Twitter brain was apparent the entire interview. Like the lies that he was telling are only, it's bullshit that you hear on Twitter. And the moderators were fact checking along the way, and it made him look bad. He said that he won the 2020 election, and they fact checked him on 3 things. There was the eating people's cats, winning the 2020 election, and a third one I can't recall off the top of my head. But they were the most egregious.
Was it killing babies 6 months after birth?
It was killing babies after they were born. Was the other one they fact checked? Yeah, they said that's not legal in any state.
Yeah, the infanticide one. It's like. I want your receipts, dude. Like I can believe what it sounded like he was inferring or suggesting once was that there was a governor in Virginia or somewhere who at one point had said something like set the child aside and will decide after. And I'm sure it's taken out of context. But like I just want those receipts. I want to know what he's misrepresenting to be that. Because there's nowhere where they're birthing babies, putting it in the incubator and being like, oh, you don't want this one? Yeah, we already got him hooked up. Oh, you'll pay? All right.
Right. Like Trump's arguments and case for presidency become less effective when he bases it on lies than if he had based it on something that was true.
Yeah, he shouldn't have done the cat thing. Like at least wait for like a video of a Haitian eating a cat to come out or something before you say that. But like, yeah, the core of it, like that it's destroying that county or that city or whatever, like that seems entirely undeniable. Like
I don't know about ruining. It's affecting certain people that currently live there. But you look at any town.
A lot of the people there are.
You should refer to it as transforming the culture or making Little Haiti in Ohio a democratic voting base. Let me tell you how many people did they bring?
20,000.
The estimates are.
Let me show you the margins in the last few elections, and then you break it down. That's what he should talk about. He should call it voter manipulation. He should have called it importing democratic votes into a state that, for some reason, has been red for a long time now. Didn't he win it even in 2020? Didn't he win
Ohio? It's been red for a long time.
He just doesn't know how to pivot, and he doesn't know how to do that. And
I would like die before I ate relish packets for that long, I think. I mean, if there were seagulls around, I would have been like lighting things on fire, like trying anything.
Like the Haitians.
I'd be, yes. I'd find a nice Canadian goose. Yeah. Put his head off, make a nice tasty meal.
I don't know who's pro goose in this situation, but it's not me. Fuck
not me either,
They're
frankly.
all mean. Yeah, if Haitians are eating geese, dude, you can do that. It's okay. They're free. Go get everyone you want.
You know what the problem is, really? They're literally one of the birds that you're not allowed to do that with. There's a whole bunch of like animal protection agencies and like the EPA are like, oh, we can't. Oh, Canadian
Taylor and his big government pro geese agenda is
those
bullshit.
Are federally protected.
No, I'm coming down against it. I want us to wage war on these Canadian geese. They're so uppity. They know what they can do whatever they want.
Taylor rubs Vaseline on their eggs when he finds them.
What does
that do?
You don't know?
Does it? Let me guess. It suffocates them.
It does something to him. It kills them because that was a whole Letterkenny.
Otherwise, I'm wasting a lot of Saturdays.
There's a Letterkenny episode.
A waste of time hobby.
Yeah, remember there's that Letterkenny episode where over at the golf course they're wanting to get rid of all the Canadian geese, and they're killing them, and all the characters from Letterkenny are super angry about it. They're super defensive of the Canadian geese. I better not be a Canada goose.
Maybe they really do have pride over their geese up there. I wouldn't think so. They're
all birds are assholes, but geese are amongst the top. I've seen geese bully bulls. How's that happen?
When I hear that Haitians are killing geese and eating them in parks, I'm okay with it. But I bet if I saw it, I'd be shocked and disturbed. Because here's what I imagine. I imagine that we're all having a normal white people day at the park with like picnic baskets and shit, right? And then we glance over and there's a bunch of dudes that sound French but don't look it. And they're beating a goose to death with a club. And then they're plucking it while having a casual conversation at the table next to us. And while the other one starts a trash fire in one of those publicly provided grill areas. You know what I'm talking about? And then they proceed to roast. And then they got to rip the guts out which are going right in the same
I'm
trash
pro Haitian.
can as
I
our
really
apple
prefer they
cores.
burn wood. That's
You're
the
right.
part of the story I didn't like.
No, we burn it on Coors Light boxes.
It is off-putting. I don't like it.
Yeah,
I wouldn't like
that's what went down, right? Like, there's no way they were like had like normal cutlery and like no, they like plucked they murdered probably a beloved bird. That was like Ernie the goose.
The guy I saw walking across the street with the beheaded goose did not. He wasn't giving off Gordon Ramsay vibes.
Oh, that's Chef Jean Pierre. No, it's not. That's Barbecue, the Haitian cannibal.
Yes.
He escaped.
He's going to eat.
Remember that, right? Like, I'm not making that up. There was a Haitian warlord cannibal.
There was. He was one of the Haitian warlords. There were some other cannibal rivals. We didn't know their names because I guess they weren't as good at branding as
Taylor, are there any cannibal warlords of note from your state?
St. Louis, maybe.
Actually, maybe St. Louis is a bad place to live.
There's probably a cannibal in the city area.
My point is, they're not sending their best. Okay, they're sending their warlords. They're sending their cannibals.
They're eating our gooses, folks. A lot of our gooses going missing. I hate them too, but they're American. Like, he'd even get that wrong. Like, American goose.
That's a noble bird.
Noble bird. They're not noble bird. I mean, maybe at their best of days, they could be a little bit noble. Swan is a noble bird, but swans also,
they're dicks too.
They're pretty ornery. I think they're less likely than goose to get up in your business. Like, I think they want to get away from you.
Find a cool bird. I challenge you. But go ahead. Take a domesticated parrot and put your finger in the cage. See how that works out for you.
It's going to bite you.
Oh, I don't know. I've seen ducks cuddle with kids. They wrap their long little neck around the kid.
That's AI, Kyle.
No, that's fucking real, dude. Ducks are so sweet. I've saw a chicken run up to its favorite kid and jump into its arms and like it's like nuzzling. When I see shit like,
I do have
a the other day
experience.
Let me tell you the other sad fucking shit I saw the other day. I saw a crippled pig and its brother is bringing it food. It's getting a big mouthful of like hay and it takes it out to like the little doghouse that the crippled pig lives in. And the camera lady's like, "Oh, you looking after your brother? That's a good boy." And I was like, "Fuck, I eat those things. I've got a whole pork loin in my fridge."
Their names were bacon and sausage.
It was. Look at that guy. Look how sweet. It's like a puppy dog eyes.
You look deep into those eyes and you see evil. That duck has plans.
I could become a vegetarian if they could just make some artificial meat that would convince me. I absolutely would stop. Reddit poisons me against hurting these things. I think so sweet.
Of the bird world, ducks are probably the cutest. But I don't like. Other than that, I don't even think there is a close second.
I used to be more merciless when it came to
maybe a hummingbird. Eat them all. Hummingbirds don't bother anyone. They're just doing their own thing.
I caught one the other day with my hands. It got
really?
Yeah. It flew into my gym and it's got a high pitched ceiling and it was up there hovering, like clearly panicked because it couldn't stop hovering and it'd been up there a long time. And I know they got like a weird metabolism, like it burns really fast, so that can be dangerous for them. So I like get on top of my dip machine, and I mean standing on the tippy top of it, and it's rocking. And I've got a blanket in my hands trying to capture this motherfucker, but I can't like grab him like he's a baseball.
Yeah, you're gonna hurt him.
He's the most fragile creature I can imagine. But I caught him very gently, and I had him like this in the blanket, and he's going like a puppy. It sounded like a crying puppy, and my dogs are losing their fucking shit.
Let us eat it.
Yeah. But remember, I'm tippy top of a dip machine. I'm 6 feet. My feet are 6 feet in the air, and I'm standing up tall, holding this thing. And the dogs. Now the dogs are on the machine at the bottom, rocking it. And I'm doing like a slow crap, like squat to like lower my center of gravity, and like using my elbows and knees and crawling down with no hands because I can't release this thing without hurting it. And finally get outside, and I'm like, "Please fly free." And when I open my hand, sure enough, he like flew off.
Good.
End of the day. I was so happy for him.
Good for you.
Way better than my experience. I saw a hummingbird. I put gasoline in the jar and held it up against the ceiling. I was like, "Oh, that's wasps."
That's wasps. I did that, and he hated it.
Poor little guy.
He went into a deep sleep, and I left him outside to recover his own pace.
And then when I let him go from the gasoline, he just flopped to the ground. Kyle did it better.
Yeah. Well, good for you, Kyle. That's a very kind. I guess, what are we, great ape? Pretty great apes that are pretty chill to little birds like that. Chimp would have torn it up.
Hominids?
Gorilla would have probably ripped it up.
Oh, any of those things. That's a great Family Guy bit, by the way. There's a gorilla like petting a kitten, and Lois walks up. And she's like, "Oh, isn't that cute?" And Peter's like, "Yeah, it took a while, but he stopped tearing them in half." They pan over, and there's a huge pile of kittens torn in half. It's kind of the same as that Chappelle joke where he's like got the monkey, and he's like, "You want to go out tonight?" "Nah, ninja. Staying home with my monkey." He taught the monkey to suck dick. He's like, "You know how long it took me to suck dick without peeling it first?"
Did you guys watch the VP debate?
No, I think we were doing the hangout while it was going on.
Yeah, we're doing the hangout.
Me neither. I mean, you can watch it afterwards, but I saw some highlights. I heard it was a tie. What'd you hear?
I heard that Vance edged and won, but it was going to be called a tie. Was essentially.
I heard the opposite. That Tim Walz edged and won, but it was essentially a tie.
They kept talking about. So the only thing I kept hearing was they said that Vance, I
believe there'll be no fact checking.
And it's like he just wanted them to follow the rules they'd all agreed to, but I guess that made him a pussy.
Yeah. Oh, I did see that clip. Like I thought there'd be no fact checking isn't like really the most accurate assessment. Like he was correcting something that ended up being true. He was like, "This is actually a program that they do encourage illegals to use." And then they were like, "Oh, we're not going to go further with this."
Well, they said
no,
those aren't
that's not what the fact was. They were saying that the people that are legal immigrants, these Haitians are legal. Because I don't know if he was describing them as illegal. I didn't see the whole sequence, but the moderator said these people are legal, and he's like, "I thought there'd be no fact checking," which does make him look like I wanted to get away with lies.
Yeah, he should have been sneaky. He should have been better.
Illegals, but maybe it's different clips.
Well, they tie everything to immigration, and so like if they're talking about violence, it's an important issue, but it has nothing to do with like sugary soda. But if we started talking about sugary soda, Trump would pivot to immigration. Yeah, that Mexican Coke, a lot of sugar in that. A lot of sugar that people are talking about it. They put a ton of cane sugar in that Mexican Coca-Cola. Never. Diet Coke for me. Diet Coke for me. Like he would do that. Somehow, some way, he would pivot sugary soda to immigration being an issue.
I don't really find myself liking either of them on like a visceral, like neither one of them seems very appealing.
How could you not like Walz? Like what have you seen about Walz or heard about him? Even from like a conspiracy theories Klansman. Like they don't have anything bad to say about like the most right-wing neo-Nazi scary person is what I'm trying to say. Doesn't have bad things.
Oh no, I nothing policy wise. I don't know anything about him. Vance seems a little stuck up, and seems to lean on that like, oh, my family history and all that. Like pretty well, I guess politics they all do that, but I don't like it very much. And then Walz is like the physical embodiment of like a retarded white guy from a commercial. Like the way he moves his hands and his crazy eyes and like I could just picture him. He would fit in one of those commercials where like a stupid white guy can't figure out how to clean their house, and then like a brilliant woman has to be like, "Don't you know the answer is Swiffer?" And he's there like covered in dust, like what? I don't know. I'm a retard, and like that's the vibe I get from him. Is just like oafish.
I see where you're coming from. That's not him at all, though. He's got this cool series where he repairs cars and like tries to talk policy and be relatable. But you can tell this guy restores old cars. It's one of his hobbies. Mm-hmm. And you can tell he's a subject matter expert. I don't know how freaking vacuum-based cruise control works, but he does. And he does a little video where he explains it, and he's like awkwardly wedges politics into it also. Yeah, but he's not an incompetent oaf.
The only thing I know about Vance that I do like is I like a fat-faced guy riding a beard as hard as he can.
Zach, find the picture the Republicans used of him like photoshopped to be
chiseled. Yeah.
Oh, I saw people put like the handsome filter on him.
Yeah,
they're using it.
So they're like fake in the jaw.
Oh my God, they turned him into like Sigma JD Vance. They completely altered the humanity in him. He's not a person anymore. Walz looks like remember in Office Space when they're doing the cuts and they bring in the outside guys. He looks like the older outside guy who's determining who needs to be hired and fired. I like the gun. Look, he seems like a gun guy. He hunts.
Walz,
yeah, he hunts. He's got guns. I'd love someone like that. as a vice president. Who's that guy? Who the fuck is that guy?
I want him for president.
Is that even his eye color? Oh, okay. I guess they left.
Who's this woodchuck? That other guy was hot.
Okay, I guess the eye color is the only similar thing in these two.
See, now that's not fair. In that other picture, he was storing nuts in his cheeks for the winter.
Dude, he had a rough family history. He had to forage.
Dude, you're right.
Thing.
His eyes become beautiful.
Can you go back, Zach? I appreciate you flipping back and forth.
Yeah.
But look at the buccal fat. Yeah, look at that. Look at the cheekbones in that thing.
Nah. Yeah, they gave him that like Anya Joy Taylor surgery in this.
Ooh, yeah. Well, she didn't have surgery. She's just fucking weird looking.
I think we busted that, but you know what I do hope
not even once.
I think that I would like to see a return to bearded politicians and not just Vance having a beard.
Kamala,
like old timey, like big authoritative beards,
like one of those Prince mustaches on Kamala.
No, I don't want her to have facial hair, but
I think when you're talking down if you're going to go to the UN, you're going to talk down some madman. Like, listen, we want those troops out of Bulgaria now. That little pencil mustache that Prince had, that would give her a lot of gravitas, a little masculinity, little edge to her fire.
I don't know. I don't think it would go well with her face shape. I think it'd make her look.
Hal doesn't know anything about politics. It's sports bra, belly hair.
That's what you vote for.
She'll get one vote, and here I am.
Woody likes those women when they're like standing in the sun. You can see like those like the fuzzy white hairs. Like just like you're like glistening in the sunlight.
I don't want to change topics, but I'm playing Elden Ring, and when I first started playing and I was learning the game, I would wear the best armor I had. At this point, I'm like cosplaying, I want to be a Fangblade assassin. I want to be a ninja. I want to be that. So I'm like taking all the armor off and putting new stuff on. And Jackie's right here doing walkthroughs with me and such. And she's like, why is she so hairy? And I'm like, there's no reason.
That's the default. What you know?
The damn presets.
I imagine Woody like rubbing hair growth serum on Jackie's belly in the shower when they shower together. That's why they shower together.
She's
He's
like,
got
should I
game.
stop shaving? And I'm like, knock yourself out.
These asteroid showers are giving me horrible endocrine issues. My hormones are all out of whack. I feel terrible. Just do it.
I went to that Trump rally years ago, and I'm so glad I did. I got to see that.
Dude, I want to go to one. I really do. Like at least once in my life, it feels like a trip to Mecca.
Cosplay as a Trump supporter?
Yeah, you want to fit in. Like you don't have to cosplay as a Trump supporter. Just don't cosplay as anything else.
Yeah,
could I just go in like pants and a white T-shirt? Like I feel like that would be fine, right?
Yeah, you're white. You're fine.
Is there a MAGA
maybe
dress
take that
code?
lip ring out. But
that is a dead giveaway.
No, nobody's gonna fuck with you about that for real. No, I went to Hickory, North Carolina, and I read online. They're like, get there early, sugar, if you want a good seat, because it's first come, first serve. You can't buy first row tickets. So I figured, man, I just got to stay in Hickory, North Carolina overnight. So I drove up there, spent the night in Hickory, got up at 4 a.m, maybe. Like we barely got any sleep. At 5 a.m, when we got in line, something like that, it was dark, very dark, huge line of people. I was in like.
Did you go with anybody or just by yourself?
Yeah, I took my girlfriend.
Oh, okay.
She was down. So there we were in like the 7th or 8th row, close enough. I could have definitely nailed Trump with my shoe. Like I could see Chris Christie's fat rolls and his silly socks.
Wow, you were close enough to see Chris Christie's fat.
So was I, and I didn't go.
He's in the nosebleeds.
Let me tell you how much people loved him then. I'll say that.
When did you go, by the way?
This is in the midst of the 2016 run.
Oh, I got you.
In Hickory, North Carolina, which is a small, like conservative town. College town, I think maybe, but he was late. Trump was. There was fog, and and Trump Force One couldn't descend through the fog.
It wasn't Trump Force One yet. Okay, let's get the lore right.
It wasn't.
I thought that's what he just called his private plane.
Yeah, I thought he called his private plane that. He didn't call it Air Force One.
But he was like 4 or 5 hours late to his own thing. He rolled in around lunchtime. Nobody was complaining. Not only that, they brought up a black preacher to talk about homosexuals and abortion, and we all sang songs for hours, and nobody left.
I feel like if you're the type to go to any kind of political rally, like you probably have some issues. No disrespect to you, because I feel like you went. I feel like you went in an observatory, like you were just curious to see what it looked like.
Wow, I was an observer. I bought merchandise though. I bought these. I just got them somewhere. Not Trump stuff because that's kind of hacking. But these little buttons at the time that were like bomb the shit out of ISIS or like lock Hillary up with Hillary like behind bars. Just these stupid little keepsakes from the thing. But,
how the turntables.
Right?
On that one.
Ooh.
What do you guys think? What percentage chance do you think Trump ends up incarcerated?
I think it's
that extends to house arrest, right? I think it's a higher chance than I think Woody or Kyle do. I don't think he'll be able to run. I think they'll like hit him with something that'll preclude it.
What do you mean?
Okay, do you mean
I don't think he'll be able to run
somewhere?
for office. Something will land and he won't be able to, is my guess. So,
I've got a few bets on this and like various Trump bets because I find it so fascinating, Trump in general. But there's different levels to that. So they could put him, worst case, crazy case scenario is they put him in some private weird wing of a federal prison somewhere. They're like, this is where we just built a wing. Mr. Trump stays here. That's like the crazy as it could get. Yeah. But on the other end, as vanilla as it could be, there could be like
house arrest.
Yeah. And that will extend to your plane and your and you'll be able to leave your house arrest at any time to campaign, to do anything for this. They'll have all these reasons that he can get out of his house arrest that will allow him to continue being essentially Donald Trump, guy who runs for president when he wants your money.
And he'll ignore what rules they do put on him.
And if they try to come and arrest the guy running for president, the Secret Service is going to be like, hang on a minute, we can't turn him over to you. So that there'll be none of that. So that could happen. That sort of, we're giving you but I think 36. Remember, I love in Godfather, they suspended as a sentence. Suspended the sentence when these guys had beaten and raped beaten his daughter like bloody and ruined her face, and he doesn't understand the concept of a suspended sentence. And he wants justice, Godfather. That could happen too. One of those bullshit 50 years in prison, but not really. Go away. Go live your life, billionaire Don. Like that.
What about Taylor and Woody? What do you guys think? Have you read the indictments? I'm curious.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Okay. And well, I read the one on the documents case.
We read all of them. Well, I read all of them on stream. Like, it's a lot. Yeah. It took us some hours to get through those.
It's tough. Here's my thing. He's guilty. He's absolutely guilty. Even people who defend him don't say he's innocent. They just say he shouldn't be punished. There's hardly anyone on earth who doesn't know that he tried to become president, even though he didn't win the election. There's no one on earth that says he didn't mishandle documents, keep them, refuse them to give them back, etc. There's no one on earth on the civil trial who says he didn't inflate not just the value of his properties, but the basics, like the square footage of the properties, or try to use weird comps to this is a social club and I'm going to try to value it like the most expensive home in the history of the world. Actually, he valued Mar-a-Lago
when you're going for a loan. When you're going for a loan, but when you're filing your taxes, okay, it doesn't.
It's a whole different thing. Yeah. I could go on, but he's absolutely guilty of all these things. The question is, will Trump have consequences? And I'm like, well, no, of course he won't have consequences. One, half of America doesn't want him to have consequences. And two, I've been watching this guy. So I grew up in Ocean City, New Jersey, 15 miles from all these Trump casinos. He's never had consequences since I was young, since before I had armpit hair. Yeah. So I just don't know how I've been watching him for the last, 8 years, thinking they got him now. They got him now, right? The Russians emailed Trump Jr., said, I got dirt on Hillary. He said, I love it. And now the overwhelming narrative is the whole Russia thing was a hoax that never happened, right? That his campaign manager gave the Russians their polling data so they could more effectively manipulate our voters. And everyone just knows that was a fake story and you can't trust
the definition of Russiagate, I feel like it changes depending on who you talk to. Like, some people think Russiagate is so when people said they hacked the election, they're taking that literally and they think that the accusation is Russia went in and changed votes or whatever. But if you just define, like I always define like Russiagate as just, it wasn't even like collusion or secretive. It just happened like in the open. So Donald Trump just said like, hey, Russia, if you help us find these emails, you'll be greatly rewarded by our press. And then literally hours later, they're trying to do phishing schemes or whatever for the, that was like, so was there illegality there? Like there were some question marks, but that didn't really shock me.
I can see him be like, was that bad? Was that wrong?
I didn't know you couldn't do that.
Was that wrong?
Folks out there, who thought that was a bad idea to ask for some help from a friend across the seas to attack that dirty, nasty lady? And everyone like Mr. Mackey from South Park.
True. She's a dirty, nasty
Trump
lady.
Won't face consequences. That's my opinion today, anyway.
You don't think that one of these juries is going to find him guilty? These are felonies. This isn't he's not going to get.
It's just based on the fact. Like I think a lot of people started noticing Trump 6 years ago. I started watching Trump 35 years ago, and he's never faced a consequence.
Well, I think we're in the find out stage of the fucking around. I think like he was shielded by the presidency for a while, and he no longer has that shield. And so it's up to a jury ultimately. I mean, it was juries that handed down these grand jury indictments. So like these prosecutors were able to convince people in 4 different districts to hand down indictments.
He was bankrupt. He wasn't paying his creditors. And then he got something like a $350,000 a month allowance to spend just, walking around money. And I was like he doesn't get consequences. He never has. And it's not fair. But if you're asking me to make a prediction,
it seems like he's dealing with a lot of consequences.
Don't you think that Melania should be more ride or die? He plucked her out of some village in Slovenia or some shit. She should be out front being like, "You lie about my husband. These are lies." And like she should be.
She did a chain migration with her family too. I
thought she was like rich supermodel before Trump. Is that not?
When we say supermodel, like there's been like 10 ever, right?
There's a whole. Or I guess you're right. I couldn't name.
There's been like 10 or 20 supermodels ever. If we want to really,
Cindy Crawford,
and
Tyra Banks,
Brooke
Shields. Wasn't she an actress? She was an actress.
She started as like a 14-year-old Calvin Klein jeans model.
Oh,
look at my sexy 14-year-old pussy. And when I put on these Calvins,
who's Tom Brady's wife?
The fucking ads were like they were awful.
Tom Brady's wife or ex-wife.
Giselle's got more money than Tom.
She's a supermodel. That's more
of a tycoon S. What do you call a lady tycoon? Tycoon.
An heiress.
I was waiting on you. But no, seriously. She was a model, and one of the things that I think goes back and forth is whether the more racier pictures that are nudes are her or not. But I've seen some like nudes.
Is that even in doubt? Like I feel like that's 100% that it's her. Right?
Yeah, in some of them, but I've seen all sorts of crazy pictures where I don't know if that's her.
Wait, are you talking about
you'll see full on pornography and then everything in between.
Are you talking about Tom Brady's wife or
no? We're on Melania. So Melania's taken some topless pictures. I think even bottomless pictures, but you don't like see labia or anything. Like,
dude, have you seen?
Sitting.
Sorry.
But Kyle is like, there are some where she's fucking like getting DP'd. I'm not sure they're real.
I don't think she had sex with that donkey.
Have you guys seen how fucking enormous Barron is? He's like 6'9", dude. He is
change that man's king.
Yeah, we should make. Let's get out of this whole voting thing. Let's make Barron king. His name is already Barron. Can you imagine a better regal name than Barron, other than like Duke?
No, we have their kids fight as their champions. So Hunter Biden versus Barron or something like that. Or maybe
I think
that's not looking good for Hunter Biden. Like
really,
dude, Hunter Biden's like 6 months. Isn't he like 50 years old and he's smoking crack?
Underestimating the age problem.
In my head, but I'm just saying, if you're given 6 months and a training regimen and a fucking like a dietitian, you could
6 months. That's 3 more inches of height for Barron. This kid's huge.
Yeah. How old is Barron? That's my thing. He's still 14 in my mind.
No, he's like 18 now. I think isn't he?
Yeah,
18's still a little young. If he was 22, he'd be getting into his man strength.
Dude, he is enormous, man. Is that Hunter?
Barron aged poorly.
Yeah, Barron looks like he's in his 50s in this pic.
Barron looks like he's had some fun with amphetamines and what.
Yeah, I think Barron's a drug addict.
And then Barron's a drug addict? Is that what you said?
We're joking because it's supposed to be a Barron picture. And he looks like
okay.
Do you remember that old? This is making me remember that picture of Barron walking next to his dad, and that meme where they kept photoshopping Trump's arms longer, like longer and longer and longer. It was like Trump's arms have continued to get longer ever since he touched the Saudi orb.
Dude. And Trump is 6'3", bro. He's not like he's a tall guy.
He's not actually 6'3".
This is an old picture. Barron is like 6'8" or something now. Like he's colossal.
Yeah, and that's like that's the face of a kid who's like not done with like he doesn't have a beard yet, and he's 6'8".
Don't you stay growing until you're like 26? Doesn't it continue until you're?
He's on like the Robert Wadlow path of height, where like you have to start using a cane at 19.
Yeah,
because your body's just so big. Yeah, well, good for Barron Trump. Good for him being tall.
Yeah,
he's 17 right now. So I'm going to go with Hunter, even though obviously that tide is about to turn. I just don't see 17-year-olds beating grown men very often.
Yeah,
he speaks like 5 languages too.
17 is like you're like strong by 17.
So we have very different opinions of 17. I'm like 17. That's like when you first orgasm, right?
No, that's when you start dunking. Like that's what he's doing at 17.
No,
we were like, let's do this.
Look. I hope Bernie runs. That's what I want. I want Biden to. Here's my dream. If I were the crafter of the universe, if I were the writer of history, if I was like that godlike entity in Marvel, I would make it so. Biden would die. Kamala would die. like late in the running, and the
How
Democrats
would they die?
They would die public. I shouldn't go into that. I mean, I don't
so like violently.
No spoilers.
No spoilers for Kyle's screenplay here.
At FBI on Twitter.
It would go in a rough way where like the American public would be like, "Oh no."
Okay.
Wait, they would die in a bad way. Public's like, "Oh no, gotta rally behind the Democrats."
So now who's the president? McHenry or something?
Bernie. No, he didn't win. It's
Bernie's even
running. Bernie steps in, old Bernie, and he comes. His running. How old is AOC? There's no succession. He steps in as the Democratic nominee.
I am seizing power now that it is my time.
When the president and the vice president die, there is succession.
Yeah,
Bernie did worse in 2020 than he did in 2016. His ship has sailed.
Okay, wait a minute.
He lost a lot of his spice when he was like,
right.
"I will never ever become an establishment Democrat."
Oh man, that's the worst case scenario.
I actually am now an establishment Democrat, and then gave all his money to.
So Woody, what you're saying, and you're correcting me, is that if it's election night and we're casting votes for, and Biden wins, but he dies in his sleep, and Kamala dies driving to get sworn in, then who becomes the president?
I don't know. We don't have it. Yeah, but
if it's election night, there's a Speaker of the House at that time, and right now it's.
But we don't have a Speaker of the House.
That's what I mean. Yeah,
we have a temporary
I think
pro
it
temp
actually.
one. So I actually know a little about this.
It falls to Kiefer Sutherland.
After 9/11, the Speaker of the House, they decided that he needed to assign like a pro temp or something like that. And there's actually another one, and they're secrets. We don't know who they are. But because McCarthy? Why can't I remember his name?
McCarthy.
Is it McCarthy? Just like the old guy?
The old speaker?
Anyway, yeah. All right. So anyway, because McCarthy got voted out, McHenry is the temporary speaker. And he is currently third in line for the presidency.
It's him? It would go to him?
Yeah. And this is a 9/11 thing where they're like, holy shit, if we get really wrecked, like maybe those planes hit the Capitol building or something and we lose a ton of guys, we need to have a line of succession figured out.
They should redo the election if it happens that.
Yeah, like that would be so crazy to have two unelected like people in there. And I guess he would choose a VP. There wouldn't be a line of succession for VP. They would make the speaker the president out of nowhere just because he's on the blue team or red team, and then he would pick a guy or girl to be the VP. In that instance, you could end up with some wacky representation,
and you could get anyone, because if the speaker didn't want to be president,
anyone could be the speaker of the House.
I'm gonna make the My Pillow guy my vice president, and now I resign. And then you got
here's a question of let's say that we're the Republicans and we find out that Donald Trump passed away in his sleep, but we know he won, can we rally real quick, figure out who we want to be the next president and make him the Speaker of the House?
You'd have to like Weekend at Bernie's him through the like
we Weekend at Bernie him through the next day, so
he's got sunglasses on
because we got to. I don't know what time they vote, but we got to get everybody together.
I actually wonder hypothetically, let's say either
That's
Trump
a good
or
movie.
Biden, it
That's
doesn't
Weekend
matter.
at Bernie.
They die a day or two before the election happens. Are we just voting for the VP and that guy wins and becomes president? I don't know how it works.
And it's about Bernie Sanders' bid for presidency, and he dies the night before, and they have to prop him up so they can vote it because they've got a wild card as the Speaker of the House. So we can't let that guy be. That'd be a great movie.
But at that point, votes would have already started to come in because like early voting is a thing in like other states or in some states.
Just redo the whole election. Just say, all right, all these votes, we're going in the.
We shouldn't pick anyway, Taylor.
The next nominee is going to be like Whitmer or something like that. It's going to be like the median Democratic voter is center left. So like they're not like progressives have a little way to go before we're going to get like an AOC type candidate. Like I think that'll happen in my lifetime, but the next one's going to be like Whitmer or Newsom or something like that.
I've been sending.
Oh, that was my guess. My guess was Newsom is the next big guy for the Democrats because he's attractive and that's big.
I don't know how much national appeal he has because there's a lot hella people hate California. So like, I don't know if he could make that case on a national stage, but he's a really good speaker. There's that. But I don't know. I feel like Whitmer has a stronger case than he does. Because if you can be popular in that region, then you can have broad popularity all over the country.
I'm glad you said that because I wanted to take a quick vote before we go any further. Yeah. Who thinks Trump has it in the bag and it's game over?
No chance.
Just me? Oh, you're wrong.
I need a less confident option. Like if you said who thinks Trump is more likely to win, I might have raised my hand.
Invincible.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not
invincible. All right, so let me just lay the case out really quickly. His base is incredibly galvanized right now. They are pumped. I wasn't joking. It's the RNC. Everybody's like, the hand of God came down and changed the future for you. Don't take it for granted. And they're saying, and they're wearing bandages on their fucking ears. Okay. The right is going to vote. The left's vote is an anti-Trump vote, not a pro-Biden vote. And all Biden has done for months is diminish at that and chip away at that. And if this is all taking place within the bubble of this inflation that my generation has never experienced before, that we didn't know could happen. You're watching the money, your dollar bills are literally like turning to powder in your hands when you're paying for $8 bacon. It's crazy. They made fun of Trump for talking about expensive bacon. He was like, I can't even afford it anymore. No more. I told him no more bacon. And they're like, Trump rambles about bacon during unhinged remarks in Iowa. I can't imagine a sin. First of all, my opinion is that Joe Biden is going to stay in the race. He's going to be the nominee. So I'm operating under that. The fact that y'all aren't, I guess,
then your prediction might be in trouble because Joe Biden is the most popular president in American history.
Yeah.
According to Jill Biden,
600 million people
and his lawyer.
He got more. I want to hear from somebody. He turned out more black people than Obama either time.
Not this time. Trump is going to have Trump is going to have record numbers with minorities, with black voters, with brown voters, with especially from the Muslim community that don't like quote unquote genocide Joe. And even if those people don't come out, hold their nose and vote Trump, they're certainly not going to come out and have a pro Biden vote because that guy's facilitating the genocide of their people as far as their perspective goes. So you can't get them to even think about voting for this guy. And I think that that's going to go far and wide. I don't think that Trump's going to win New York, like some people are saying that he's going to contest New York and stuff like that. I think he's going to win New Hampshire, though. I think it's going to be a shitstorm. I think it's going to be 310 to 320 electoral votes for Trump.
$10 bet on New Hampshire. It goes blue. You say it goes red?
I mean, that would be a smart bet for you. I don't say it goes red.
That's why I'm proposing it.
Have you looked? By the way, Trump's ahead in the registered voter polls there, the most recent ones. Like
it doesn't matter. You haven't considered the 3 a.m. voter.
All 10 million of them.
I thought we were moving on from this.
We are moving on. It was a quick aside.
It's fun.
Right now,
I'm
Biden
so
has
glad that I'm the one who is going to be seen as the visionary when people look back on this episode. They'll see me surrounded but undeterred. That I couldn't be. There's this experiment. There's this social experiment where they put 8 guys in a room and 7 of them are actors and one of them is the actual participant. And in order, they asked them, "Are these lines the same length?" And they're not. It's different length lines. And all 7 in a row say yes, same, yes, same. They ignore reality. And 35% of the time, the 8th guy will say, "Yeah, fuck my reality. Y'all, I'm with y'all." But if you have just one person in that chain of 7 to disagree, it drops down to 5%. Suddenly, this person's willing to hop on somebody else's ship because they can see that island in the sea in this void of it.
And I love it.
Come on, boys. The island's safe. Okay, it's warm. Trump's got this locked up. Go to every single swing state. Use whatever polling you want. I prefer registered voters because those are the guys who are up for it. Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, New Hampshire, Georgia, Florida, Ohio. Virginia's not that far out of reach. Biden's, of course, leading Virginia by 2 or 3, but it's going to be one of those too close to call, folks. The state of Virginia, it's going to be neck and neck.
And also down ballot races are obviously super important.
More important than the presidency.
The best, we'll say just as important, but the best the Democrats can do in the Senate is 50-50. The West Virginia seat is fucking gone. And so it's down to Ohio and
the Rust Belt
and
Michigan,
Montana.
Minnesota.
No. The only 2 Senate states Senate races right now that are truly competitive are Ohio and Montana. And if the Democrats can win, Democrats, the rest of the country are overperforming Biden, like by 8 to 12 points. It's crazy how much they're over polling from him. But if Democrats can hold those 2 states, then they can keep it 50-50. But
that won't matter because Trump will be president. He'll have the VP will have the vote.
Well, that's why they want. That's why Pelosi and them want Biden to step aside, is because they're seriously worried about him dragging down ballot candidates, which is obviously real concern. He's been trending in the wrong direction since the debate.
It's why I say Joe Biden is a bigger threat to democracy than Donald Trump ever could be by this arrogant fucking nonsense that he's pulling right now. Like I'm Big Boy Joe and I know better than all of you and anyone. 65% of my party polled right now thinks that I should drop out. 65% of my party, and yet no, I'm in there. He's sick right now with COVID somewhere, and he still sees a way out.
Cal, I want to pierce this balloon. I need a chance to reply. After the RNC, John McCain was leading. After the RNC, Mitt Romney was leading. After the DNC, Hillary Clinton was leading. The fact that you are having a good time right now at this moment where everything is going Trump's way, and he's leading by what nationally? 2%, 3%? That's not a lot. This contest is still on.
We don't do a popular vote, and Donald Trump just took a bullet to the head.
So another thing to consider.
And Joe's in bed. Joe's in bed. Donald got shot in the head. That's what happened this week.
I don't interfere with your Republican on Republican violence. I blame your video games and your culture. I think the guy maybe played Rust. He was a roof camper. That's my theory on this whole thing. But it had nothing to do with us.
So another thing to consider too,
he donated to get out the vote for Vote Blue.
And it's not even an argument. Another thing that is true is I don't think you should ignore the polls, and I especially don't think you should ignore trends. There's a lot of insanely pro-Biden Twitter accounts that are just full on copium. They only point to the polls that have him up +1 and ignore all the rest that have him down 5 or 6.
Pennsylvania.
I think it is fair to point out though that number one, the polls in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania are within the margin of error. And if Biden can win all 3 of those, he does win the presidency, assuming he stays in, which he won't. And number 2, the polls have been underselling Democrats since the Dobbs decision. There was a red wave predicted in 2022. Most projections had Republicans winning anywhere between a 25 and a 35 seat majority, if I recall correctly. That didn't pan out. We've seen Democrats overperforming in special elections, not just in specific enclaves of the country, but all over the country. I don't think you should hang your hat on that and ignore the trends, but I think there is some reason to be dubious in this spot.
I want
to get a count real quick. Kyle is the only one who thinks Joe is going to still be the
He's
guy.
staying in. And
No, I think he's going to stay in.
You think he's going to stay?
Yeah.
I think he's going to be forced out. And Hutch, Woody, you both think Biden's going to be forced out?
Kamala?
He's gone. He's gone. Yeah, and
I
Kamala will
think he's
probably
I think
take
it
over.
won't be Biden.
I think
low confidence.
Yeah. Didn't he
You're going to
openly
run an
say,
Indian
like,
lady against a guy with an Indian wife as his
I'm hoping it's
second?
Whitmore,
That's
but
those cancel
that's
out.
crazy.
that cancels out? Yeah.
If you're Whitmer, would you say yes? I mean, I feel like if you're Whitmer, or if you're Newsom, or if you're Buttigieg or whatever, and you have these larger aspirations for the
Please
presidency,
run Buttigieg.
Why would you not wait until 2028? I mean, it's just so risky
Doesn't make any sense.
because if you swing once and miss, it's really difficult to come back from that.
I follow a lot of sports, and
That's a
one of
good
the major points of winning the championship is getting to the championship. And I feel like they're offering her a seat at the finals. You say no to that? Against Trump? Trump sucks. The only person Trump can beat in an election is Hillary Clinton so far.
They're not going to.
Trump lost to Biden hiding in the basement while Trump went out there and lost the election on himself. People are like, I can't believe Biden got 81 million votes. Biden got like 1 million votes. And then there were 80 million against Trump.
Yes.
So then why would Biden drop out then if they're just voting against Trump?
Because 2 out of 3 Democratic voters want him gone, including a plurality of black voters. It's like and independent voters. It's like 70% want him gone. It's just all.
So it wasn't about Trump.
Wait, what? When?
You asked why they want him gone.
The election you stole, that wasn't just voting against Trump.
That
wasn't. Because if it doesn't matter who he's running against, they're just going to vote against him again, right?
The election.
So what does it matter?
The election that Biden won was not enthusiasm for Biden. He has never had a cult of personality like Obama or Clinton or JFK or whatever. He was seen as this or Trump to that for that matter. It was people were way more engaged with politics because they were spending way more time indoors and spending way more time on social media. And there was a huge influx of voters that were disgusted with Trump. That's what happened. So he's just like, it's just not it's not the same. It's a totally different dynamic now, which is why he needs, in my opinion, he needs to step aside.
I think it was well put.
Well, he also needs to step aside, not just because of the polling, because he's a senile old man and he has been for years. And it's wild to see the pivot from the media, who just until a week ago was calling people conspiracy theorists for pointing out that this guy can't find his way up an airplane flight of stairs, and he's walking around with Mr. fucking Burns hands. And then suddenly it's like the media says one thing about it, and everyone's like, "Oh, okay, we've been given permission to talk about this." Yeah, he's a senile old man. We gotta get him out.
Who here thinks Biden has a degenerative neural disorder of some kind, a Parkinson's-esque thing?
100%.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
okay.
Obvious.
You don't much.
I have not seen evidence. I mean, I'm not a Parkinson's expert. I mean, he's a 81-year-old man, and for all intents and purposes, he's aging like a normal 81-year-old man. The problem is, there's a lot of people like Taylor that think he's literally senile. Whatever. I mean, my opinion aside, there's just a lot of people that think that, and a lot of people have concerns that he can't serve a second term. And
my grandparents are about 81. And they are not senile, and so they don't behave like Biden does. They can hold conversations with you. They don't get randomly angry when it gets to be nighttime. They don't get sundowning, which is a sign of dementia, where they become irritable and extremely tired. Like I think Woody was talking about a Parkinson's expert who finally, got on the news, and they were like, "Hey, it's okay to notice this now." And he's like, "Oh, okay, good. Yeah, this guy has fucking Parkinson's."
I saw about a 10-minute video from a Parkinson's expert, so now I am also a Parkinson's expert.
Same.
Doctor. And Woody saw that video, and so now I am a Parkinson's expert.
Doctor.
But no, actually, I could send you the video, Hutch. It was incredibly influential on me. I know, right? But if you saw it, I think you'd be like, listen, this guy.
I'm open-minded to stuff. I'm not a neurological expert, and I've been around somebody in close proximity who had full-on dementia. It looked nothing like this. I mean, just nothing like it. So but I also have a friend who works in hospice, and he says he sees Parkinson's all the time, and he says when he looks at Biden, he thinks Parkinson's. So I'm open. I'm just like
one of the things this guy talked about was not just the mental stuff, which is what we're focused on in this conversation, the physical stuff.
His physical gait, where
the way that he shuffles, the way that he walks without swinging his hands, the way that he turns. If I were to ask you, that's actually true. If I were to say, "Hey, Hutch," you'd probably turn your upper body and look at me quickly. If I said, "Hey, Joe," he'd pivot his whole body and shift towards me. Yeah. And one of the things he said, I don't know why it hit me so hard, is he's like, I could diagnose this guy from across the mall. Now, I am an expert in swimming. If I see a guy take 2 strokes, I can tell you his level of swim competence and experience. And I had this experience where I had a plantar fasciitis. It's probably my foot. I went to an orthopedic surgeon. He had me walk like 3 strides and he could see what was up. Like he instantly understood. I thought my gait was fairly normal, but to him, it stuck out like a sore thumb. So to see a subject matter expert look at how this guy moves and say it couldn't be more obvious, I was like, oh, damn.
Well, he's clearly diminished.
A Democrat.
Substantially since 2020. I mean, go if you want to blow your mind even more, go back to the 2012 debate with Paul Ryan. It's just he did not stutter at all. He was very cogent.
Yeah,
and,
I thought Paul Ryan won that when I watched it, and I may have been really biased at the time, but I was like incensed that they had given it to Joe Biden. I was like, what are you talking about? I don't even remember the substance of it. Woody and I have a little standing bet for the election. Dude, at 12 days away, we're going to have a new president. Well, not technically, we're going to have a president-elect.
We'll know the next president.
And oh my fucking God, it's either going to be the first woman president of all time with some shaky credentials, or it's going to be Donald fucking Trump again, which is just...
Is it $200 that you guys have riding on it?
It is $200. I've already lost one.
It's a net 100.
I haven't paid because...
So who's betting on who? Or can you
say? I bet on... Well, Biden, which rolled over. Actually, I bet on not Trump is what I bet on. So I got anyone in the world except Trump.
That's pretty general.
Yeah.
Right. it seemed like a good bet at the time because like I had the primary.
Sounds like a good bet.
Stuff like that. And DeSantis was looking pretty hot when we made this bet. And
this is a long time.
thought Trump's star wasn't shining like it once did. I lost $100. I offered to pay, and Kyle was like, nah, rather than pay the PayPal fees twice, let's just let the second half of the bet, which was, does he become president, play out. And at one point, I got way cocky and upped the second half from 100 to 200. So I've lost 100. Now I'm either going to lose 300 or win 100. And
I was surprised you wanted to step it up a notch.
I was pretty confident 2 months ago.
That night.
No, this was. I think this was longer than 2 months ago. Give yourself
Something
more
like
credit.
that.
Yeah, I think it was a while ago.
I'll tell you when it was. It was when Kamala had taken the reins and she was doing well, and she had maybe a 2 or 3 point national lead. It was 2 or 3 months ago.
I guess it couldn't have been more than 3 months ago.
She hit the scene and she had this line like, "I've prosecuted, criminals, we're fraudulent criminals, for-profit colleges. I've done this, sexual predators. I know his type." And I'm like, holy smokes, this bitch can talk. She's gonna smoke him. And she had a really good bump. And now Trump is slightly ahead. And I want to be like, well, those polls are probably wrong. But when the polls had Kamala slightly ahead, I bought them. So my integrity,
I think you're good.
Means I have to believe them when I'm behind.
I think what I do see is a lot of desperation from. So I have a theory, and maybe I'm wrong. I just intake all of my news feed from the internet, and I just imagine that a certain amount of it, there's some puppeteering being done by leftist or rightist overlords, and it feels like there's some desperation from the left right now to really throw some more shit at Trump. Like I must have seen 3 articles in the last 3 days about new Trump allegations. Oh, this new thing, new rape, and they'll phrase the article in this really funny way where it's like outrage as former alleged 13-year-old victim of Trump speaks out. And it's like, who's outraged exactly? Well, me, I wrote this article about it. Remember, don't forget. And I just get so much of that it feels like desperation from the left, because if they were ahead, I would imagine them shoring up their positives. Maybe that attacking seems desperate to me in politics, whereas being like, I'm going to give you this, I'm going to give you that, seems more like you feel secure with your policies. I did see her come out and say, "Oh, and we're going to double the minimum wage." Just like,
let me respond to that though, because I've had this frustration that it feels like Kamala's taking this AP calculus exam, and Trump is taking a remedial math exam for retards. When we say that Kamala is desperate because she's attacking Trump, we didn't flip that and say Trump has been calling her a stupid, low IQ person who's not black, who's this, who's that. Like the whole way through, he's been attacking her, and we didn't see desperation there. But when she says, hey, the people that know him best called him fascist, it's like, she's desperate now.
So I don't mean desperation within the individuals. Again, I'm imagining an invisible hand that moves the media pieces around and gets certain stories in front of my eyes. I'm imagining a much larger apparatus. And in that, I see that. And it goes both ways because Trump was behind maybe a month ago, and he did get particularly nasty. What do you call her? Retarded? I think he called her retarded.
I hear low IQ a lot.
He's wild. He's so close to saying that bitch. He wants to call her a bitch so bad.
He does.
I imagine him every night before he goes on. And so the new study group, they're loving bitch. Sir, that was one group in West Virginia, and yes, they do love it when you call her a bitch, but we lose the Eastern Seaboard.
I'm going to say it.
I'm going to say it. I'm breaking out the nuclear word. And
you don't think I'll say it? You really don't?
Yeah, like she's just been shooting herself in the foot by doing these interviews. Like she just handles them so poorly.
I think she's good in her interviews.
Dude, she made a fool of herself on CNN at that town hall. And 2 days ago, she made a town hall, and Maria Shriver was managing it. And someone in the audience before the town hall, and like CNBC or whatever, was like, "Will there be any questions from the audience?" You know, the thing that makes a town hall a town hall. They were like, "No, we're going to be going off of pre-decided questions."
Yeah. I don't like it when.
And CNN, like even the CNN hosts were like, she failed Van Jones, that black guy. He was like, her word salad is ridiculous. Anderson Cooper said she lost a debate with one participant. She couldn't answer anything. She just mealy mouths and does awkward laughs. Like the more she talks, the better it is for Trump.
Well, I'm so excited that in 12 days we get it all over with, and we never have to hear from one of them again. I'm sure that Trump will disappear into the ether of wherever. What I hope is that they don't.
If he loses, he'll do like some money grab shit.
If he loses, he will do money grab shit. But I also think that there will be real power brokers on the red side that push him aside. That say, "Okay, my goodness, we haven't had a good election since 2016. Trump is done leading this party."
Of course,
I hope it causes so many problems internally for the Republicans. I hope that it just ruins their ability to return to that neocon bullshit that we had to do for so many years.
As long as Lindsey Graham's okay.
Oh yeah, Lindsey Graham and Mitch McConnell, such great guys.
I don't know why you hate your own people. Okay, these are our people.
I'm not a Republican.
What do you call yourself? Libertarian?
Taylor.
I want what is best for America. So like nationalistic. Like I don't want us intervening in foreign conflicts if they don't have a market benefit for American people. I think it's like simple. Okay. Like every priority 1 through 100 should be what is best for the American people. Border security, manufacturing at home, secure jobs, home ownership, keeping bills low, like all things that like middle class.
And who's gonna look out for the poor Israelis if we're over here building bridges?
Yeah, Taylor, have you even
They've gotten enough of a leg up. They're fine. They can do whatever they want in their desert, and I don't have to think about it.
I'm giving them even more Taylor's money.
Even more. That's what they need. Hey, this last $100 billion, this is what's going to get it.
Yes, once we give them this, they'll be happy.
Yeah. Ugh, so annoying.
No, it's.
I'm excited for it to be be over. I hate this season every 4 years.
I hope the viewers appreciate just how hard I worked not talking about politics for the last couple of months.
Dude, I fucking love. Dude, I don't like the day in day out political drudge, but I love the fact that somehow, some way, Donald Trump is the leading candidate for president. There's 12 days to go.
Yes, I'll look at it right now. I look at it every day, though.
The fact that he keeps doing that, and it's going to be sweet again if he wins. There's going to be enough. There's going to be a montage, 2-hour clip montage of people doubting, mocking, deriding, and belittling him, and he's going to be standing there in that fucking Oval Office again.
They're all going to be people that worked with him.
Sure. I mean, I would say the majority of the people who have worked with him come out and say that he's an awful person. I think he's probably an awful person, but nonetheless, he's the guy.
He upsets all the right people, and that's good.
I just want to know what happens to the taxes at the corporate level for if he's in versus out.
He floated an idea where he's like, "Oh, let's get rid of income tax altogether, replace it with tariffs." And it's like, you mean how the country ran before what, 1916? Like, yeah, that would be sweet. That'd be awesome.
I don't know about any of that. I just want to get that wall built. You know what I mean?
I mean, no income tax.
No, he said he's going to build it.
You know what I want at the wall? A huge roller coaster, so I can look over one side of it as it goes a long ways, and I can see the poor Mexicans trying to get in.
No, it would go over to the Mexican side, and that would be like
a good idea. All right, guys, we're doing the wall, but it's going to be a 90-mile-an-hour roller coaster, which doubles as like fast transit. Meanwhile, there's like a businessman on there, like trying to get across the country.
Waving in the back.
People are like, they're calling him the worst president of all time. Well, we're in a huge deficit. He bought every NHL player and moved them to St. Louis. That'd be fun.
Yeah, it's
just ruining the country.
It seems like it's from an alternate universe. I mean, he's doing like he does YouTube podcasts now. You know what I mean? Like he's.
You know what I like about
he's got a crypto coin, Taylor.
Like, forgetting about the crypto thing, the transition, like political figures doing podcasts instead of radio shows. Like, I love that.
Yes.
Like just seeing that transition.
The Nelt podcast as like a major activation.
That's incredible. Like, I mean, more selfishly, because this is what we do, but like really solidifying the replacement of traditional radio with podcasting and seeing establishment politicians in their 70s and 80s or whatever actually engaging with it. Like, that's the future. Look at fucking Howard Stern's ratings.
I agree, but for a different reason. I like the long form of it. Like,
that's true.
Who's the guy who wanted to give everybody basic income? Michael Yang? Does that sound right?
Andrew Yang.
Andrew Yang. Thank you. He says everyone gets free money, and you're like, what is this horse shit? And then he gets on the Joe Rogan Experience, and he gets to really detail where he's going to find the money and how it happens. And you're like, you don't get this in 2.5 minutes. It takes 2.5 hours. Bernie Sanders went on the JRE and he explained where he was coming from, and he became immensely more popular. If you give these people a minute to talk, and by that I mean 2 hours to talk, then you get to hear what they're really going for. And that doesn't happen on CNN when they have 3.5 minutes to fill. Go. If they don't like the way it's going, they filibuster. There's this one rhetorical trick that drives me crazy where like you'll be like, hey, I think people are concerned about this. And they'll be like, you know what people are concerned about? Border security and this and that and whatever. It's like, just because you used one of my words in your answer doesn't mean you answered my question.
Yeah.
You're just pretending you did.
Reframe it to whatever answer they wanted to give.
That's where I wish that it was.
That's
more
like the tip in politics and in PR is like, don't answer the question you're asked. Answer the question you wish you were asked.
Right. But in 2.5 hours, you get to sort of relax. It's a little non-confrontational and tell people what you're about. And I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I wish it was more like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire then. I want Regis Philbin to go, you didn't answer the question. No points. All right, Kamala. Dude, that's not how you pronounce my name. Oh, you're going to lose.
Oh, you did.
Already lost a point there.
No.
Points from Kamala.
What type of home did you grow up in? Upper class? Middle class? Lower class? It's like, middle class. And then they'd be like, okay, yeah, you get your. I mean, Regis Philbin's dead, so I don't think he could do that.
He's not dead.
Regis Philbin's. Is he not dead?
Yeah, he's dead.
Oh. you gaslit me for a second there.
All right, well, Drew Carey then. Drew Carey. He's doing the Price is Right.
No, you know what? I want Steve Harvey.
Oh,
I'm gonna do for the tax code. He's like, I'm gonna give taxes to all the whoever, and he's like, like giving his like big eyes and mustache look. That would be so fucking funny. His big teeth. Steve Harvey's hilarious. He gets a bad rap.
You serious?
He's funny.
I think he was like real backstabby, like trying to mess up other people's careers in the past.
I don't know anything about that.
Yeah, I think Cat Williams had a whole thing about Steve Harvey.
Cat Williams doesn't like him.
Yeah.
Okay, well, if there's a beef between Steve Harvey and Cat Williams, I'm Team Cat all the way. Cat Williams is so funny. I love it.
Man, I want to be Cat. I want to be Cat.
Funny.
Oh, he's hilarious and he tells great stories.
Do you think we'll know the president next show? The election's Tuesday.
Yeah, we're gonna know
Thursday.
Yeah,
I think we'll know in 2 days. Did we know last time in 2 days?
No,
I don't remember. So. But
they better. That's so ridiculous to not have it same day. That's so insane.
There are laws that prevent it. And I see it both ways. Like with not the mail-in ballots, they're not allowed to count them in advance. And I can imagine maybe that's intelligence you don't want to even exist, right? Like, how the vote's going so far while the voting's still happening. And I can also be like, yeah, but now we're fucked. Now it's nearly impossible for those votes to get counted on time.
Yeah. Like we did this for most of our country's history, where like with lower technology, where like they knew by the end of the night who won. There's exceptions like 2000 where there's a huge amount of
races are tighter than they ever were.
Yeah, they weren't this tight before. We used to know weeks in advance, like who was obviously going to win.
Yeah. So I think it goes that's just crazy to be like, oh, we might not know until 5 days later. It's like, well, that's fucking ridiculous. Get it together. Get it done by that night.
I think we're going to know right away. I think there's two outcomes that I foresee.
Okay.
Well, no shit.
But
wait a minute. I also see two outcomes.
No, hold on, Woody. He's got this on lock. Let's sit our asses down and listen.
So I just think the only way Kamala wins is if women show up really disproportionately and vote for her. I think that's the only way. Because the polls say she's behind in every single swing state, at least the average of all the polls. There's a couple of outliers. And I keep seeing stuff that he's winning the popular vote somehow. So it seems like it's a Trump slam dunk. So either it is what it looks like and it's the Trump slam dunk. And right away, we're like calling Pennsylvania, for example. Like he wins Pennsylvania, like 56% of Pennsylvania. That's not what's going to happen. But like if he does something like that, we know right away. But if the women show up and right away the swing states are out of play and we're seeing like Georgia swinging back the wrong way, North Carolina swinging back the wrong way, then we're just going to know. That's what it's going to take. Like if he loses North Carolina, like Jesus, the paths shrink dramatically.
I don't think he's going to lose North Carolina. I saw that the Democrats pulled a lot of advertising out of North Carolina, which is usually an admission that like, our money is not best served here anymore. Like the ROI is not there.
Leave this up for a bit. To me, this looks awfully realistic.
Really? Trump getting Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania and North Carolina and Georgia?
Yeah.
Every coin flip?
I looked at the polls today. Maybe they're always changing, but I just saw him ahead everywhere.
So if let's say he loses Wisconsin and Michigan here, it looks like he still wins, right?
Yes. Yeah, he needs to lose the Wisconsin and Michigan have to go blue, and Kamala's winning in that. I don't know what this what Zach found here, but the polls that I see, I look at 538 and something else, and I see Kamala winning. He's moving it around 270 win. He's winning the two Great Lakes stakes, but Pennsylvania is super tight. Trump is winning. I see with like a 52% chance of winning. And then a little better, like closer to 60 in North Carolina and Georgia. And I don't see anyone saying Trump's winning Nevada. So this isn't in line with the polls.
He's going to rock the whole Sun Belt. He's going right through Nevada, Utah, and Arizona. He's going to clean them up, Woody. It's not even going to be close. It's going to be rough. We're going to know.
You might be right. And you might be $100 richer, Kyle.
Where are you seeing this 270 to win thing? Because I went to 270 to win, and it just takes every close state and calls it a toss-up and doesn't make any predictions.
I have no idea. I don't
simulator. I mean, I'm on there too.
This shit. The polls.
I used to look at 270 to win, and it frustrated me because at least on my screen, it doesn't make any calls. This is the toss-up states: Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia, all too close to call. I'm like, what the fuck is that? That's just not telling me anything. So I don't know.
Yeah, I saw Trump up like 2 to 5% in Georgia.
Yeah, I think he's looking good in Georgia and Pennsylvania right now, and North Carolina. Or at least that's what I saw
about a week ago, and it's been tightening in the last 5 days. I don't know how long it's been, but it's hard to tell. Also, all these polls are a look like 10 to 14 days in the past. And what do you make of that? If it's
I like that Trump's doing like little viral clips and shit in the closing days, and Kamala's kind of doing the same thing. I mean, she's doing her job, but like I think Trump and Vance doing Rogan getting probably I don't know how many millions of views it's at now. And then I genuinely liked his garbage man stunt, and I think that I think if you win the meme war, you might win the presidency.
This is the kind of poll that I hate to see. Like, it basically takes every interesting race and calls it too close to call. Everything's purple. It's like, all right, so
yeah, it's like I fucking could have made this. Like
exactly.
this isn't helpful. Yeah, have some balls, switch it around,
and
boom.
Yeah. I'm not completely sure that Zach isn't showing us things that he clicked and manipulated himself.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's how 270 to win works on my computer.
Yeah,
where you can just kind of.
Regardless, though, like it's we're not going to get to the bottom of anything from the polls. We're going to find out next Tuesday, and it's going to be fucking fun to watch. I really hope that we know right away and that it's a landslide one way or the other. I don't even care who wins. I'm afraid of both of them. I'm genuinely afraid of both of them.
You don't want Trump in?
I'm genuinely afraid of both of them and their policies, Taylor. I worry that maybe
I don't like the free speech I hear from Harrison Walz at all.
I worry she'll be over her head in international affairs, and I worry that he'll maybe have some trials and put Nancy Pelosi on a guillotine or something crazy. Like, I worry that he might go. I don't know. I don't know what
2016, even after he won, he's like, "We're not doing anything with Hillary. It'd be bad for the country."
Yeah, but that was before the last year that they
tried to do it. His attorney general refused to follow through.
You know, they're delaying his sentencing till after all the New York shit that he was found guilty on, those 40 felonies or whatever, until after this election. It behooves him to cement his safety going forward, rather than just hoping on a 4-year time period. Like, what if they sentence him to like 5 years of prison after his presidential term? Do you think he's leaving? Do you think he's leaving?
He's leave last time.
He's too old to serve.
I don't know how long he's going to live.
They're not going to throw an 84-year or what would he be? 70 or 83? Right by the end of it.
82.
I thought he's
72. Oh, he's pardoned by Vance.
He's 78. I thought
can he just pardon himself? Would he?
Yes. I think he's a little untested, but I think he can pardon himself.
What a funny system.
Yeah.
You can just pardon. I bet he pardons Hunter Biden.
Oh, but I don't think he can pardon himself on state level.
That
becomes a tricky thing. That'd be nice of him.
Well, I'm sure Biden's going to pardon Hunter Biden, right? If
he says he won't.
That'd be a big boy move if Donald pardoned him. I feel like
I could see that happening.
That'd win a lot of hearts and minds.
You could see Donald Trump pardoning Hunter.
No, I could not see it. But if
it's politically advantageous, like if it makes him look better in his mind, he'll do it. That's what he does. He does for like everything operating. He wants to look good. And so if like that's the way the tide's turning, I wouldn't put it past him.
I haven't seen Trump turn the other cheek. I haven't seen him, anytime the other team takes a shot at Trump, he never is like, you know what, let's be friends. Nope.
Yeah, maybe. I wouldn't. If he gets in, I hope he does go after a lot of the people who have been pulling this bullshit for a long time.
Like Hunter.
Like a tribunal, a military tribunal.
Ooh, a tribunal? A triumvirate? Yeah. We get 3 presidents now?
No.
We get Trump and Barron.
No, he's going to hold hearings.
And a wild card, a random citizen.
He's going to have those Saddam Hussein style hearings. Where he's just going to call forward people and he's going to pass judgment on them forever. I watched JD Vance on Joe Rogan today. Did anybody catch any of that?
Not yet. I just know that it happened. I saw some highlights.
I'm gonna be honest. I didn't think Trump did a great job on there, but I thought JD Vance in the 45 minutes of it I just watched, he did over 3 hours.
He's a good speaker.
He came off personably. He came off as a nice guy, and he's talking about his kids and shit. And I gotta admit, I like him. I don't like if I didn't know what his policies were, I was just like, he's a likable guy. I thought he did really well. And I got to say, Trump finally did what I've been begging the campaign to do forever, and that was embrace the memes. See, if I were part of the Trump team, we'd have been doing a train tour. The Trump train would have been a literal thing. Yes, like presidents used to do this all the time. FDR did it. Like you'd be on the back of the train, and it would stop at every stop, and the people would be gathered there, and you'd do a rally at each stop of the train. I would have had a Trump train going across the country, even if we had to lay fucking track. But he went after Biden in that call called Trump supporters garbage or trash or whatever. Trump went and got Garbage Force One or Trump Force Garbage or whatever the fuck that was. He got a big ass garbage truck and branded it with Trump stuff and put on a garbage man suit. And he rode to his rally as a garbage man. And then he continued to wear it when he went on stage. It was hilarious.
That's kind of fun.
I
didn't watch any of that.
And he had so much makeup on that he's darker than Hex. Like
was he doing even more than usual? Because
way more. It was a rainy day, so I'm just guessing, but it was a rainy day. So I'm guessing that maybe they had to lacquer him up good, so it was waterproof. It wouldn't run like Giuliani. Giuliani had the hair thing. Yeah, I think they slacked a coat of some clear on him or something, and it made he was so dark. If you can, I would say almond. He was at almond level.
There in his high visibility shirt.
Genuinely darker than Kamala. Like if you use one of those Home Depot paint checkers, like she'd be burnt sienna and he'd be almond mocha or some shit. Like,
man, you're a good color swath namer. Just off the cuff. This guy
there we go. Jeez. I mean, look at the hand. Hands are the first thing they go dark, right? Like they're the most exposed at all times.
Not here, no, but you can't argue with the evidence.
He uses the Kyle approach to golf. 2 gloves. always hidden.
That's how you golf, Taylor. All the pros.
Nobody golfs like that.
whenever you talk about this, me and all the other pros out there, we laugh at you because we know that we're not out there hot dogging it like some people. We're putting both our gloves on and we're giving 100%. Okay.
Hot dogging it. I like
me and all my
like
2 gloves when we golf.
What's your handicap down to now? Just curious.
4.
Okay. Damn it. I was hoping you'd say something retarded there. Something easy to make fun of because you don't know how to golf.
No, I really sharpened up my short game. That was the problem. I was always able to drive. And like those 125 little chippers, like I got no issue there. I can get out of the traps, but that short game was terrible. I don't know. That's what Donald Trump believes. That's his theory of exercise is that all human beings have like we're essentially a battery that cannot recharge. We have a finite amount of go-go juice in us. And so exercising is counterproductive. You're just running your finite battery juices down. Save that. Rest during the day. Yeah.
Makes sense to me.
That's the best like way to rationalize not working out ever. Being like, nope, I'm actually taking the even healthier route, actually. Doing that. Yeah, it's always weird when you see a professional athlete who has a lot of promise, but clearly doesn't give a shit about the sport. There was this one guy in I think the first overall pick in the NHL in 2002. Everyone was like, oh, this guy from, Eastern Europe, he's incredible. He's so good at hockey. The only problem is he clearly doesn't have fun playing hockey at all. He doesn't enjoy it, but he has all the raw talent. And he faded out of the league way before his time because he'd be straight up giving interviews. I think Alexander Digel was his name. They'd give him interviews and they'd be like, so it doesn't seem like you gave it your all. And he's like, it is, if I'm being totally honest, I hate being here. I hate playing here. I don't like hockey. It is not something I enjoy. This is a job for me.